to actually say, or I don't like him as a person, or this or that, or I what. Like, the answers are changing from the straight yes or the 100% or unapologetically. It's changing tune drastically. And I think that says a lot, to be completely honest with you. I think that says a whole lot about where people are landing, how they're feeling about this administration and their actions. That's what I think. So, with that being said, that is exactly why I created this space, a space for Trump supporters to come up and express all the reasons why they've decided to get up off the MAGA plantation due to his actions in Iran, due to what's taking place in DC. I think one of the biggest examples of people questioning their support was January 6th. January 6th, the Trump administration touted around. Thank you, Ash, for the fireworks. I appreciate you. I think that was a gift that we got knocked out from the gallery. We should have a few more left in there. WCU, Ash. Hope you're doing well. What we're seeing more and more of, especially when it comes to J6, was Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats could have called the National Guard. They are the reason why some of the radicals were able to get into the Capitol and do the destruction that they did. Right? That's what the Trump administration touted around for almost 6 years. Fast forward to 2025, Donald Trump takes the Oval Office, and the National Guard is all over D.C., destroying the tents of homeless individuals, cleaning up the area, policing it, reducing crime, even though it was on a statistically downward trend for the last 4 years. All of these things and more, maybe, I think, some Trump supporters went, hold on. If you were able to call the National Guard so quickly, so easily, now we quite literally have them policing the reflecting pool because of terrorism, because of vandalism, of the paint. If you're so readily able to call the National Guard and have them execute your will in the region, where was that same energy when it came to January 6th? Right? Roughly 10,000 people is the estimate, or at least up on the building, 8 to 10,000, 20 in the entire region. Was at the facility, 1,600 were the ones, 1,600 to 2,000 actually raided the building, caused the damage, so on and so forth. So just a small portion of Trump supporters, let's be honest, it's just a small portion of Trump supporters who did what they did. But then we know the reports of Donald Trump's daughter begging him to call the National Guard. He sat in the office for roughly about 4 hours, watching all the chaos happen before he finally told them to go home. I don't know. I think that's a prime time example of seeing what the National Guard is doing in DC right now compared to what Donald Trump said they couldn't do or what he couldn't make them do back on January 6, 2021. I think that says a lot. Regardless, Trump supporters request up in the box. You are the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, you can call the number on screen, 737-295-5321. Oh, forgot to get that started over here. I hate tribalism. Did you vote for Trump?
Yep.
And do you regret your vote?
Nope.
Why is that?
Because I don't regret my vote.
Sure. I mean, I imagine there's more of a reason for you not to regret it than just, I don't regret my vote.
I'd have to have a reason to regret it. I don't have a reason to regret it.
Yeah, the same way you would have to have a reason to not regret it, right?
Yeah.
For example, I don't regret my vote for Madam Vice President Kamala Harris because I think she has one of the biggest, fattest I told you so's in the history of the United States in regards to everything that Donald Trump is doing. So there's my reason for not regretting my vote for her. What is yours, and what warrants your continued support for Donald Trump?
Okay, cool. 1, immigration. 2, money. 3, social policies. 4, pews. 5, the pro-life thing. 6, federal judges. 7,
Cool. Pick one.
well, I mean, you asked. I was giving you a
I know.
reason.
Just pick one we can dig into.
All right. Well, it wasn't Harris, your beloved brown noser. Hey, did Kamala win a primary?
Remember when I told you to pick one? I didn't ask you about your positions on her nose.
Were the Democrat
That was
voters
pretty
able to vote
gross.
for her?
I think in 0.2 seconds you proved exactly why
Hey,
people keep calling the
were
Trump
they able to vote
administration
for her
and
as
their
a
voters
nominee?
racist, because I don't know
Was
what's the
Kamala-
relevance of her
This
nose.
is what you idiots do. You gaslight. You don't have anything else, so you blame
No,
racism.
I asked the question,
Did I
and
mention
you
her
decided to call
anything
her a
to do with
quote-unquote
race?
brown
Did I
nose.
mention a thing to do with race? No, you think the
What does
only
brown
reason
nose
anybody
mean?
would have an issue with her is her race?
What does
So
brown
all of a
nose
sudden,
mean?
if she was a white guy, I'd agree with her policies.
What does brown nose mean?
Do you think if she was white, I'd suddenly agree with her policies
What
and vote
does
for her?
brown nose mean? Because you never mention her policies.
It means you
didn't
suck up to
criticize
her.
based off of
You
any
think
of
if
that.
she was white, I would vote for her?
You never mentioned her policies. You mentioned her skin color and her nose.
No, I didn't mention her skin color. You did.
Brown
I never
nose.
mentioned her skin color one single time. I said
Brown
you were a brown
nose.
noser. Brown noser is a suck up. It's another word for a kiss ass.
Brown
it has to do with the
noser
fact that
is
you
a
have shit
suck
on
up
your
or a
nose.
kiss ass.
Yeah, it's because you're walking right behind them, so your nose gets in their ass and has a little bit of
Brown
brown on
nose
it.
is an informal,
Has nothing to do with
somewhat
skin
vulgar
color,
idiom
dumbass.
for a sycophant toady or bootlicker. It refers to someone who uses excessive flattery, insincere praise, and servile behavior toward authority figures like a boss or a teacher. Fantastic,
Yeah, you're a
wonderful.
brown noser.
That's what that means, which you still can't substantiate. However, I love how you couldn't name any of her policies that you disagree with, or
didn't
what
ask
would
for
make her such a
policies. You want me
bad
to name her
candidate.
policies?
Well, I would imagine if you have criticism for an
Immigration,
individual, you
pew
can name
control,
them. You mentioned a
abortion.
bunch of things. You didn't tell me anything specifically.
Okay, I'm telling you right
Immigration
now.
is a very broad
Abortion,
term. Would you like to get specific?
pew control, immigration.
My guy, you're just saying terms. What
Trans,
about abortion? What
social
about
policy.
pew control? So on and so forth.
Oh, also the Supreme Court. She wants to stack the Supreme Court. She wants to make DC or she wants to make Puerto Rico a state. She wants to legalize millions of
you
illegal.
can name a bunch of things. What exactly is your contention with said things? My goodness, you ramble.
Are you fucking retarded? Like I just said those in a negative way because I have a problem with that, dumbass. I swear to God, you guys gaslight like nobody.
TikTok, I ensured to drop the individual for the slurs that they used on this platform that violates your terms of service. Please ensure that you do not come from my black ass. When you guys have absolutely nothing to contribute to the conversation, other than headliners and talking points that you can't substantiate, you resort to slurs. It's a common tactic on TikTok and other forms of social media to have more aggressive language policies called slur to run. It's called Slur to Run. That's exactly what that guy did. Trump supporters request up in the box. You are the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, you can call the number on screen, 737-295-5321. Snuggles, did you vote for Trump? Snuggles, did you vote for Donald Trump? I don't think Snuggles meant to request up. Continue to double tap the screen. Let's get the likes up to 50K and beyond. Show the algorithm want to be here. Knock out the 1 cent gift codes. Get us boosted on the FYP. Thank you so much, Laverne. Share out the live with your friends and family as well. Make sure you're reposting and adding to the story. Send your daily heart me's, and we will keep this show running. With that being said, as I was saying, you can talk about immigration, but Donald Trump quite literally hasn't fixed the issue at the southern border. Donald Trump has done absolutely nothing to reform what's taking place in the region, hence why he is a mediocre president in that regard. Giving ICE a bunch of money to run around and terrorize Americans doesn't plug the hole that you guys say existed or was created under Biden-Harris. It just puts us in a constitutional crisis when it comes to the 4th, 5th, 10th, and 14th Amendments. That's what that does. When it comes to AB, once again, yet another man having a position on something that does not impact him in any way, shape, or form. There are still individuals who make the arguments concerning tax dollars, actual tax dollars. Thank you, Karen, for the gifts. I appreciate you. W's, thank you so much for all the donuts. Tax dollars, they actually believe tax dollars go to Planned Parenthood to fund abortions, which is just grossly incorrect. But you know, they have trouble proving things. It's fine. It's fine. Guys, really quickly, before we carry on with the next guest, we are going to be fundraising for an individual. Those of you, especially on the YouTube, know him as Sean Green. Sean Green is falling on some hard times in regards to car repair. I believe it's an axle situation. Let me double check this here. Not to mention his mother, she had congestive heart failure recently. He needs his vehicle to take her to appointments, get back and forth to work, so on and so forth. And he's about $750 away for getting his vehicle repaired. So we will be fundraising for him. If anyone wants to support the platform, please feel free to do so in the links in the bio. 70% of all donations will be going towards knocking out that goal for him. Those of you on the YouTube side, I know you're used to the super chats. If you want to support me specifically, yes, but if you want to contribute towards Sean, please use the links directly so I can send that money over to him at the end of the live. Oh, Whitey, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
And do you regret your vote?
No, I do not.
Why is that?
Well, he does everything I like.
Okay. Like what?
Well, I like his tax cuts. I prefer the tariffs over the income tax. I like what he did in Venezuela. I like what he did is doing in Iran. I like what he's going to do in Cuba. I like the way he's reducing the crime, especially the murder rate.
Yes, Donald Trump has done absolutely nothing to contribute to reducing the murder rate. Also,
Well,
you
he
said
did
you
in my
prefer
state. I don't know about yours.
the Washington had a downward crime rate in just about every single area except for arson year over year since 2020.
Yeah.
Donald Trump
Okay,
did
well, I'm
nothing
okay with
additional to
Washington.
contribute to that based off of the trends. But you
Yeah, I
said you
don't care.
prefer a tariff over an income tax, when a tariff is literally just another form of a tax that we pay. And Donald Trump did it in an unconstitutional way, hence why the Supreme
You're going
Court
to ask me why? You're going to ask me why?
ask you why you prefer tariffs over
Yeah.
taxes.
Yeah, rather you ask me why, I can answer before you give me a 5-minute indoctrination. I can
No,
tell
it
you
wasn't
why.
5 minutes. It wasn't
I prefer.
indoctrination. I was just
Well, a
responding
lot
to
of
what
people
you
do
said. But
that.
sure, by
A
all
lot of
means,
people
you
do
can
that.
go ahead and tell me why you
Okay, the
prefer
reason why I
tariffs over
prefer the
income tax.
tariffs is because only half the people pay income taxes because so many people lie about their income, but you can't get away with paying tariffs. Everybody's going to pay their fair share with tariffs. If you buy a lot of goods from overseas, you will pay a lot more. If you don't buy much, you won't pay as much. That's because rich people always buy more.
Okay, so you
But right
prefer
now, you got so many people that.
prices of goods to go up for the average consumer in the United
Well, I
States
prefer my tax cut. That tax cut makes
over
up for it.
income taxes. No,
Yeah, it
I would
makes
say
up
those
for it.
tax cuts do not make up for it, especially after
Yes,
the
they do.
administration passes
It
policy
made
after
up for me.
policy and does things to bring up the cost of not only goods but your gas and everything else. I don't see how
Well,
that's a good thing.
I got my tax cut and it made up for tariffs, but being they're not going to put tariffs, I really come out of here with
What do you mean you
my
got your
big
tax
tax
cut
cut.
and it made up for tariffs?
I got my tax cut on Social Security.
Okay. That has some limitations on it, but sure, it's not
No, I
necessarily a
got it
bad
now.
thing. But
I got a
again,
big tax cut
the
with Social
tax cuts
Security.
that you would be getting from the big beautiful bill, if we're talking about the long term effects in an insolvent nation, that's not necessarily a good thing. And then again, those tax cuts that you would have saved money on would have then been put more so
But
into
don't you
gas
agree
and
that more
groceries.
people pay tariffs than they do taxes?
No, I
Income
mean,
tax?
if you were
You
going to
agree
count
with
Donald
that?
Trump's tariffs, not necessarily. It was on and
Well,
off
you
for quite
see,
some
only half the
time, and it
people
would
pay
depend on
income
the goods
taxes.
that we would be importing.
Only half the people pay income taxes, but everybody pays
Sure.
tariffs. So
Only
it'll be
half the people
shared
pay
out.
income
Everything will
tax
be
based.
it'll
Okay,
be
what?
shared out with everybody with tariffs.
W's in the chat to Ash for the $10 cash app, paying it forward a little bit in return for mine. Thank you so much, Ash. I appreciate you. Ash just started off the first donation of the day. Friendly reminder that 70% of all donations are going to be going towards helping Sean out with his car situation to help out his mom. So please feel free to do so if you want to hit up the links in the bio. I think what you're trying to say when it comes to half the people paying taxes, I think you're talking about a specific kind of tax and a specific percentage of taxes.
Well, we're talking about income tax that you have to file at the end of the year. A lot of people don't claim all their income. They work for cash and they don't claim all their income. Whereas I
Okay,
used to
if
have
they
to pay
don't
all
have to
my
claim
taxes,
income on
but
certain
because of the way
taxes,
they took my
particularly if it's
taxes
not
out of
over
my check, I
$600,
always have
that's
to
a
pay.
good thing. Why are you sitting here
Well, see, I'm
advocating
still
for
answering
people to
your
pay
question,
more
but you
money
keep
in
interrupting.
taxes?
Why do you interrupt when I'm still explaining to you that I have to pay taxes all year long, whereas some people who work under the table and work for cash, they don't pay any taxes, and that's unfair to me. But now they
How
pay
is that
tariffs,
unfair to
and
you?
that's
If people
fair.
work in a field where they would not have to pay said taxes versus you who would have certain protections from institutions via W-2 or otherwise.
What protection from institution do I have?
What do you mean you have protections under the EEOC? You have consumer
I
protection,
pay
workplace
taxes. I pay
regulations,
income
so on and
taxes
so
all year
forth.
long.
People who may be paid
When I
on the
was
table
working, I
wouldn't
paid
benefit
taxes
from
all
like
year long.
insurance, 401ks, so on and so forth.
What's that
So
got to do
all
with
that
taxes?
complaining that you're having about the taxes
What's that
that you're
got to do
paying,
with income
you would have more
taxes?
protections than folks who are paying
What
under
what
the
does that do
table.
with income taxes?
What do you mean? What does that have to
What
do with
does all
income
that have?
taxes? You
I'm
literally
talking
just
about
sat here and
paying
complained
income
that some people
taxes.
getting paid under the table don't have to pay income taxes, which means they wouldn't have the
That's right.
documentation, which means they wouldn't have all the protections with said documentation for working for an average corporation or business.
What protection do I get working for a
I feel like I
corporation and I
mentioned
have to pay?
several. Did you listen to the
There's
words that
no
came out of my mouth?
protection. I have no protection. I paid my share of income taxes all year long, where these people who work under the table do not. They'll make $175 to $200,000, pay taxes on
What
50,000.
fields are they making that in?
Or
And
that
not
would be
paying
people-
anything in taxes.
That would be people that might do work like carpenter work, might be fishermen, might be shrimpmen, might be people who
Okay.
sell rugs. All
Freelance
those rug
carpenters
dealers-
don't have
all
to pay
those rug
taxes
dealers-
because they don't get paid through the traditional methods of
No,
W-2s and everything else.
If you have your own little business, you get paid cash. See, many times I had work on my house, and they would ask if are you paying cash or are you paying by check, and or card or credit card. And when I pay cash, I pay a little bit less. They charge me a little bit less.
Yes, that's based off of processing fees, not based off of them not having
No,
the
it's
right
based on them not
documentation to run
claiming-
their business.
They do not claim it on their taxes.
Dude, that's no different from gas
They're not
stations.
claiming
Gas
it on their
stations, on
taxes.
average, that would pay,
don't
charge
claim it
10
on their
cents more
taxes.
if you pay with card versus 10 cents less if
They
you
do
pay with
not report
cash.
that
It's
money.
because of
They do not
processing
report
fees.
that money. They do not report that money. When I
Again,
pay
if you're
cash, they
hiring
do
people
not
who don't have to
report
do
money.
that, then that's a you problem. But again, that is about processing fees and why some people would give discounts for paying with
It's
cash.
also processing fees, maybe. But whenever you pay
It
cash,
absolutely
there's less
is.
chance of them. No, they do not claim all that money on taxes.
You keep saying that. Also,
I
that
know that.
misconception
See,
that
you
you
don't
spread
know
earlier
that.
needs to be
You don't know
corrected.
that.
The reason why roughly is actually 60% and only 60% of people pay federal income taxes is because the remaining 40% are below the threshold to pay it. Not because they're avoiding it, not because they're trying to scam the government, it's because they literally
No,
don't
they
make
scam
enough
me.
to pay taxes.
They
You're
scam me.
complaining about 40% of America being so broke that they can't contribute any more to tax dollars, and you're well off and you do. That's a
I'm
strange
talking
complaint.
about, no, you see, I pay all my taxes, but they don't. That's
Again,
unfair. But
it's
you
not
don't
that
care
they
about
don't, it's
millionaires
that
not
they
paying
can't.
taxes?
If you have an
You
issue
don't
with
care
that,
about
change
millionaires
the
not paying
law.
taxes?
That's not millionaires, my guy. And then the
But
tax
you
loopholes that we're
guys
talking
always
about for
complain
millionaires.
millionaires don't
Hey,
pay
hey, okay,
their
you've been
share.
doing a fuck ton of talking over me, okay? I really need you to chill out when I'm answering your questions. So the millionaires that you're referencing and the loopholes that they would benefit from is completely different from the poverty level that the average American, or not, I won't say the average American, a portion of America would experience, which enables them not to be able to pay anything in taxes. Federal income taxes, excuse me. Also, they would still be paying in state and local taxes for all the other things that they buy. It's just income taxes that they would be exempt from until
lot of
they
those
pass that
people that-
threshold.
A lot of those people that claim poverty, that claim to be in poverty, are not in poverty because of the money that they make under the
Sure,
table.
you keep saying that.
It's just true. It's true.
Sure,
Evidently, you
there
don't
may
know
be
many
a
people.
small portion about in America
No,
that is
I don't
not
care if
is
it's one
doing that.
person. I don't
Regardless,
care if it's
tariffs
one
is not
person.
a sufficient way to replace
Okay,
income
okay.
tax in any way, shape, or form. You can zip
what
it for a
about
second.
people-
W's in the chat too. Lamar for the $10 cash app for the fundraiser. Keep on grifting. I appreciate you. We're grifting for a good cause today. We are grifting for a good cause today. Thank you so much. And big W's in the chat. Guys, I need to see big W's in the chat. Huge W's to Jamie for the $50 Venmo. She just sent some blue hearts. Thank you so much, Jamie. I appreciate your donation. Guys, I put this up at $70. $70 in our $750 goal. So that's about $680 left that we're trying to fundraise for Sean and his mom so they get the vehicle paid for their work and to get her to her appointments. I appreciate every last one of you. Please hit up the links in the bio if you want to support that. Back to this numbnut. Tariffs are terrible.
Okay, no.
Not
What
only are
about
they
people
inflationary,
that sell illegal stuff? What
Not
about people that sell illegal drugs and stuff? Do they claim that on their taxes?
Then
Do
they're
they claim it
breaking
on their
the
income
law.
tax? Yes, they're breaking the law,
and they
making
can be
millions of
prosecuted
dollars.
for such.
Making billions of dollars.
And
Do
it's the
they claim it on
responsibility
their
of the
tax?
DOJ and other departments to
pay on the income
prosecute those
taxes?
individuals for breaking
Do
the
they
law.
pay income
You're
taxes?
complaining about criminals
pay
not
income
paying
taxes?
taxes. They're
Do they pay
criminals,
income
my
tax?
guy.
We see the answer is no. The
You're
answer is no, they
complaining
don't.
about criminals not
now
paying
they won't be
taxes.
paying
They're
tariffs.
criminals.
Now they pay tariffs. That's my point.
I'm
They
sorry.
pay
I'm
tariffs
sorry.
now.
Are smug,
You see, you don't
substance
understand
dealers
that. It's
getting a
over
bunch
your
of
head.
MJ
It's
from
over your
freaking
head.
Peru? Are they
What
paying
I'm
tariffs on
telling you is
MJ?
over your head.
Are they paying tariffs on MJ?
So
And again,
evidently, I'm
tariffs are
suspecting
not
you.
an income
I
tax,
suspect you
and
of
tariffs
illegal
are
money.
still inflationary.
Well, now we should get a big tax cut like I got.
My guy, tax cuts can only cover so much. You keep talking
And they
about the
covered all
tax
my
cuts, and then the
tariffs.
government's getting
And they
less
covered my
revenue,
tariffs.
and then guess what happens? Guess
They
what
covered my
happens?
tariffs.
Then it
They
makes us
covered my
continue to be
tariffs.
more insolvent than we already are. Your argument for us tariffing the hell out of everyone and eliminating income
Nobody
taxes
said
is
tariffing the hell out of
insufficient.
everyone.
That's literally what Donald Trump
Instead
proposed
of
on the
paying
campaign trail
25%
and attempted
taxes-
to do when he took the Oval
Instead
Office.
of paying 25% taxes, you're paying 15% tariffs. Why pay 25% taxes?
And then you're
when
paying
gonna
more
pay
additionally due to the
15%?
inflation that those tariffs would increase. The inflation that we
But
saw
you got a
last year and
tax
what we
cut
see
out of
going into
You got a
2026
tax
was
cut out.
primarily
Do
due
you
to
wanna
the
tax
tariffs.
corporations?
This was literally confirmed by the Federal Reserve
wanna
Board.
tax
Donald Trump
corporations?
went back and forth with these institutions
wanna
time and
tax
time again
corporations?
because they refused to bring down the rates due to his policies.
wanna tax
It's not a
corporations?
good thing. What?
Do you want to tax? Do you want to tax corporations?
Taxes
Do
and
you wanna
tariffs
get
are two
them-
different things, my guy.
That's right. Do you want to tax
Taxes and
corporations?
tariffs. I don't think you know this. Taxes
No, I know
and
this. You
tariffs
don't know. No,
are
you don't know.
two different things.
I know they are.
And
I know they
tariffs
are.
would
I know
not
they
be
are. You're
equal
indoctrinating.
because
You're
while the
indoctrinating.
corporations are pocketing
Do you
the
want to
additional
tax
revenue
corporations?
from jacking up their prices on
Do you
the
want to tax
tariffs, you
corporations?
and I don't. Do you
Do you wanna
understand the
tax
difference there?
corporations? Do
Oh
you
my
want to tax?
fucking God. W's in the chat to Wesley for the $5 super chat. Shit, I missed it. Hold on. Why is it? I'm sorry. Why is it glitching? This caller sounds like a grandpa, but debates like a toddler. Sir, you know nothing. Cry harder. Cry harder than my cat when she's in heat. Much love, Hector. Thank you, Wesley. I appreciate.
Do
your
you want to
support.
tax
I don't know
corporations?
why they just come in fucking yelling and rambling on.
Do you want to tax corporations?
Corporations are already taxed. I want a more adequate
Okay,
tax
all
system.
the other Democrats except you said they want to tax corporations. And when I asked
What did I
them,
just
did
say?
not-
What did I just say?
said all
What
the
did I just
Democrats
say?
with you.
What did I just say?
What did I just say?
I know exactly what you just said. You responded
you
to something
don't.
I
You didn't
didn't
listen.
say. I know
didn't
exactly
listen.
what you just said. You responded to something I
Democrats want to
never
tax
said.
corporations,
What did I
which will
just
raise
say?
prices.
Because you said every
Taxing
other Democrat
corporations
but
will
me.
raise
Listen to me.
prices.
Shut up. You said every other Democrat but me wants to tax corporations. That's literally not what I said. If you were listening closely to the words that came out of my mouth, you would have
said we're the
comprehended
only-
and responded in kind. So go ahead and tell me what I said. That's fine. That's perfectly fine. He ran.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
Trump supporters request up in the box. You are the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, and we call the number on screen, 737-295-5321. W's in the chat to Phoenix for the $5 super chat. Funny fact, but did you know that the IRS requires taxes even on illegal income? Also, caller, you don't know how tariffs work. No, he doesn't. W's in the chat. Why is your username not showing up? I don't know why YouTube does this. Sometimes it shows you. I think it's Phoenix again for the $2 super chat. Canonically, even the Joker fears the IRS. That's a good one. That's a good one. Yes, he does. He don't play with the IRS. W's in the chat to you. Literally, he's complaining that criminals or people are evading the system to pay taxes. We would just catch them. That's it. You'd be then criticizing even the IRS and the auditors under this administration that would be failing to catch these people. And then I would follow up with a compliment to the Biden-Harris administration that was able to hire roughly 20 to 30,000 new people to the IRS to actually get more revenue from the individuals making a couple hundred million or more in income and then weren't reporting it through the loopholes. W. Biden for getting more tax revenue from the people who are bypassing it through loophole after loophole after loophole. I just let this person up and then they dropped or didn't load up. I don't know what just happened. I don't know. W's in the chat to Cherry for the $5 PayPal. Comprehension is a tough skill to learn. LO, love you, Hector. I'll do the math in a second. I think that puts us up to 80, 90 something. Please remember, if you're over there on the tube side, if you want to donate directly to not only support me, but help Sean and his mom, please hit up the links in the bio. If you send your super chats, I will pocket that in a month. And I'm trying to get the money over to him today to help him with this immediate need. So by all means, if you just want to support me, whatever, that's fine. But if you want to help Sean and his mom as well, please use the links in the description of the live stream. With that being said, Trump supporters request up in the box. Trump supporters request up in the box. You are the demographic I want to have a conversation with. I don't think you guys understand how tariff works, and that's why you're so adamant about it. Just even the thought process of the Trump administration floating around replacing federal income taxes or other portions of taxes with tariffs was asinine if you actually understand how they work. And the 2 times in the past where these things have took place led to the Great Recession and the things that we're experiencing now.
Call from
Mo from Miami.
Caller, you're on the line. Did you vote for Trump?
No, actually, I didn't vote for Trump. I wanted to congratulate you. Actually, I just wanted to call you to appreciate what are you doing right now. It's very awesome because the thing is, like, you are gathering opinions from the Trump clan, but at the same time, you are educating them. So I just wanted to call to say that I'm a fan and I am watching your live stream, and I will start watching your live stream and continue to do what you keep on doing, brother.
I appreciate your support, man. You take it easy.
All right, bye.
Appreciate that. I'll allow it. But please try to call in only if you're a Trump supporter. We do have a show to run, but I do appreciate that. Thank you so much. I do my best. W caller. What? I told you how tariffs actually work. You don't care to understand? Who are you? First off, the person was on a TikTok guest. How'd you get over to YouTube? Who the fuck are you? What? People are weird. Guys, let's knock out the 1 cent gift code so I can get a reset, get us boosted out on the FYP. Please make sure you send your daily heart me's if you haven't already. If we're not at 100 shares, we should be. Share out the live with your friends and family as well. You also should have a repost and add to your story option, so please make sure to do all of those things. And then the links in the bio are going to be several ways that you can support me. First and foremost, follow me on all the social medias, Hector Talks with 2 R's, Hector Talks with 2 R's on Instagram, YouTube, and of course here on TikTok. We're doing streaming to YouTube right now, so go over there and subscribe as well. Join the Discord community. We are over 740 members strong. The Discord is free. A lot of the information you hear me quote up here is things that I will post in there as well for you guys to be reading it and readily available for, I don't know how many of you guys debate or go back and forth with your MAGA family members and stuff, but all the stuff I say here are sourced and posted in the Discord if you'd like to use that information. Get yourself some merch shop off the merch shop at hectorshops.com with 2 R's. hectorshops.com with 2 R's. Thank you, Shauna, for the hearts. And then finally, donating directly to the links in the bio. 70% of all donations today goes towards a very good cause. Thank you, Matt, for the electro vibes. W's to you. Goes towards a good cause. We're going to help Sean out and help get his car fixed. We are $600 and something away. Thank you to the people who have contributed so far. Please make sure to hit the links in the bio if you want to do that. Those of you on the YouTube side, please hit the like button on the stream. Subscribe, turn on notifications, bells as well. Engage with the engagement. If you want to support the platform, super chat, super sticker, or membership. But again, if you're going to try to help Sean, please hit up the links in the description of the live stream. What's 6,000% mean? It's just one of my sayings, one of my quips. I started when I started going live September of last year, where I would just literally start saying 6,000%. It's like saying 100. It's like I agree, facts. 100. I just started saying 6,000%. For some reason, it stuck. So that's typically what I say to things. Host Shauna is an amazing mod and needs a raise. Don't I know it? W's to you, man. Don't I know it? Thank you, Marks, for the shout outs. I appreciate you. So yeah, I even put it on a pieces of merchandise. We actually do have 6,000% merch on the shop. I did a shirt, and on the shirt it says 6,000%. On the back says when 100 just doesn't cut it. And that's what I did for the 6,000% merch. There's also shorts, hats. What I put it on something else. Today. I don't remember what it is. I'm the Trump supporter. Who's going to do something about it? I don't care. You can call in or chirp. You guys have these loud proclamations about being morons, and it's really weird to me. I don't know. Every time I see a MAGA hat, let me be clear. Every time I see a MAGA hat, I see a dunce cap. Every time I see a MAGA hat, I see a dunce cap. Every time. Also, if that word's not politically correct anymore, please educate me. But that's what I see when I see MAGA hats. People who are proud morons. Hey, I voted for the guy who's lied to me at every single turn. I voted for the guy who said that he was going to lower my taxes, kind of like what that last guy said. I got a big tax cut, even though he would have then imposed an additional tax through tariffs. Average American paid $1,700 extra last year. That's just the average. It could be more. If you are a business owner and you got key items, specifically, you run a coffee shop, you paid a large portion of the additional tariffs that was imposed on the United States. A huge portion. Those went up on average 30 to 50%. Thank you guys for the follows. 30 to 50% increase on coffee beans. Every time Donald Trump had his back and forth on and off tacoing out tariff war. Every time. The inflation rate that people wanted to tout around that was going to a downward trend from the Biden administration, mind you, it was literally held up, confirmed time and time again because of his tariffs. I don't know. I don't think you guys understand how tariffs works. You guys definitely don't understand how trade deficits work. Trump's approval rating dropped to 30%. Yeah, 30%. But guess what? Guess what? On the Republican side, I think it's 80 something. If I'm not mistaken, Republican polling is showing that he's still 80 something percent. But the average American, the people who have some sense, yes, 30%. Republicans are still gung ho with him. 80% polling. That's disheartening. That's why I understand all the arguments about the whole bipartisanship thing, and by all means, if we can work with Republicans to fix the country, but we can. But when you have that many people who are still sipping the Kool-Aid and shoving it up themselves, snorting that shit if they can, here we are. Is the 80% at least a decrease? Yes. Yes. Because it was higher than that, to be clear. It was higher than that, to be clear. So yes, there is a decrease in that 80%, but that's still concerning. That's still concerning. If you poll Democrats and they 90%, 80%, hell, I would even argue 70% supported Biden, I would say the country's in a bad place. I would say the country's in a bad place if Biden polled that high. And again, this is coming from a guy who can tout out all the accomplishments of the Biden-Harris administration, exceptional things, but that would be very concerning. I'm just saying. So when 80% of the base is looking at the Trump administration and his attacks on LGBTQ, his consistent lying, his backtracking on Iran and this BS MOU, I don't know. I think we have a serious education problem in the United States. Debbie's in the chat to Sean for the $2 super chat, 70 down from earlier donations. Thanks all. 70 more down? Hold on. Are you adding to my pool, Sean? You're confusing me. You have a Discord. Message me. I'm confused now. Which number are we? Which number are we pulling from? But yeah, that's Sean over there on the YouTube side. You guys can't see him. YouTube. That's Sean. That is the person we are contributing. He's one of my mods. Does a little bit too much in the chat sometimes with muting people, but he's one of my fantastic mods. He's been a huge supporter of the platform. He's fallen some hard times, so we're going to help him out. Speaking of, Dub's in the chat once again to Cherry for the $8 PayPal. No reason. Treat yourself to a boba or whatever you're drinking now. Love ya. Like I said, 70% of the donation is going to be going towards him. So whatever I have left back, I may get a boba. But primarily we're trying to hit Sean's goal today. That is the goal. Most of them know they'll just never vote for a Democrat. That's the thing. I don't understand that. I will never say I will never vote for a Republican. But you have so many Republicans that will staunchly say they will never vote for a Democrat. It makes no sense to me. Granted, the Republicans I would vote for, y'all would call rhinos and what's the other term for them? Traitors and everything else. They hate, I tout them around all the time. Natalie hates this. Natalia hates this. They hate Curtis Lewa, bro. They hate him. Curtis Lewa is pro-choice.
God bless
He's like,
you.
yo, I may not like abortion, but I'll be damned if let the government say who can have this with their body. He's pro-taxing the rich and corporations. That's one of the things him and Zohar Mamdani actually agreed with. His stances on the police is kind of iffy for me, but ultimately under the form of just like protecting Americans. I get that aspect of it. He seems pretty, he's pretty solid. If it was Cuomo versus Curtis Lewa, I would have voted for Cuomo. No, excuse me, I would have voted for Sliwa. If Zohar Mamdani, if I was in New York and Zohar Mamdani wasn't in the race, it was Cuomo versus Sliwa, I would have voted for Sliwa. Or Silwa. Which one is it? Is it Sliwa or Silwa? Hold on. Sliwa. I've been saying Silwa. Curtis Lewa.
God bless you.
Got it. Thank you guys for the gifts. I appreciate you. We'll go again to get this resetted. Absolutely would vote for Curtis Lewa over Cuomo any day of the week. Unapologetically. Because a lot of people would say Sliwa is ultimately a moderate Democrat, not necessarily a Republican. He's really a moderate Democrat if we're talking about the policies alone. Right. Trump supporters request up in the box. You are the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, you can call the number on screen, 737-295-5321. Don't tell me I scared you guys off already. Don't tell me I scared you guys off already. I swear, like two or three, we really did two debates in where people just yell and scream and run and blah, blah, blah. And you guys just like lose all interest in having a real discussion. It's strange to me. It's strange to me. I don't get it.
God bless you.
Oh, this guy is really coping. It's actually super funny. Thank you, Karen, for all the cherries. WCU. Didn't Erica have this issue yesterday too? Erica didn't go live yesterday. Erica wasn't live yesterday. What? Satan will take Obama, Biden, and all the rest of them. Trump is going to the good Lord. I'm assuming you're trolling. I'm assuming you're trolling. Because there's no actual way you guys believe Trump is going to heaven. To those of you who believe in one. There's no way. Are we still lying to ourselves and calling Trump a Christian? Are we still, or by we, I mean y'all, are they still telling themselves that Trump is a good Christian man? I really hope we're at least at the point to where Trump supporters can say, I don't think he's a good Christian, but he's doing what I want. I will respect that. I will respect Trump supporters who go, he's not a Christian, but he's doing what I want. I will respect that. It will be kind of contradictory to me because I would argue as a Christian, you would vote for people who respect your beliefs, such as you would have, if you're a Christian, you would have voted for Kamala Harris. Let's keep it $150 with you. Right? If you're a Christian, you would have voted for Kamala Harris. So it never ceased to amaze me the amount of people who said that she was some evil demon. They went as far as going into like her mother, with her being Indian or South Asian, excuse me. And they said, oh, well, they're Hindu or they worship this or they worship that. No, Kamala Harris is a Baptist. And I believe Biden was a Catholic. Is Biden a Catholic or a Baptist? I think he's Catholic. Yes, he's a Catholic. And then Kamala was Baptist. She was raised in a Baptist church. No, I'm a Christian, and that's a hard no to Harris. Well, you're going to hell. I don't know what else to tell you. You're going to hell. I don't know what else to tell you. I don't know what else to tell you. There's no way any Christian could say in good faith that they voted for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris. You literally voted for the goddamn devil. I don't know what else to tell you. Donald Trump is a waking, baking heathen. Waking, baking heathen. W's in the chat to Miss Donna for the $10 cash app from my favorite vet, Sean. WCU, thank you guys so much. I'll do the math in a second and total it out as to what we've raised so far, but I believe that puts us as roughly 100 of the 750 goal that we're trying to raise. So anyone else wants to support that, please make sure you're hitting up the links in the bio. 70% of all donations will be going towards Sean and his mother to help them out. Hector, Erica, 50, RA, 10, Ryan, 10, all earlier this morning. But you made the post. Hold on. Oh, this was yesterday? Okay, so you adding this from, so yesterday you said you needed 250 and then you said you got these this morning. Okay, hold on. I'll do the math right now. So you said the goal was 750 yesterday and then you said 50. Well, no, hold up. Sean, you're confusing me. You said Erica donated yesterday evening. And then you said, yeah, the goal is 750 when Erica donated. So you mentioning Erica here, I would only count Ari and Ryan, which would be 20. I'm just going to go by my number, Sean. You're confusing me. Okay, I'm just going to go by my number, Sean. You're confusing me. Let me get my calculator here. Why is my screen fuzzy? Is the screen fuzzy for anyone else? No, Biden let the man who sold me out of jail Google kicks for it. What the fuck are you talking about? Y'all just be saying anything. What? What? Y'all just be saying anything. I don't care. So as I was saying, Trump supporters cemented their places in hell. Or excuse me, Trump supporters who still continue to support him have cemented their place in hell. Guys, so the person who literally keep putting the F substance in the YouTube chat, that is the person that we can just hide the user entirely. So we don't have to keep muting them. Because I don't know how he keeps popping up in the chat. I took care of it. Shut your bitch ass up. Make me. You won't. That's why you're chirping down there in the comments. The more and more you guys stay down there and cry is the more my point is proven. I just want to make that abundantly clear. It solidifies just how lacking you are in intelligence and substance for your support for Trump. Every time you guys stay in the comments, I win. Want to point that out. Misbehavior. Did you vote for Trump?
Yes.
And do you regret your vote?
No.
Why is that?
Because he's holding true to the 3 reasons as to why I voted for him. I don't blindly support him, meaning I don't necessarily agree with everything that he says or does.
Have I spoken to you before?
No, I don't think so.
How old are you?
27. Sorry,
Sounds
my
like
cat's yelling.
someone I permabanned, but that person was younger and much more obnoxious. Okay, I'll allow it. You said you voted for him.
I mean, this is my backup
reasons.
account. My main account is Kenzie. I don't gatekeep that.
I don't know who Kenzie is, so.
Well, then there you go.
So you said you have 3 main reasons you don't regret your vote for Trump. What are those reasons?
The first is the work that he did in getting Roe v. Wade overturned. The second is the EO that he said he would pass, which he did, that limited children on being physically and chemically mutilated under the guise of gender affirming care. And the third is because Charlie Kirk supported him. And I support Charlie Kirk.
Cool. So let's do. Put my list up here. Keep up with this. Let's do EO, trans children, left-leaning Charlie Kirk. What was your first thing?
I'm sorry?
What was your first thing?
The work that he did in getting Roe v. Wade overturned when he appointed the...
Wade. Cool, wonderful, fascinating. So let's start off with good old Charlie Kirk after this. W's in the chat to Madam for the $10 super chat. Kamala Harris's mother was a PhD researcher who developed a life-extending breast cancer medication. Let's get back to being real. They don't like real. I'll try, but they don't like real. W's in the chat to you. I appreciate your support. Cool beans. Wonderful. Great. So you supported Charlie Kirk for why?
Because I believe that he's an American hero.
You believe that he's an American hero. I don't think hateful figures who spread nothing but division amongst the United States and its citizens, particularly of those who look differently from white Anglo-Saxons, is heroic.
Do you know the definition of hero?
Yeah, sure.
What's the definition of hero?
Definition of hero? I guess you're giving me the Oxford definition. No, I cannot necessarily give you that. How I would define a hero would be different. So what is the definition of a hero?
Yeah, I'd love to educate you. Somebody with outstanding achievements, noble qualities, and is admired for their courage.
Yeah, person who's
So outstanding achievements.
Cool.
Do you think that Charlie Kirk has any outstanding achievements?
Outstanding achievements. I think achievements would be extremely subjective. Things he could have achieved may be weighted more worth a damn on your end than it's mine. You can say his career would have been some kind of an achievement, right? I guess in terms of the following base that he had, him going campus to campus, doing things you can say by the metrics that is a form of an achievement. And then I would just contest it by saying the mass indoctrinations of millions of moronic children, or not even moronic children, vulnerable children.
You're making me drink from a fire hydrant. You got to slow down. So,
okay. Am I talking too fast for you?
Yes, I'm
no
stupid.
Problem.
Yeah. So, for example, I don't support Joe Biden or Kamala Harris, but I do think that they have outstanding achievements. And I think that you would also agree, like, Joe Biden winning the presidency, Kamala Harris being vice president, Kamala Harris being a successful prosecutor. Like, those are achievements. Even if you don't agree that you like those achievements or not, they objectively are achievements. And Charlie Kirk has achievements. Now, that's not to say, just because Charlie Kirk has, the largest youth conservative activist organization in American history, like, that alone doesn't make him a hero, blah, blah, blah. Well, it's achievements in addition to his noble qualities and the fact that he is admired for his courage. So when I talk about this, it's not that, he was a podcaster, blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, that plus all these other things too, right? Can you understand, like, where I'm coming from when I say that?
Sure. So these achievements would be one of the metrics that you use to substantiate him being a hero, but obviously them alone wouldn't necessarily make him a hero. I would more so lean into the courage part or the noble qualities. That would be my big concern, and ultimately the determining factor is considering him a hero. So let's start with those noble qualities.
Well, you would agree then that he does have outstanding achievements.
Sure. Again, super subjective, but you wanted to say some of the achievements by the numbers are quote unquote outstanding, then sure.
Okay. That's fine, yeah. So you agree that he has outstanding achievements. Now, being admired for courage, when he was unalived, that was not the first time that he had violence struck upon him from, doing what he was doing. He constantly was receiving unalivement threats, constantly receiving backlash and things like that. Like, yet he still continued to make himself accessible to the public and was exercising his right for freedom of speech when it happened. So he wasn't necessarily, that face tells me that there's something that you'd like to say. Go ahead. And
No, I was waiting for you to finish. I'm letting you finish. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm interested
to
hear.
No, go ahead. Finish your point.
No, I'm infinitely curious now. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. You said that he would have, I guess a form of this outstanding courage he would have been due to getting these unalivement threats and then still going out on a daily basis and doing what he did. And this would be one of the basis or premises for you saying that he would have outstanding courage to then, cement him being some form of a hero, right?
He fits the three aspects of the definition of hero.
Yeah, we're on
whether it's subjective or not.
We're only on two. Okay, so we're on the outstanding courage part. That's the section that we're on.
Not outstanding courage. Admiration for courage.
Admiration for courage.
Mm-hmm. In the definition, somebody who has outstanding achievements, noble qualities, and is admired for their courage.
Okay. Admired for their courage. You said admiration of courage. I was confused. Okay, cool. Admired for their courage, and you're saying he was courageous by going out on a daily basis, continuing to do what he did despite the death threats.
Right. I think anybody that's facing backlash and adversity yet still continues to fight for what's right and make themselves accessible to the public, regardless of their own personal safety might be compromised, I would consider that to be courageous.
Sure. I would argue it was just his job, and he was just going to continue to do it regardless. Not to mention, it'll be a whole nother conversation about which one of those.
Let me ask you this: do you agree with what happened to him?
Do I agree with him being murdered? No.
Okay. Do you think that he deserved what happened to him?
No.
Okay.
I don't think anyone deserves to get shot in the neck in the way that he did. But some would argue it would be a part of the game or unintended consequences. What's that saying? Play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
I mean, if you don't support what happened to him, then you also must not support the people that celebrated his death.
I don't really care what people celebrate. It's their First Amendment right to do so.
Well, it would also be in the First Amendment right for people to celebrate Renee Good, for example. Do you think that people that celebrate her death are wrong? Or do you not care?
They have every right to celebrate her death, and I would just say that's implementive of their low moral character to celebrate her murder because
I would
she
agree
was
with
innocent.
So was Charlie
Kirk. She
Kirk.
did absolutely nothing to no one. Whereas Charlie Kirk
Same
was
with
an
Charlie
instigator
Kirk.
of stochastic terrorism.
Absolutely incorrect. Can you give me an example, a quote, something within context that you can cite that would allow me to be like, that might be true?
Donald Trump's rhetoric, particularly towards the Black community and attacks on trans individuals.
No. Charlie Kirk.
Charlie Kirk was a product of the radicalized, the radical,
What is something he
the
said or
radical
did that you
rhetoric that he
disagree with?
spread against marginalized groups of people, which in part is supported by the action of this administration and their attempts to
Are
step
you
on them
talking
even
about?
more.
I'm asking you for something specific. Okay, stop
I
overgeneralizing.
mean,
Give me
asking
a
for something
specific.
a specific
Yes.
line of his.
Well, something he said
Yeah,
or
that's
did.
easy. We can talk about prowling blacks. We can talk about how he thought the Civil Rights Act was a mistake. We can talk about his degrading attacks versus most prominent black women in our government or in the United States because they lean Democratic or they do not align themselves with his values. So
So
on
a
and
lot
so
of
forth.
a lot of the issues that you have with him go with things that he said about the black community, correct?
Yeah, I decided to center the black community being a black person and what my particular issues were.
Well, do you? I really want to know your opinion on this. Do you support Planned Parenthood?
Do I support Planned Parenthood? Yeah. Why wouldn't I support Planned Parenthood?
Because I have very, very strong evidence that I'm hoping would kind of open your eyes on the fact that
Why did we
they
just
are,
pivot to Planned Parenthood? I thought we were talking
because
about Charlie Kirk.
because I asked you like something he said or did that you disagree with. You brought up his comments and things about the black community. Well, he didn't support Planned Parenthood and you do. And Planned Parenthood is racist towards black people. So I'm trying to draw a parallel between like you think that he
Let me
was wrong
guess.
because,
Margaret Sanger.
well, the origins, sure, but the continuation of the target of
Oh, the
there's
origin, sure. Is that what you
no,
said?
but they're well, right, but they're also continuing to
Okay.
target black people even today.
How are they
And
continuing to target black people in a Margaret Sanger fashion?
79% of all Planned Parenthoods are in black communities. A
The
black
communities
woman
that you'd be
is.
referencing that would
Let
be
me
black
finish my
is less so
sentence.
about them being black and more so
Let me
about it
finish
being
my
low
sentence.
income.
Let me finish my sentence. Well, the Dean Withers brought that up when I brought this up to him, and I find that
Yeah,
horrifically.
Dean Withers is a pretty smart guy.
Yeah,
You should probably start listening every time you debate people who are smarter than you.
I've debated him 5 times, and I've cooked the fuck out of him every single time. In fact,
Yeah, you guys
most of the
always
time,
leave these conversations saying you cooked us. That's the craziest thing too. Andrew
I
Wilson.
mean,
does the
I
same
would argue
thing.
right now that your inability to engage and your constant
I've been
interruptions would
engaging
tell
this
me that
entire time. I
okay,
just
these
had a
constant
little rebuttal.
interruptions.
I can do that in my life, but give me
See,
a
I
second.
want.
Give me a
Let
second.
me
Give
say
me a
this.
second. Give me a
I
second. Give me
want
a
more
second. Give me a
black
second.
people to be
Big
born.
W's
You
in the
don't.
chat to Wesley for the $20 PayPal.
And this is
for
why
my
we
vet.
say that
Yeah,
that
this is
we
why I'm
win.
literally going to thank the people who are not only supporting me, but they're helping someone in need. I'd imagine you being some like Charlie Kirk loving Christian would support the people who are supporting the person who is in need, who I'm fundraising for. So if you'd like to give me a minute to thank them, I would appreciate it. Thank you so much
Cash
for
out
the
number
$20
one.
PayPal. My vet brother Sean, hope it helps. Also, hi Hector. Thank you so much, Wesley. I appreciate your support. Big W's to you. Friendly reminder: we are fundraising for Sean and his mom. They need some axle work done on their vehicle so they can go. He can go back and forth to work, so he can take his mother to his appointments. She recently just had heart failure, and he's been drained a little thin, or drained a little thin. Stretched a little thin in supporting him or his mom and himself. So if you want to help him out with this car thing, I'm for one. You guys know I'm no fan of car troubles. I had my whole situation back in October, and you guys actually helped me get the new ride that I'm in now. So if you want to support Sean, please make sure you do so in the links in the bio. Back to you, Miss. Finish your point.
My point is, I want more black people to be born, and Charlie Kirk wanted more black people to be born. And Planned Parenthood is absolutely targeting the
Why
black
did Charlie
community.
Kirk want more black people to be born?
Stop interrupting me.
I just asked the question.
Yeah, I'm trying to answer the first question, and then in the middle of me answering you, you ask me another question. This is why we
Well, I
think
had
that
no
we
indicator that you were
again,
going to
that's the
actually
third time now that
substantiate
you're
why you
interrupting
wanted
me.
more black people to be born. So
Right,
that's why
so
I
like
asked the question.
right, so like in order
Also,
for
you've been
you to
interrupting me as well, so you can play this whole nice card,
Oh,
but
here we
listen,
go.
it happens sometimes. I'm not cussing at you. Chill out. God, so sensitive.
you think I'm crashing out, then I don't really
No,
know
never
what to
said you're
tell you,
crashing
dude.
out.
Anyway, back to what I was saying before
Never
you
said you were
interrupted me 3
crashing
times.
out. Where did you hear
So
that?
I love the attempt at rage bait. Anyway,
I'm not. I'm
so the
just, you
point
said
that I was making.
you said I said
So
you were
Charlie
crashing
Kirk
out,
wanted more
showing you have a
black people to be
comprehension problem.
born
You're not listening to the words
because
coming
he
out of my
didn't
mouth.
support Planned Parenthood. And Planned Parenthood is literally targeting black people to not procreate by placing themselves in an inordinately astronomical, statistically higher average in black communities than any other demographic. Statistically, a black woman is 5 times more likely to have an abortion than any other demographic of women. And if we didn't have Planned Parenthood and abortion, we would have look at the eye roll. I want more black people to be born, and you roll your eyes. We would have over 40 million more black people walking the planet right now.
You're making a correlation causation fallacy.
I love the semantical bullshit.
No,
you think
it's not
that MAGAs are
semantical. You keep
racist. You
associating
think Charlie
Planned
Kirk is
Parenthood
racist.
being an op
Well, we
against
want.
black
What do you have to
babies
say about Blexit?
solely
Do you even
based
know-
off of
do you
them
even
being
know Blexit?
predominantly placed, or black women predominantly benefiting from Planned Parenthood and being able to have an abortion. First and foremost, what you conveniently,
Charlie Kirk
and what
was
many of you
racist and wanted more
conveniently
black
leave out
people
of
to
these
be born.
conversations, Planned Parenthood, only 3% of those abortions that you referenced, that's only 3% of the care that they would overall provide. So black women benefiting from Planned Parenthood as a whole isn't just based off of abortions. Secondly, everything that you're mentioning is in regards to income. Black women having more abortions is because of income and income related issues. More Planned Parenthood
they're
being placed
poor.
in black communities, which will also be in other Hispanic communities and other ones where the groups of people, the races of people that associate with those communities are typically those who are low income. That is what that is about. So you're wrong.
So it's okay for black people to murder their kids because
It's okay
they're poor.
for black people to have abortions, no different from it's okay from anyone else to have abortions, especially when we're in a growing
Because they're
economy that
poor?
is worsening under this administration, and expecting more people to have children that they can't take care of is immoral.
Right. So there's no other options for them, right? It's either I'm poor, so I have to murder my kid. You also realize that like you have to pay for an abortion. It's not something you can just fucking do for free, right?
That is correct. And the roughly $500 to $800 cost to pay for an abortion is infinitely cheaper than 18 years of a child's life, or
They
even
don't
the
have to
9
keep the
months of
child in
additional
their
money
house.
that you would
They
have
can
to
put the child
put
up for
forward
adoption.
to your pregnancy, or
Most black
even
kids aren't
the
raised
time
with
you'd
both
have to
parents
take
in the
off from
household
work.
anyway.
And many of these people would also
Oh,
be
here we
working
go.
minimum wage or lower income jobs,
There's
so they're
no other
already
choice.
barely making enough to support their family, and then they have to take time off of work to handle the pregnancy that they did not want.
So they're poor, so they can't raise their kids, so they can't put their kid up for adoption. They
They
have to
could
murder
put
their
their kid
kid.
up for adoption, but then again, that's 9 months that they can't get back. Or I
You
guess
don't have
at
to
that
carry a
point
child
before
full term
then.
in order to deliver it. You do realize that, right?
I'm sorry, what?
You don't have
No,
to carry
it's
a
not
child full
always
term
9
for all
months.
9
It could
months in
be
order for
6,
them
it
to
could
deliver
be
it properly.
7, it could be 8. We're aware.
No, you don't understand. You can't be viable outside of the womb at 6 weeks.
That's the whole
Holy
point.
crap.
That's the whole point in emergency scenarios. If it's before the point of viability, some
Babies
cases
can
that child
survive
will
outside of
survive.
the womb in the
The
second
earliest
trimester.
example that we have of someone being born, I believe, is 19 weeks.
20.
If I'm not mistaken. I thought there was a black
20
woman
weeks.
from the 80s or 90s who was 19. Whatever. I would
Be
think it's
20
20.
weeks.
20, I remember
Yeah,
was a white kid.
it's rare and it's not suggested. However, it's the second trimester.
Okay.
And I feel like if pregnancy is so like wrong and oppressive to women, why do women keep delivering? Do you think people should be like
What do
protesting
you mean,
birth like
why
right
do
now
people
outside of
keep
hospitals?
delivering? Because the individuals who want to have children, who don't mind having children, which I would say roughly is maybe most women, they would just have those children. Really quickly, W's in the chat
Do
to
you think
Phoenix for
women
the
should-
$2 super chat. Caller, you don't give a shit about black people. Yeah, they love to tokenize black people. It's really embarrassing.
I
And
want
if
more
I was going
black
to get
people
into
to be
all
born.
the things that the administration is doing to attack black folks, they would say, no, it's a good thing. Anyways, W's in the chat to Wesley for the $5 super chat. I saw her debates with Dean. She conceded on abortion and asked a friend for help. Her friend also conceded. She is a liar and a loser. I'm not bringing in previous conversations into this. I already know how it went with Dean. He's fucking Dean. But, you know, I'll let her have her fun here. W's in the chat to Jules for the $5 super chat. I live in a mostly white neighborhood and I'm white. There is a Planned Parenthood 3 miles literally down the street from me. Again, it's all about low income. So it's just a concentration of neighborhoods that black people will reside due to their income status. That's where you're going to see more Planned Parenthoods. They would also be leaving out the other demographics of people who are there. It's a whole thing. W's in the chat to y'all. W's in the chat to Shauna for the $25 Venmo. She's obsessed with Charlie's coffinated Kirk. Fuck. Oh, that's cold. W's in the chat to you. Guys, best way to support the platform is going to be the links in the bio. And when you use the links in the bio, you will be able to also help a good cause, helping Sean and his mom out. So please hit up the Cash App, PayPal, and Venmo. Those of you on the tube side, super chat, super sticker, like the stream. I'm not talking to this person. I'm just putting it on hold. Calling in the line to someone before you. Hold, please. Back to you. Can you make the correlation between Margaret Sanger and the Planned Parenthood of today and then their intentional attacks to reduce the black population?
Margaret Sanger was a eugenicist. She believed that black people were unfit to have children. So she wanted to plan breed white people by limiting the procreation of black people. She was a Triple K member. She endorsed the 1927 Buck versus Bell decision, in which it was ruled lawful by the U.S.
We're all
Supreme
aware
Court
of who
for
Margaret
states
Sanger
to
is. I
forcibly
needed you to make
sterilize
the
black people
correlation
against their
to
will.
Planned Parenthood and black women
She
making the
began the
choice to
Negro
have
Project
elective
in
abortions today.
1939,
Again,
which
I know
introduced
who
black women to
Margaret Sanger is
contraceptive
and
and
what her
procreation.
history is. I
So
need
we
you to
know
make
that
the
Planned Parenthood is
correlation.
continuing to target black people today because
God.
they are statistically
What was my
79% more
question?
likely. You asked for the correlation between Margaret Sanger and the
Yeah, and you
focus.
started to do a book report on Margaret
Okay.
Sanger. We all know who she is. What is the correlation between that and Planned Parenthood? And how does that contradict black women's choices
She
to have
founded
elective
Planned
abortions
Parenthood.
due to their income?
You want the correlation between Margaret Sanger and Planned Parenthood? So she's the founder of Planned Parenthood. Like the correlation between Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA. He's the founder of Turning Point USA. So she targeted black people by introducing contraceptives and abortion to limit their procreation.
Do you know the founder of the Ford Foundation is?
And we know that Planned Parenthood is still targeting black people.
Do you know the
because
founder
of the
of the Ford
statistical
Foundation
anomalies
is?
that we see in their locations retrospective to where black people live, to the finances that black people apparently, especially, I mean, I didn't even bring it up, but you're right. Yes, black people are typically less financially stable than other demographics.
Do you know who
And so,
the founder of the Ford Foundation is?
you know what's interesting to me? Every single time I debate a leftist,
You know what's interesting to me is how terrible you are at
incapable.
answering questions directly, which
Because
is why
I
you
can't
add all
answer
this
them
extra fluff that is
when you won't
irrelevant
shut the
to
fuck
the
up and let me
conversation.
finish a sentence.
No, because you're
You asked
literally
a
rambling
question,
on and you're
and
not
then you
answering
ask-
my question.
I'm
You're
rambling when
literally
you're
not
rambling.
answering
You
my
asked a
question.
question, you
My
don't want
last
the answer.
question, just in case you forgot what it is,
I'll
because
answer
maybe
your
you have a
question.
short
What's your
attention
question?
span, is
Yes. What's
do
your
you
question?
know who founded the Ford Foundation?
Yes.
Do you know what his affiliations was with particular
Yes.
groups? Is the
Yes.
Ford Foundation of today the same Ford Foundation that he founded?
No.
Why is that?
I'll tell you. Are you going to interrupt me?
You said you'll tell me, so I won't have to if you answer the question.
Okay. I just want to make sure that you're listening. You're listening, right? Yep. Yes. No.
No, I'm not listening. I turned my ears off. I have a switch.
Oh, well, your response to that tells me you heard me because you just answered. Okay,
Oh,
so here's
look at that. So then answer the
Yep, so
fucking
here's
question.
Yep, here you go. Here's your answer.
And that's what I call a win. Thank you so much for that. So the reason why she's playing her clown music is because she understands exactly the point that I was going to make. Friendly reminder, guys. Henry Ford, I believe that's his name, was associated with that group, you know, that group that did the thing to the people and all that. Yep. And then his son, I believe, his son then took over a couple years afterwards and completely revamped what the Ford Foundation stood for. The reason why I gave that example is because for anyone to sit here and say that the correlation causation of Margaret Sanger and Planned Parenthood is definitive and shows the attack on black people and black babies is ridiculous, because then you'd have to do the same thing for the Ford Foundation, and that doesn't make an ounce of sense whatsoever. And that's why she is crashing out with the little clown music. Really quickly, while she's doing that, W's in the chat to Amber for the $20 Venmo. Keep her muted, please. This pick-me hosts their own lives. Her qualifying questions to men are, how tall are you? And to women, are you on your period? Is this enough to kick her? If you would like to start that, I don't want to kick her yet. I want to see if she can actually engage. I don't want to kick her yet. When we start the kick pool, I'll let y'all know, and maybe I'll add the 20 to it. But I don't want to kick her yet. I want to continue to listen to her fall apart. I'm not going to lie. I want to continue to listen to her fall apart. So, misbehavior. Please don't tell me you ran out of talking points already. Can you address my point on the Ford Foundation, please?
Yes.
Actually, hold that thought. W's in the chat to Tramal for the $5 super chat. It's funny because the black birth rate isn't declining. The white birth rate is on the decline more than any other race. Thank you so much for that point, because that's a fucking fact. Fucking fact. Despite all the abortions that's taking place, well, there may have been a slight decline, but I'm not sure that's not due to abortion. It's economic issues. But overall, white demographic, white race is the one who, I'll prove that in a second. The white demographic is the one who has a declining birth rate more than any other race. W's in the chat to Sean for the $5 super chat. Sean, stop sending fucking super chat. Once again, if MAGAs are so very pro-life, then why are they cheering on soldiers in danger on a lie? Is a soldier less valuable? Methinks not. They care more about fetuses than anything else. It's weird. W's in the chat to Brian, I think that's what your name, for the $1 super chat. I appreciate your support. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. W's in the chat to you. W's in the chat to Jelly for the $2 Venmo. Talk to me about adoption when there are no more kids in foster care. That part. Excuse me, that part. W's in the chat to Jared for the $1 Venmo. Ask her why white people kill their dogs the most. I don't know about this. I'm just reading a don't know. Why white men commit most of the violent crimes, and Sam. That's true. Violent? No. Or at least based off the arrest rate. Why white people bring the most drugs, substances, across the border. The most convictions is more so American. I don't think that's correct, Jared. Also, curious if she likes Charlie Kirk's turtleneck. Y'all ain't shit. W's in the chat to you. W's in the chat to Manivan for the $33.14. Kenzie has a humiliation kink. Go Hector. Clearly. W's in the chat to Jessica for the $10 cash app for Sean. Big W to you, Jessica. Thank you so much. I appreciate your support. Exactly. W Jessica.
Jessica.
So now you can address the Ford Foundation point.
What's that extra sound?
This guy's calling back. You just have to wait. You want to address the Ford Foundation point?
Why are people in the chat like this person's name is Kenzie? I haven't gatekept that at all. This is my backup account. My main one was banned.
Do you want to address the Ford Foundation?
I just wanted to make
point?
sure everybody knew that I'm not gatekeeping my name.
You keep
the Forbes Foundation.
If the Ford Foundation that had that association with Yahtzees isn't the same Ford Foundation today, substantiate your claim that the Margaret Sanger started Planned Parenthood, which that's not exactly what it was, to the Planned Parenthood that is today, serves intentionally to yeet black babies.
Do you realize that it says that on Planned Parenthood's own website that Margaret Sanger is the origin of their organization?
Here's what you're missing.
Yes or no? Is she the founder?
If that's true, that doesn't change my point. I'm literally telling you I don't know.
Then answer the question.
I'm literally telling you I don't know. Even if that's true, that doesn't change my point. Okay, so you say. Even with that being true, okay, for the sake of the argument, it's on the website. Margaret Sanger did this. Even if that's true.
She's the founder. Okay.
She's the founder. Okay, she's the founder.
There you go.
You would still have to substantiate the Planned Parenthood that exists today and their targeting of black communities is for the elimination of black babies.
Well, who's the largest provider of abortions in our country?
Oh my God. Planned Parenthood.
Oh, okay. Well, then, yeah.
Are you
so if
yet
the
once
largest
again
provider of
making another
abortions
correlation
is
causation fallacy?
there, you can't even repeat it. You can't even
Correlation
repeat it.
causation fallacy. I have
Correlation
situational
causation
stuttering.
fallacy, which
You
is
can
why you're
continue to be
pivoting to the
ableist.
Ford
I don't
Foundation
care.
because you don't know anything about Planned Parenthood.
Sure, I don't. Yeah. So you were asked to make a
You didn't even know
simple
that she's the fucking
correlation
founder.
and causation. You're saying she's the founder, so it's bad. I literally debunked this point with the Ford Foundation. Who the fuck cares?
She's the founder, but they're also doing it today. And
They're
how is it wrong
also
if we
doing
want
it
more black
today.
people to be born?
Yes,
Does
black
that make
women
Charlie
are
Kirk
choosing to
racist?
have elective abortions today.
How does that make Charlie Kirk racist if he wants more black people to be born?
Now we're trying to get back to Charlie Kirk because you got yourself in a corner.
How does that make him
Remember
racist?
when you were trying to make your point that Planned Hood was intentionally targeting black babies
Yes.
in black neighborhoods because of
Yes.
Margaret Sanger and their overall goal to reduce the black
They still
population?
are, yes.
Remember that?
Yes.
Yeah. Stick
Yes.
on that. I have no
Yes.
problem getting back to Charlie Kirk. I need
Oh,
you to
thank
just
God.
do more to verify that claim.
I'm too
Like,
stupid.
like a breakthrough report of maybe one of the descendants of Margaret Sanger who still
No,
works
I'm
with
too-
Planned
I'm stupid.
Parenthood,
I don't
who
know anything
orchestrates
about
everything,
this.
like a secret society meeting that someone had a
right.
leaked audio call to
If
that was
only we
like,
had
yo,
that
Planned
information.
Parenthood is working exactly how we intend. That's what I need you to do.
Right, but I'm so bad at debating. Like, I have no
I mean,
idea what I'm
you
doing.
are, but I'm
You're
trying
right.
to give you a chance
I
here.
don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm just a fucking
I mean, on this
complete
point, you
idiot.
really don't.
You're right. I have no clue what the fuck I'm talking about.
So
You're
you're
right.
conceding.
Yeah, on everything. You
My
win.
God, this is
You're right.
I'm
Everything.
not entertained. Call back. Call
no.
back. I'm not entertained. This is
Look,
bleh.
he doesn't even want to talk to me anymore.
You
I'm telling
literally just gave up. You're the
yeah,
one who
you
gave up
didn't
on the
wanna hear.
conversation. I don't give a shit about what I want to hear. First off, I want to hear you guys
Kenzie
be
in the
honest.
chat.
That's what I want you to do. You're not being honest. You're being disingenuous.
You think I'm being dishonest when I say I'm stupid and I don't know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, you are. You clearly don't think yourself of stupid because you literally host lives debating the same thing and you go and circulate smart people's spaces trying to compete with them. So clearly you think
Oh, no,
highly
not
of
at
yourself.
all.
So you giving me this whole I'm stupid, blah, 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 because I got backed in a corner and now I can't actually verify anything is really
Oh,
weak.
I love being
If
backed
you guys
into a
can do me
corner.
a favor, please. 666 people in here. 666 people in here. Can we get the likes up to 250K?
Evil.
Can we get the likes up to 250K? Please double tap the screen. Please double tap the screen. Show the algorithm
Oh
want to
my
be
god,
here. I would
Oscar.
greatly
Yeah, I
appreciate
talked
it.
to Oscar a couple days ago. I love him.
Yeah. So, anyways, what else
Do you
you
know
got?
Santana?
If you give up, that's fine. What else you got?
No, not at all.
Then what is your next point?
Well, so here's the thing, because when I first came up here, why do you support Donald Trump? I gave 3 reasons. You chose
Okay, fine.
Charlie
Yeah,
Kirk
the overall
first.
point of your Planned Parenthood argument was with Charlie Kirk. Anyway, you tried to use the Planned Parenthood talking
Right, you
point
said
to
he's
say
racist, so
that
I'm
Charlie
trying to
Kirk
ask you.
isn't racist because he wanted
Answer
more
the
black
question.
babies to be born.
Answer the
Charlie
question.
Kirk didn't give a shit about black babies
God
being
bless
born
you.
specifically, and then that would not negate the fact that all the other rhetoric that he spreads around is to the
Mm.
detriment of the black community, specifically around surrounding his comments around the Civil Rights Act.
Mm.
Do you believe that the Civil Rights Act was a mistake?
No,
Charlie Kirk does.
that's wrong.
So he is wrong for that.
For that, yeah.
Ooh, I'm curious. What was the additional context that he gave behind that statement? Do you know it?
No, I don't. I don't know anything.
Okay, so the additional context he gave, because he was asked for clarification later, he said, "I agree with the overall sentiment of like everyone being equal, blah blah blah." But he felt like the Civil Rights Act turned into this perverse preference towards
He
black
said
people.
blah, blah, blah.
No, I'm saying blah blah blah.
Oh.
Do you understand the point I just made?
No, I'm stupid.
Okay. He said he felt that the Civil Rights Act became this
You realize
perverse
I'm just
piece of
trolling the
legislation
fuck
that
outta
gave
you.
preference to black people and other
Just
minorities.
trolling the fuck out of you, dude.
Yeah, you're really bad at it. W's in the
I
chat
think
to
I'm
Amber
really
for the
good at
dollar
it.
Venmo.
And
Give
it's
me
good
my
for you
19 back
because
if the
it
original 20
increases
doesn't
your
go towards the
engagement and
kick
your
fund.
donations.
LMAO, of course, I'm just kidding, but
We
she
both
is
benefit from it.
dangerous. I'm holding it. It's gonna add to it, but I'm holding it.
We both benefit
W's in
from
the
it.
chat to Melissa for the dollar cash app. Whites have the most ABs, black women are the most educated, not.
Black people hate me, they say that I'm racist, my feelings don't match what
Okay. Please keep her muted. W's in the chat to Lamar for the $5 Cash App. Caller is drinking from an expired fountain. Expired fountain is diabolical. W's in the chat to Charles for the $2. Adoption is normalized and... Thank you, Shauna, but where are my other TikTok mods? Why is Shauna the only one working here? I'm gonna have to replace some TikTok mods. Adoption is normalized and legalized human trafficking. All adoption involves trauma. It's not an alternative to pregnancy, only parenthood. Normalize and legalize human trafficking? I don't know. I would like to hear you kind of...
Call from.
We'll get back to that. Call your back. She's still on the line. Probably not for long. Just hold for a little bit. Yeah, I mean, I understand the issues with the adoption system. I'm not doubting that. I'm curious as to where this belief would come from that it's like legalized human trafficking, though. That's interesting. I've never heard that before. That's interesting to me. W's in the chat to Manda Panda for the $2 Venmo. Hey friend, please tell this human yeast infection fuck, that if she doesn't think that Charlie Kirk was racist, that means she's racist. Love you, friend. Yeah, we're gonna get to that. W's in the chat to you, Amanda. W's in the chat to you. Friendly reminder: all donations that goes towards the links in the bio is gonna be supporting Sean and his mother. So if you want to support that, please feel free to do so with the links in the bio. Those of you on the YouTube side, link in the description of this live stream. Super chats will only go to me. That's a monthly payout. Everything that we make today through the links in the bio is going directly to Sean. 70%, excuse me, is going directly to Sean. Back to you. So you said that you do not believe that the Civil Rights Act was a mistake, and that Charlie Kirk did think it was a mistake. So would you then...
I wanted to say something to you.
I don't care. Can you just answer my point? Can you let me finish my point so you can answer it?
Yeah, but I just wanted to say something really quick. Like 2 seconds.
W's in the chat to Jamal for the $5 super chat. She's a bad troll. She's an anti-funny pseudo-intellect. She's just bad at this.
I just wanted to say something to you really quickly, and then we can move on.
I don't care about your soundbite. If Charlie Kirk believes that the Civil Rights Act was a mistake and you disagree with that sentiment, my question to you is why? Sure. Question is why do you think? Because you're actually somewhat entertaining. Why do you think the Civil Rights Act is not a mistake? And B, would you then argue that anyone who says something like the Civil Rights Act was a mistake based off of what it did would be racist?
Well, one actual belief of somebody, like for example, like...
Okay, hold on, Manda. She was just answering my question. Thank you. Mute when she's doing the other shit. There you go. Sent you an invite to unmute. Go ahead, miss.
I was talking the whole time. I didn't realize I was muted. I don't agree with everything that, like, for example, like that Donald Trump does. I don't blindly follow him and just be like, oh my God, he's the best president ever. No, because he's a fucking idiot sometimes. And that same thing carries to other people too. You don't have to agree with every single thing that somebody says or does in order for you to support them, right? It's the same thing with like your friends. Like you don't, like some of your friends, like if you have some, they might do like some stupid shit. Like you don't have to be like, you can still like love and support your friends if they do something stupid. You can call them out on it and like help them through it, but because that's what builds your friendship. So same thing with this situation with Charlie Kirk. I don't agree with every single thing that he said or did, period. But I agree with him enough to align myself because our values and the things that he stood for align with what I stand for, not in every capacity. Same thing with my religion. Like, I don't agree with every single thing with my religion, but I still follow it because I have like my own brain. I have my own free will. I have my own experiences and things like that to go off of. I do my own research, believe it or not. So it's like, you know, yeah, I disagree with what he said about that, but that doesn't mean, oh my God, he's racist and I am too, and blah, blah, blah. Same thing with how, like, if you support Planned Parenthood and you're like, hey, if I support Planned Parenthood, doesn't mean I'm racist just because the founder of Planned Parenthood was. Okay, well, me supporting Charlie Kirk doesn't mean that I'm racist if he is.
Sure, but those are two different
there
things.
You go.
So first and foremost, I didn't ask about everything that you agree with or anything of that nature. My point of contention was solely based off the fact that Charlie Kirk said something racist and then you
Donald Trump has done
disagreed
racist
with the
shit too.
racist thing, but then you still align yourself with said racist and that
Because
racist
the
ideology.
positives
It's not
outweigh the
about
negatives.
how much you agree with.
You
It's about the
realize
fact
Dean
that you
Withers said the
literally,
N-word one time,
you were
and Charlie
literally
Kirk stopped-
contending
Charlie
against
Kirk-
me that Charlie
No,
Kirk
no.
wasn't a racist
Dean
who
Withers
spreaded
said the
hateful
N-word one
rhetoric,
time, and Charlie
and then
Kirk supported it by
you
saying he was
clearly
just a
think
kid.
that there was a serious problem, a racial problem, with the
Let me ask
statement
you
that he
something.
made.
Do you think saying the N-word is racist if you're not a black person?
6,000%. Yes, Dean said
Okay.
it in the past.
Dean
6,000%.
said it. So if somebody supports Dean Withers, does that make them racist because he said something racist?
There's a whole nother conversation about Dean
No,
Withers and his
no, 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 I'm
racism and
getting
inherent
here.
racism and some of the things
No,
he still
no,
won't
no, no.
apologize for.
If
I don't
Charlie
really give a
Kirk
shit to
said
sit here and
some-
talk about
There-
Dean
Yeah,
Withers.
Exactly.
I don't watch Dean Withers. I
There you
don't go into
go.
his stuff. I don't care. I don't care.
What?
Why are we talking about Dean
that,
Withers?
Oh, I debated Dean, and I must have
Yeah,
lost every
because
time
his
because
clips
he's the
are
GOAT.
fucking everywhere.
Yeah, you can watch it on YouTube. I'm on his. There's like
Yeah,
45,000
so like I
views
was
if you go on YouTube.
saying, as I
So
was
somebody
saying,
supports Dean Withers.
do
that
you
doesn't
think
make them that doesn't make them racist because he said something racist, right? Look, WV in the chat, W Kenzie. Hell yeah! Look at that face. That's the face of defeat. Period. You say Charlie Kirk said something racist, so you supporting him would make you,
you think
support a
that
racist.
one thing
Dean
that Charlie
Withers is
Kirk
white and
said
said the
is
N-word.
the only thing that I would say
And if you
that
support
makes
Dean
him
Withers, that
racist.
makes you racist.
I don't call
Period.
people racist based off
Period.
of statements that they've made in the past.
Oh, well, then you can't
I
say
call
Charlie Kirk's
people
racist.
racist based off of statements they made in the past, statements
asked
they
you if
made
the
in the
N-word is
present,
racist, if
what
they're
they
not
would
black, you said
continue to
yes.
do in the future, the ideology they support, the policies that they would support that would welcome in, warrant, and continue that racism that they shared out of their mouth. That is what I'm talking about. Dean Withers does not
Look at you
support
crossing your arms, you're getting
racist
defensive.
policies. So him saying something racist in the past is irrelevant to me because he doesn't continue to stand on said practical racism in policies and implementations or figureheads that he
Well, Charlie
continues to
Kirk would've
support.
done that too, but he
Charlie
was
Kirk
murdered.
does. He quite literally
he's dead.
supported Donald Trump, and
He
he
was
was
shot.
complimented by the
You don't
Trump
remember.
administration on
He's
Inauguration
fucking
Day
murdered.
or the day before Inauguration Day, where he said with his full chest, Donald Trump
Look,
congratulated
you know
Charlie
that I'm
Kirk
winning.
for helping him
Your
get the
body
increase
language
of
is
the
telling
white male vote. What?
Your body language is telling me that I'm winning. You're defensive.
Sure
you're
it is.
closer to the
I'm not
mic,
defensive.
you're
I
getting
literally just can't get
upset.
my words out, and
You
you're
lost your
not
silliness.
understanding anything that I'm
Then
saying.
drop me.
Can you
Why am I
address what I
still
just
up here?
said? Can you address
Why
what I
am I
just
still
said?
up here?
Can you address what I just
No,
said?
because you can't address what I said.
I literally did. I
Let's go
literally
check the chat.
responded
You
and
didn't
addressed
address
what
what
you
I said, period.
Everything I just said, address what you said. You tried to
not
make a
true.
correlation between Dean Withers and Charlie Kirk, and I literally just addressed that.
I asked
What did
you
I just
if
say?
the N-word is racist. You said yes.
Oh
if
my
they're not- if
God.
they're-
What did
if
I
they're not
just
a black
say?
person.
What did I just say?
And you do realize, pause. I need to say something to you.
What did I just say?
Because you know Dean Withers said it, right? And he was how old when he said it? Wasn't he like a teenager? How old was he when he said it? Do you know? You looking it up? Look at that face. I'm getting to you.
Amber, that was
Oh,
your...
look, now he's gonna drop me because he knows I'm winning. Damn. I am actually really thankful. I wanted to thank you for keeping me up for so long. Usually I've been dropped by now, but it's okay.
I see why people drop you much earlier. I've exhausted
Oh, I usually
far
don't
too
do
much
it. I don't
patience
go this
today.
hard with people. You're just good fun. And I like you a lot. You know, I'm going to follow you.
Don't. I need you to address my point.
Shit, I just did. I'm sorry. I'm not going to unfollow you.
Need you to address my point.
Your point. Well, then you have to address mine first.
I literally did.
You
I
said-
literally
you
did
said
with
the
what I
N-word.
said.
No,
I
because
literally
you're
did
making-
with what... Do you
Yeah,
want me to
you're
repeat
making
it? Do you want me to repeat it? Do I need to repeat it?
Ooh.
Do I need to repeat it?
Oh, shit.
I'll just repeat it.
Yes.
Okay,
Repeat,
got
I'm
you.
stupid.
Cool.
I'll
So
mute- hey,
you
know what? I'll
were
mute
making,
myself this whole
you
time.
were trying to make a correlation between Dean Withers and Charlie Kirk by saying Dean Withers said the N-word way back in the day, and just because I guess some people would watch Dean Withers or support Dean Withers wouldn't make them a racist, so then by default, that wouldn't make you a racist for continuing to like and support the Charlie Kirk or Turning Point USA based off of his statement with the Civil Rights Act being a mistake, which is hilarious because you would basically have conceded that that statement was racist by saying that. With that being said, I explained that those are two different freaking circumstances because everything Charlie Kirk stands on, policy-wise, rhetoric-wise, ideology-wise, great replacement theory, so on and so forth, is deeply rooted in racism. His support for Stephen Miller and Donald Trump and their continued racism in the Oval Office and positions of power would solidify that he is a adamant, persistent racist, and he stands on racist ideologies. Dean Withers, who votes left, leans left, is a Democrat, identified Democrat, whatever the fuck, does not advocate and support racist policies. That's the difference. He doesn't contested if he still does. But if we're going off that one comment that you made, that is different from Charlie Kirk, who died a racist, who welcomed it in. That is me literally addressing your point.
Correct.
Again.
Yep. And listen to this. Charlie Kirk defended him when he said the N-word and said he was just a kid. He said he was just a kid.
What is the point of that? What was the point of you saying that?
Because Dean Withers said it, and it doesn't make him racist by saying that because he
No. What was the point of you bringing up that Charlie Kirk defended him? What did you think? What did you think that would do?
Because he said he was just a kid when he said it, and that he defended him by saying like it wasn't that big of a like.
Do you think that's a win for Charlie? Do you think that's a win for Charlie Kirk?
Yes. Well, not because he's dead now. He was shot in the fucking neck by people like you that believed it. And I am glad that you don't continue to support it. Now, here we go. Here we go.
Yo. Woo. So was that your end goal by saying, well, Charlie Kirk agrees with you and said he was just a kid when he says it? Were you trying to make some type of relation between me and Charlie Kirk?
All lies, yo, guys. All thought left, right, me. And I'm blowing up, and that's your fault, not mine.
W's in the chat to Shauna for the $5. Entertaining, I vehemently disagree. She's annoying as fuck. Well, here's the thing, Shauna. One, I'm desensitized. Two, when you deal with people who just slur and yell and be like aggressive, blah, 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 people like her are at least slightly entertaining, at least to me. You know what I deal with on a daily basis, so that's why I say what I say. W's in the chat to Bree for the $20 Venmo. Wacky, wavy, inflatable arm flame tube man. W's in the chat to Jessica for the $5 drop pool. Can you get back to the debate?
All your energy on me.
Can you get back to the debate, please?
Yes, Daddy. What's up? Oh my God. That's the same face Dean said. Dean made when I said that. Oh my God. That's what he. Hey. None of this ends?
I didn't like that. I did not like that. That was fucking weird. That was fucking weird. But that was combined. Jessica, Shauna, Bree, and Amber. All that combined, we hit the drop pool. Which I wasn't going to put up on her until she started not addressing a single goddamn point. Whatever. It's going towards a good cause. That was fucking weird. I never thought I'd be grossed out by being called daddy, but that was fucking gross. Guys, can we get the likes up to 250, please? Can we double tap the screen, show the algorithm want to be here? There's 633 of you in here. Please do me a favor, double tap that screen, show the algorithm want to be here. If you're not following me, hit that follow button in the top left corner. We are live every Saturday after 3 p.m. CST and randomly throughout the week. I need to do this total in a second to see what we've raised so far. A friendly reminder, we are fundraising for Sean and his mom today to help them with some car issues. If you'd like to donate to that, please hit up the links in the bio. Links in the bio is going to take you to several other things and other ways you can support me, including all my social media platforms at Hector Talks with 2 R's, such as on YouTube that we're doing streaming to right now, or Instagram where I post the videos I put up here. Join the Discord community. It's free. You may choose to subscribe there if you want to, or become a TikTok super fan here, or become a member on the YouTube. Open up the link in your browser because sometimes it gives you issues with the TikTok browser. YouTube, you should be fine. Getting yourself some merch off the merch shop at hectorshops.com with 2 R's, and then everything else. YouTube, like the stream, super chat, super stickers, members. You guys know the fucking drill. God, those fucking bruh. Did you vote for Trump?
No, sir. I only came up here to tell you I just came across you live, and I love it. I'm a huge fan at this moment. Okay. And just want to let you know that last person, low key, just sounded slow. She sounded blonde. And if
I appreciate that, buddy. Please only request up if you are a Trump supporter. Please only request up if you are a Trump supporter. Clarissa,
Right.
did you vote for
This
Trump?
motherfucker only won because the oil companies picked them. I hate the Democrats and the Republicans. They pick who they want. It don't matter if we vote or not. They gonna pick it anyway.
Did you vote for
the
Donald
rich
Trump?
Pick for us, the poor. Fuck the rich.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Hello? Yeah, I voted for Donald Trump.
Okay. You had your chance, Clarissa. Oh, shit, I dropped the wrong person. Fuck, come back, Dylan. I apologize. I thought I was dropping Clarissa. Come back. My fault.
Yeah, I was confused a little bit. My bad.
And do you regret your vote?
Absolutely fucking not.
Awesome. Would you mind giving me, oh my God, Dylan, I am so sorry. I've had someone on hold. I'm going to drop you and get to him. I'm so sorry. Fucking A. I apologize, sir. I forgot you were on hold. You voted for Donald Trump, correct?
Yes.
And do you regret your vote?
No.
Why is that?
So he's done something that many people said he's not going to do, and many people kind of criticize him for, doing that, and that is the war on Iran. So when people say, oh, that's exactly what we were going to... I'm like, no, that is exactly what I voted him for. I wanted this war on Iran. And we have...
Okay. I heard Iran. You support what he's doing in Iran?
Yes, because I'm originally from Iran, and I want my country to be liberated.
Okay.
And also, I think this war also benefits the U.S. as well. The whole world, for that matter.
The Trump administration doesn't really care about liberating your
mods are
Guys, can we try not to send invites when I'm in the middle of a call, please? I understand why you did it, but I'm overstimulated. Like, I'm just gonna drop him down. Donald Trump does not care about liberating Iran. He didn't do this for the sake of them. He did this to get a political win. And also to care about liberating your people as he continues to bomb the hell out of them and justify specifically what he did to over 100 and something Iranian school children is a little contradictory. You want to liberate Iran by bombing the future of it? That doesn't make any sense.
So first of all, that school that was bombed by the IRGC, not by the American and Israelis. Second,
Pentagon did a preliminary report that showed that it was our Tomahawks. There's been no confirmation or evidence whatsoever pointing to the IRGC owning those Tomahawk missiles. They're incapable of gaining them to the degree that you're saying. And you only believe that because it came out of Donald Trump's mouth. Need I remind you that Donald Trump is a pathological liar who's still trying to tell us that Democrats vandalized his reflecting pool.
Right. But I have another reason to believe that that school girls bombing was IRGC. So what happened was, after those girls heard the first bomb, they went to the prayer room, and then the prayer room was bombed. That means it was intentional.
I'm sorry, what?
I don't. The school was bombed twice. First time, it didn't, the children didn't die, and they went to the prayer room to hide. Then,
are you saying a double tap was an example of the IRGC doing it?
Yes, because
I
it was
think
on
if the
purpose,
United
and
States
Israel and America
aims
have no
at
reason to kill
something
civilians.
with the intention to kill, to neutralize a threat, as it would have ascertained before the strike, then they would make sure that they double tapped to take out the enemy. Them doing so in no way, shape, or form is an indicator of it being the IRGC.
This is what I'm trying to say. They went to the prayer room, and the second time prayer room was specifically targeted. You know? That's
because the United States' goal was to neutralize the threat that they alleged was the IRGC. Hence why they would strike the places where they would have alleged people would have ran to. What kind of...
So you think that the United States thought those little girls were IRGC?
What?
You think the United States thought those girls were IRGC? Why would they kill
That's
civilians?
literally what
Why
they
would they
said.
Tomahawk?
That's literally what they said. That they bombed a previous center that was supposed to be a IRGC holdout. Not holdout. What's the word I'm looking for? Hideout.
So you're saying that it was not on purpose and it was accidental?
No, it very much was on purpose. They intentionally struck them. If you want to say they intentionally struck it knowing there was Iranian school children there, no, that's not something that I'd say, but that wouldn't excuse it. If you're using old data to show that there was a facility there that you allege would be a criminal enterprise versus actually updating your information before you strike the area, that is a gross level of incompetence.
Can I ask a question? And I hope it doesn't come out as offensive. I want you to be honest with me. So a few months before this attack, IRGC killed so many innocent Iranian protesters. I don't know if you remember that or not. My question is, why, when U.S. and Israel kill innocent Iranians, like now the left starts to, criticize that, but when the IRGC, to those people who criticizing the actions of Trump, I asked, like, where were you when our people were dying by the IRGC? Or do you only care, like, when Trump and Netanyahu did that?
Before I answer your question, W's in the chat to Trey for the $5 super chat. This for the last guest. No shit, you don't have to agree with everything, but there's red lines that you can't come back from and still justify your support. 6,000%. 6,000%. W's in the chat to Miss Donna for the $5 super chat. Misbehavior. The next time you decide to use that verbal diarrhea factory, don't! Her word regurgitating is offensive to smart people. Yeah, that was a lot. W's in the chat to y'all. I do have some more over here, but I need to do some math. I'll read those thank yous in a second. But friendly reminder, if you want to support the platform, please feel free to do so in the links in the bio, or super chat, super sticker, or becoming a membership over on the YouTube side. The left has never been quiet about Iranian oppression. It's only been put to the forefront because of the Trump administration's attacks on the region, and we don't support him worsening the situation for those innocent Iranians in the area.
But
not to mention a main point of contention with the left and Trump and his actions in Iran is that he chose to bypass the diplomatic route just to start a roughly $30 billion war so far. And then we just saw the report where they're asking for $80 billion more to fund the Department of the War, and some other purposes because we're running out of money and weapons and oil.
Well,
in our reserves.
So you're saying that the reason that people are criticizing this war is because of what it's doing to America, and not because they actually care about innocent Iranians?
It's also because of what's happening to the region.
Interesting. So why don't the left doesn't criticize IRGC, Hamas, and Hezbollah as much as they
literally
do. You know, the other because
they literally
they are the
do.
main
Our
reason that the
concern
region
with
is
the Iran was their
unstable.
nuclear capacity and then ballistic missiles. Donald Trump at least has walked back the ballistic missile part. It was nuclear energy. What's taking place in the region and their nuclear capacity to attack the United States are two separate conversations. Donald Trump started touting around what was happening to Iranian women because he can get some brownie points from Republicans, and when they go out to the media and try to convince you that this war was a good idea, he doesn't give a shit about your people.
Right. Can I ask a question? If Trump and Netanyahu don't care about our people, why both of them have Persian rugs in their office? Like, have you seen the pictures of Oval Office? Like, if someone doesn't respect the Persian culture, the Iranian people,
An appointment of an
they put
individual who
Persian
supports
culture-
your agenda, regardless of their race or culture, is irrelevant to them supporting your overall demographic.
I mean,
You
I
think
don't know,
because
to me
Donald
that
Trump
doesn't
appointed
make-
Scott Turner that makes him less over HUD? You think that makes him less racist?
He appreciates my culture. I can see that.
What does Donald Trump appreciate about your culture?
As I said, he put Persian carpets, Persian rugs in Oval Office.
He did what?
Put Persian rugs in
Rugs?
Oval Office. Yeah, Persian carpet, Persian rugs. Have you seen them?
You think?
They are-
You think
Also-
Donald Trump seeing a rug, liking the rug, and it being associated with Persians means that he respects the Persian culture?
Doesn't it? That's the main thing. Like the most famous thing from the favorite culture is the signature of our culture. No, you understand?
I mean, I wouldn't reduce my culture to a rug. That's kind of fucking crazy. But whatever. You do you. This is a ridiculous correlation that you're making, my guy. Like absolutely batshit.
Can I make another point?
Do you think because
you are-
someone likes rap music, that means they like black people?
I mean, it would be very hypocritical for someone to like rap.
You're not
music
answering
and
my
dislike
question.
Black people.
I mean, I would argue, yes, it is pretty fucking hypocritical, but you'd be surprised. You know the majority of people, what their race is that consume rap music is? White people. White people consume the majority of rap. Doesn't change the fact that the average white person, especially if you talk about the 77 million who voted for Trump, did so to curb the blacks, to stop them from crying, to eliminate DEIA, to put them back in their place. Donald Trump's rugs in the Oval Office does not mean he supports your culture. Him going around saying that your people are oppressed doesn't mean he gives a shit about actually fixing that issue.
Okay, can I make another argument?
You can try.
So you are aware of Benjamin Netanyahu's involvement in this war, and arguably he's the one who's actually in charge and calling the shots, not Trump, right?
Sure. Shows that Donald Trump is a cuck and you support that cuckery.
So, I don't know if you ever read the Hebrew Bible or no, but Persian people and Jewish people have a historical connection because in the ancient era, we have our king have freed them from slavery when they were slaves in Babylon, and the only non-Jewish Messiah in the Bible was Cyrus the Great, the Persian king. They respect the Persian people so much, and they have a national day, literally, for Cyrus the Great. And the Zionist media says that they want to return the favor that the Persians did to them 2,500 years ago. So that cultural, that historical connection is something that many people don't understand. I know that the Jewish people have been historical enemies with, the Egyptians, the Canaanites, the, modern-day Lebanese or the Phoenicians, but we are different.
I mean, no disrespect. I don't give a shit about any of that. We're here to talk about your support for Trump, bro. Your history with Israel and everything else is irrelevant to me.
Right. I'm saying, as I said, he is my people. And Donald Trump and Netanyahu, we have a shared enemy, and that is IRGC, the Iranian regime. So I stand with them.
All right, guys, out of our 750 goal for Sean and his mom, we have raised so far $270. We have raised $270. That's about a little more than a third of our goal for him. Big W's to every last one of you. Big W's to every last one of you for helping us get that far. Friendly reminder that everything that is donated today will be 70% of what's donated today will be going towards helping him and his mom with the car troubles that they have, the vehicle that he uses to go back and forth to work every day, the vehicle that he used to take his mother to her doctor's appointments because she just had to recently, she had congestive heart failure. So if you want to support that, please feel free to do so with the links in the bio. Those of you sending super chats on the YouTube side, once again, that is a monthly payout. I can't get that money to him, so please utilize the links in the description of the live stream so I can get that money directly and then sending it to him at the end of this live. But we're a little over a third. I would love to get this up to 500 very quickly, very soon. So if you have it, please feel free to do so. If you do not, don't sweat it. Just continue to tap the screen, sharing the live, get the likes up to 300K, knocking out the cherries, send your daily heartbeats, follow the live, do all the good things. All right, so you support Donald Trump because of a rug and him, quote unquote, liberating your people, even though he's done his fair share of killing them, supporting the administration, the state of Israel that also wants to kill them some more and is giving Lebanon some strikes. And then if you reside in the United States, there's a whole nother conversation that you refuse to acknowledge in regards to the domestic terrorism taking place under this administration against people that he disagrees with, including Iranians here in the region who had to lose their visas and other pieces of documentation that they had here for being, quote unquote, pro-Iran, despite the Trump administration providing no evidence to support that they are. Your gas prices have gone up, your grocery prices has gone up, and it's even harder for Americans to say advocate for the people of Iran because they're hungry, because they're facing homelessness, because they can work and barely afford to do anything else. I don't think anything that the Trump administration has done is freeing your people, and it's definitely not bettering the lives of you or anyone who resides in the United States. So why do you support any of that?
So first of all, about the economic issues, it's not like the economy was very good under Biden.
After 2022, yes, it was.
God bless you.
Well,
thank you, Bill. Thank you, Tay. Thank you, Mio. Thank you, Cappy.
About like homelessness and everything, I'm of the opinion that we can. It takes a while. We need to give the guy full time. Sometimes I don't think I think it's a little bit too soon to judge that that part. But about the Iranians that you said that losing their
you think it's a little too soon to judge what now?
I mean,
to judge Trump's economy? You think it's too soon to judge the things that he's done so far to worsen the healthy economy that he inherited?
Healthy economy? The economy that he inherited from Biden was healthy?
Yes, 6,000%. Inflation was 3.0% in January of 2025. It is now 4.2% and going up even more. We can talk about the unemployment rate that has seen a slight increase and then a stalemate from decreasing for the last 3 to 4 months. We can talk about, sure, some of the mortgage rates were reduced initially. There was 1 or 2 reductions, if I'm not mistaken, interest rates, and then they've been paused and are due to be increased because of Donald Trump's war in Iran.
Why did you think people of America felt that they're unsatisfied with the economy and voted voted Biden and Kamala?
Because the average American believes the president of the United States is in control of everything. So when they look at the peak of inflation in 2022 being 9.1%, they blamed Joe Biden. Republicans capitalized on the misinformation and disinformation by saying it was due to his energy policies, even though after its passing, inflation went down just about every single month. The average American is stupid. Their reading level is not above a 5th grader. That's not an insult. That's just a reality. We don't have the best education, predominantly in red states. Those red states who went gung-ho for voting for Donald Trump.
Right. And can I ask a question? I'm just curious. I hope it doesn't come off as offensive. Now, since you say average American is dumb and uneducated,
God bless you.
I'm curious to know what makes you different. Like,
What makes me different?
right, because you're more educated. Where did you get your education?
Slightly. I'm not basing education based off of college or anything of that nature. I'm basing it off of common sense, deductive reasoning, so on and so forth. And I would in no way, shape, or form consider myself a superior intelligence over the average American. I'm more so specifically talking about politics. The average American is politically stupid. That is actually what I should have said. I will correct myself. The average American is politically stupid.
Okay, that is also better in my opinion. So I'm gonna be really honest with you. I would be lying if I say that you're not changing my mind even a little bit. But
Is there any other reason you voted for Trump?
I mean, I just thought that Joe Biden and the Democrats, I don't know. I thought when I voted for Trump, I thought he would only go for illegal immigrants, and he wouldn't do anything for legal immigrants. That's what he said.
You voted for Donald Trump because of immigration?
Yeah, he said that we love legal immigrants, we just have issues with illegal immigrants. That's what he said.
Donald Trump has done quite a bit to make legal immigration into the United States harder. He's increased the funding. I saw a recent proposal of green card holders. They're proposing increasing the amount that it takes to get those by 75%. He canceled the asylum applications of 30,000 people at the beginning of his term, completely restricted applications from people in select countries due to acts of terrorism. And those countries are predominantly brown or Muslim. I don't think it's always been about legal immigration as he touts around, because if that was the case, we wouldn't have had reports of ICE agents storming immigration courts and dragging people out who were doing the right thing.
Right. But can I ask a question? Do you think all our ICE agents are like that, or is just like, I don't know, some minorities who get most attention?
No, I don't think all ICE agents are like that. The same way I wouldn't say all cops are terrible, but they're a part of a terrible system, and silence is compliance.
Interesting.
Every single person, I would argue, who goes out there and decides to mask up and terrorize Americans and undocumented migrants alike, violating their due process, not recognizing their IDs that show citizenship, because we have cases of that, people showing their documents, proving their citizenship, and they were still detained and attempted to be deported. Those people are pieces of shit.
This might be a very stupid question, but I want you to enlighten me since you're politically smarter than me. So when we talk about the cops and the ICE agents, we're saying that, okay, we know that the corrupt ones are a minority, but we can't judge the whole system based on them because they're part of a corrupt system. But when we talk about Muslims, we say that, no, you cannot judge the whole community based on, the few radicals. Can you explain me what's the difference?
The difference between the institution of ICE and the Muslim faith?
The community of Muslim immigrants. Yes, because in one case you're judging the whole thing based on a minority, but in the other case,
sure. One's a faith and one's a government institution. A few radicals who misconstrue the book or take the worst parts out of it to go do harm cannot be compared to the federal government sanctioning gang members with badges and masks to go around and terrorize Americans and undocumented migrants alike. Muslims are supported by a body of power to commit harm. ICE is.
God bless you.
Interesting. But
when Jonathan Ross shot Renee Kogut in the face, the Trump administration protected him. They quote unquote put him in hiding, said his life was a threat, even though, called her a domestic terrorist to justify what happened to her. They held back information. They voted against. Republicans in Congress voted against the subpoena for DHS to release all information related to her murder. When Alex Preddy was shot in the back by ICE agents, even though they disarmed him from his legally permitted to carry firearm, Donald Trump posted the photo of the gun on Truth Social and called him a gunman, even though he never pulled it out or fired on anyone. None of those individuals have had accountability, or at least none that we would know of, because they're protected by the government. At this point, I respect cops more than I respect ICE, because at least I can see their face.
Mhm. So, can you promise me that Trump is not trying to liberate Iran?
Promise you? No, I don't promise people stuff like that. Look with your eyes. Look at his rhetoric. Look at his actions. If he wanted to protect the innocents in Iran, okay, you probably don't know this. He got pissy about the deal that they weren't making with him initially. He got pissy about the Strait of Hormuz. They responded with the blockade, so on and so forth. And the man went to Truth Social and threatened mass genocide against Iranians. He said an entire civilization would die tonight if we don't have a deal. Does that sound like the guy who wants to only take out the Ayatollah or the IRGC?
He said entire civilization will die tonight?
That is correct. Would you like for me to read you the post?
Yes, please.
I can do that. Truth Social. Thank you guys for the follows. Civilization will die tonight. Let me pull this up here. This was April the 7th, 2026 at 8:06 a.m. A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. However, now that we have complete and total regime change, the thing that he ran off of not doing, where different, smarter, and less radicalized minds prevail, maybe something revolutionarily wonderful can happen. Who knows? We will find out tonight, one of the most important moments in the long and complex history of the world. 47 years of extortion, corruption, and death will finally end. God bless the great people of Iran. So really quickly, before anyone tries to wiggle themselves out of this, including you, if Donald Trump was talking about the institution of the Ayatollah or the group of the IRGC, that would be a very different word from civilization, correct?
Yes, but that was a very weird tweet because the first half of it contradicted the second half of it.
No, it didn't. How did the second half contradict the first half?
At the end of it, it said, God bless the people of Iran, 47 years of corruption. And like I don't understand. Like,
I'm saying
he thinks
that doesn't,
he wants God
God
bless us,
bless
or he
isn't
wants
a
to,
contradiction.
kill our civilization.
And the 47 years of extortion would be due to who? The IRGC, correct? Again, that wouldn't be the entire civilization of Iran.
That makes sense. Like, I'm not disagreeing with you. But I'm just asking you the question. Why then at the end of the tweet he said that God bless the people of Iran? Because you cannot just say, oh, I want
to save
your
face.
Civilization, but God bless your people, you know?
To
what the hell
save
does that mean?
face. For all we know, his definition of God blessing them could be their elimination. We know exactly what he wants for Iran. He doesn't want you guys to have even uranium enrichment for civilian purposes. He doesn't want you to have ballistic missiles, even though Iran, for the most part, has only used that in defense of themselves due to aggression from Israel and the U.S.
What does he get from, destroying our civilization? What we have done to him?
I don't know. Other than a win to Republicans who support genocide.
Interesting. Oh, that's scary. So thanks for enlightening me.
Really quickly, W's in the chat to Karen for the $25 cash app for the car repair. Thank you so much, Karen. You put us right up at 300 or $295. W's in the chat to Mike for the $2 Venmo. Heard this on Just the Bills Live today. There are two types of Trump supporters, millionaires and morons. Check your bank account to see which one you are. I thought that shit was fire. That is good. That is pretty good, Mike. I like that. W Bill and W to you Appreciate your support. Guys, that puts us at 297 of 750, 297 of 750. We are almost halfway. We are almost halfway through the goal. So if you guys would like to once again support me and support Sean and his mom, and we're fundraising for them to help them out with their car issues, please feel free to do so in the links in the bio. Those of you on the tube side, links in the description of the live stream. Greatly appreciate it. You won't be able to disprove me. Sit in the request, paganism. We're going to get to you in a second. All the things that you say you support Donald Trump for have had a opposite effect of what you want. Like, that's what I want you to really think about. And I'm not going to continue to like beat you over the head or exhaust this conversation even further. I just want you to actually process the things that I said. And then I want you to look at all the reasons why you supported him and how that's been going so far.
Now, I'm not going to lie. I guess I didn't really expect this, but I think it did change my mind to a great degree.
I'm not here to change minds. I'm here to present people with the correct information, and hopefully afterwards they make an educated decision. So if that's what you're doing, by all means. And don't take my word for a goddamn thing. You can verify every single thing that I said, because I only speak from a place of factual information that we can prove versus Donald Trump's rhetoric, or even Democratic rhetoric. I don't care for either of them. Anyway, process what I said. Appreciate you calling in. Let's get into this guy. This ought to be fun. Thank you guys so much. I'm so sorry. I didn't thank you guys for getting 100 or 200K. Thank you guys so much for double tapping the screen. I would greatly appreciate if we can get the likes up to 300K and beyond. Comes a point in conversations where it's just like there's only so much you can say. Just give him a time to sit in it, right? And at least he was respectful. He said some really fucking stupid shit, but he was respectful. I appreciated that. Paganism, you said you won't be able to disprove me. What am I supposed to disprove?
So why do you hate?
What?
Why do you hate?
I can't hear you.
Why do you hate?
Why are you roboting so heavily? Are you using a voice changer, or do you have just that bad service? I know you wasn't talking all this shit in the chat to come up here sounding like RoboCop.
Can you hear me?
RoboCop on 1G.
Can you hear me?
A little better.
Right. So what is the bad things that Donald Trump has done?
What kind of phone are you using?
Your mother's pussy.
I don't know what you just said. I can't. Talking all that shit in the chat to come up here with that fucking iPhone 2.5. Jesus Christ.
How are you? You're not gonna understand my name.
I'm gonna call you Cod.
But you can call me Jay.
Cod, Jay, that works. Jay, did you vote for Donald Trump?
You're gonna call me what?
I was gonna call you Cod because your profile picture looked like Call of Duty. It's acronym for Call of Duty, but you said Jay, so I'm gonna call you Jay.
So the reason why I support Trump, right, is that one, I just think that he's a great president, right? He's done a lot for the Americans, a lot for America, as in supporting many countries and supporting many states, you know, and he just, you know, for example, we can talk about like Puerto Rico. He goes to, when Puerto Rico was hit with the hurricanes, he went there and helped out a lot and gave a lot of money, actually millions of dollars. So, you know, he does a lot.
I feel like there is something I'm missing with the Trump Puerto Rico rhetoric, and I recall it before, but I'm just gonna double check it here. Didn't Donald Trump fuck over Puerto Rico?
No. I mean, he just gave millions of dollars.
I could have sworn Donald Trump fucked over Puerto Rico.
No, he did not. You can look it up, sir. He threw paper towels. Well, I mean, that's a supply. I mean, he needed to supply the Puerto Ricans and all that. So, I mean.
So, I'm aware of like the insults, but I vaguely
let's be
remember
honest. I mean,
something about this.
he's helping a lot of people. I mean, let's just get that Ukrainian flag off your profile picture. No, fuck you, suka bled, nahui bled.
2020 investigation with supply Oh, this is actually crazy. There was also a claim that he thought about selling Puerto Rico to try and obtain Greenland from 2020. That's wild. Unsubstantiated though. Just was trying to look up the things in Puerto Rico. Yeah, I remember him like helping them out with some paper towels. Yay, Trump. What? You think that's an example of him being helpful to states, even though he doesn't really respect Puerto Rico?
I mean, he's done a lot. I mean, there's more to it that I could tell you if you want me to.
Yeah,
and I can.
You said he was a great leader. I want you to.
He is a great leader.
What makes him a great leader?
I just told you what makes him a great leader.
Paper towel to Puerto Rico. You can do better than that.
Paper towel to. I mean, then they need supplies.
What?
Then they need supplies.
Yeah, they would have gotten supplies regardless of the president. They're U.S. territory.
And I mean, and he also lowered gas as well. I mean, he lowered gas.
What do you mean he lowered? You guys can't be.
I ain't gonna lie to you. Hey, I'm not gonna lie. I'm just trolling, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. I wanted to just come up here and troll. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I'm just trolling you. Don't get mad, please. I'm just trolling.
Parker, stop sending me your leftovers. Parker, stop sending me your leftovers, bro. Trump supporters request up in the box. You are the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, you can call the number on screen, 737-295-5321. Every time we get like a mass of those fucking kids, it's because Parker just ended, bro. Every fucking time. W's in the chat to Valerie for the $20 Venmo for the car repair. Thank you so much, Valerie. I appreciate your support. That puts us up to 315. Yeah, my math is correct. 315. 315. Guys, half of 750 is 375. Can we get the goal down to 3 or up to 375? That will put us at half of what we're trying to fundraise for Sean, and I would greatly appreciate it. And thank you so much, all of you, for your donations so far. I'm missing a few messages. Got that. Oh, I did not see your request, Amanda. I apologize for that. Alrighty. Remember, heck, this is what Bill wanted in his lives. What? I'm blanking. I don't know what you're referencing. I'm sorry. I'm blanking. Can we knock out the divine fingers? We have 18 more of those to go. 18 more of those to go. If you're not following me, hit that follow button in the top left corner. We are live every Saturday after 3 p.m. CST and randomly throughout the week. Please make sure you're also sharing out the live with your friends and family. Repost and add to your story, or great ways to get this out to as many people as possible. We have a gift gallery. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry. We have a gift gallery. To myself. I'm sorry to my damn self. We have a gift gallery that we're trying to knock out. If you click on my name in the top left corner, you look at the C1 gift gallery. We have only 6 gifts left. The grayed out gifts in the chat are what we need so far. Title gifters on those. The biggest one is the flying jets, but the smallest one is 3 corgis. So if you would like to help me knock that out, super important. We do that every single week. Please feel free to do so. And then, of course, the best ways to support the platform is going to be the links in the bio. Follow me on all the social medias, Hector Talks with 2 R's on Instagram and YouTube, that we're doing streaming to right now. Join the Discord community. We're over 740 members strong. It is free. A great source for information, movie nights when we occasionally do them, and you may choose to subscribe there if you want to. Get yourself some merch shop off the merch shop. HectorShops.com with 2 R's. HectorShops.com with 2 R's. You can get yourself anything from the make 2 + 2 = 4 again line, because these motherfuckers think it's 6. Literally have a video posted on my profile where somebody said 2 + 2 is 7. Go watch that. 6,000% line, New Testament Democrat, Kamala would never, my personal favorite. You can get all of that on the shop. I keep forgetting to say Happy Pride also. Happy Pride to my Pride mofos. I'm Pride adjacent, so Happy Pride to me, I guess. And then, of course, donating directly to the links in the bio, especially today, because we are going to be fundraising for Sean and his mom. 70% of all donation will be going towards their overall goal. Thank you so much, Karen, for knocking out the corgis. And thank you, Bailey, for the fingers. Thank you guys all for the gifts. That leaves us with 5 gifts left in the gift gallery. 5 gifts left in the gift gallery to clear by the end of the week. Anyone who wants to support that, you know what to do. You know what to do. Eric Call says, communist clowns. You guys got to stop using words you don't know. You got to stop using words when you don't know what they mean, bro. I love it when people call Democrats communists because it's a prime time example of just how illiterate you have to be. Democrats hate communists. They're just a couple steps short from straight up denouncing it. What are we doing? What are we doing?
God bless
I love looking at the chat when you see the guys going, Marxist, thank you so much, Karen, for knocking out the hat and mustaches. Ooh, I didn't know we had that left. WCU, thank you so much, Karen. I appreciate your support. America. All the people go around saying, Marxist, communist, socialist, fascist. Y'all don't know what these words mean. Point to me a single communist in the Democratic Party. Democrats have sometimes been at the forefront of anti-communism. Sometimes. Orange bomb. It's their whole thing. They're literally just, the only thing they just haven't straight up said is outright come out as a party and condemn it. That's the only thing they haven't done. In policy and practice, they shun anything that even resembles socialism. That's the crazy part. So, like, these people calling Democrats communists is crazy. They are staunch capitalists. Biden, staunch capitalist. Kamala Harris, staunch capitalist. Biden admittedly even said he was a fucking Zionist. What are we doing? What are we doing? It don't make no sense, bro. It don't make no sense, bro. Any cases, we may have to do a restart because we lost like 300 people for the last two conversations. They were so boring. We lost like 300 people. So we may do a restart. But we'll see. I'm going to encourage the Trump supporters to call in the number on screen. In fact, I'm going to give you two prompts. Here's the main prompt. Trump supporters regret your vote. Friendly reminder that this live is a safe space for individuals who voted for Donald Trump to come up here and express exactly why they decided to give up on said support with minimal judgment. And make no mistake, there is a growing number of the Trump supporting base who are more tired of this administration. Primetime example, and everyone who watches this live, everyone on YouTube who circulates leftist lives is going to be able to tell you, every single time when you ask them, are you a supporter of Donald Trump? And they say, well, I don't support everything. Well, I support his policies, not him so much as a person. That's them softening the blow. That's them somewhat already being uncomfortable with it. Remember, November 6th, 7th and days afterwards, 2025, they were screaming, they were crying, we won, fuck the left, blah, 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 yada, yada. And then a couple weeks into his administration, with the attacks on Greenland, the threats to denaturalize American civilians, the foreign conflicts, that support started to die down. They started to change the rhetoric towards him. Then it became less about him saving the country and more about him, well, he's just a better choice, which is a huge W to me. I want to make that super duper clear. When you guys walk back him being the person who's going to make America great again, and you fall back on, well, he was the better choice, that is a W for me. Because A, it shows you understand that he ain't shit. And B, I'm then going to be able to easily destruct your entire argument, because if you're to say he's a better choice, you have to understand the other choice. And the majority of Trump supporters can't name a single Kamala Harris policy. The majority of Republicans and the MAGA base don't know her policies. They don't know what she stood for. They do know the laugh. They know the cackle. They know the edits of misinformation and disinformation from the right about her condemning Christians and locking up black men for substances. They know that shit. You know, it's just an easy W for me. But I guess since we beat all the Trump supporters, I'm just going to go ahead and take this win. Regardless of that, if you happen to disagree with any of my positions, if you happen to be capable of defending the indefensible with your vote for Donald Trump, you may request up in the box or call in the number on screen, 737-295-5321. Should be easy. They can't even name Dump's policies. That's true. To be fair, to their credit, he doesn't have much. But yeah, they can't name his. You know, I love when you listen to the Trump supporters say shit like, when you ask them about a policy, drain the swamp. Drain the swamp is not a policy. And then considering the fact that he literally created one in DC, you guys really can't say that shit no more. I really hope there still aren't Trump supporters walking around with their full chest talking about Donald Trump draining the swamp when he literally fucking created one. Like what? And never say your name correctly? Exactly. Dubs in the chat to Wesley for the $5 super chat. I identify as a progressive social humanist. I believe in helping everyone who needs it, no matter the cost. That's a hot take. That's a hot take to people now, Wesley. That is literally a hot take to people. I was just watching something earlier, and this reminded me of it. Do you guys remember when there was that big UN vote on, was it food or water or both, being a human right? And the two predominant countries who voted against it was the US and Israel. Y'all remember that? Y'all remember that? They think the left is pouring glowing neon chemicals in the pool. Yeah. The US literally votes against the rights of its citizens and things they should get. And then they cut it under Republican administrations. Slavery also. That is correct. That is correct. The US said, nah, we can't do that. Nah, we can't do that. It wasn't so bad. It wasn't so bad. Shit is crazy. Shit is actually crazy. Can we get the likes up to 300K? I'm going to give it a couple more minutes before we do the restart, but I at least want to see the likes up at 300K. I want to get this goal knocked down as well. We are once again fundraising for Sean and his mom. So we're going to do a restart, but we want to get the likes up to 300K first. In the meantime, between time, Trump supporters, you're more than welcome to call in. Don't chirp. I see you guys chirping. Look at this guy, Lance. Lance said Democrats, because that's the best Lance has to contribute to any conversation. Adam Weinberger said, so what are you here defending watermelon felons? I don't know what that means. W's in the chat to Trey for the $2 super chat. They know she's black and a woman. Yeah, one of these days I'll be honest about that. One of these days, but unfortunately that day most likely will not be today. Eric said, everything he's communist clowns did. Oh, did you mean these? Did you mean to say these? When you typed he, H-E, apostrophe S? Did you mean to say something else? Communist clowns did under Joe Biden was to destroy America and its economy. Tell that to the exceptional economy at the end of his term. Tell that to Joe Biden's exceptional economy at the end of his term. If the metrics of your horrible Joe Biden economy, if we're looking at the end of Biden's term, if that's your metrics to say it was a horrible economy, then we need to have a conversation about how Donald Trump's numbers afterwards are worse. So if Biden tried to destroy the country, I guess Donald Trump is trying to bury it? They got watermelon felon from Charleston White. Fuck that guy. Fucking dolt. You know what I will compliment Charleston White on? If you guys don't know who he is, you don't want to. I will compliment him because I believe he donated to Carmelo Anthony's legal defense. A friend of mine told me about that he contributed money towards his legal defense. So, W to him. Tell that to the Chips and Science Act? Literally. 75K? Yeah. So it's like, hey, dope. That man is still a monumental jigaboo, but it is what it is. Broken clock is right twice a day, I guess. If you guys haven't sent your daily heartbeat, please make sure that you do so. Send your daily heartbeats, $1 a week. You get a couple cool stickers when you do. Don't be great out in the chat. That's GOP. That's GOP. What? Another king. Is a king? Oh, I got you. I see it. Give me gas thinking about that boy. What? What are you saying, Kelly? Wait, how do I say your name? Is it Kate? Never mind. I'm going to need you to tell me how to pronounce it because I don't want to butcher it. Oh, he said that? I got you. Yeah, Jigaboo. King Jigaboo. That's what he is. That's what Charleston White is, bro. That is exactly what Charleston White is. Callie? Wouldn't it be Callie? Or Kaylee? Charleston White didn't donate to Carmelo. Who did he donate to then? Reading here. Charleston White pledged a $75,000 donation to help cover legal appeal fees for Carmelo Anthony, who was convicted of fatally. Blah, blah, blah. White also assisted in securing a $10,000 donation for the victim's family. Shortly after, White withdrew his support for Anthony's legal fund and shifted his focus to supporting Austin Metcalf's father instead. What the fuck? What the fuck? Wait a goddamn second. Okay, I see. So it was a pledge. So he pledged $75,000 and then withdrew it. This is June 13th. On Saturday, June 13th, White withdrew support after clashing with Anthony's father, Drew. White called Drew soft for allegedly focusing on personal funds from a Give, Send, Go campaign. He pledged to back Jeff Metcalf instead. White is heard saying in a video, all you care about is that money. White suggested that he had been paid off to support Anthony and that he would rather support Jeff. I'm sending the money back, he said. Fuck this. Even wore the watermelon felon shirt while apologizing to Metcalf. This fucking degenerate jigaboo coon ass bitch made fucktwat. Wow. Wow. That's crazy. Well then. Whoopsies. Whoopsies, correction. Thank you for that correction. Thank you for that correction. He pledged it, not donated it. What he did do, here's the thing we can confirm. $10,000 was absolutely raised for Metcalf's family. And when it comes to what's his name, Carmelo Anthony, not a dime. Because the dude liked the personal fund that they're using to, oh my God. That's insane. That's insane. Who's Charleston White? A mistake. That's who he is. He's a mistake. It's one of those, I won't necessarily call him a Republican. Absolutely conservative in ideology in many ways, but just a social media figure who people listen to for some reason. He's just a figure. Basically, what do you call those? What do you call those people? Not rage bait. There's a different term for it. There's a specific term for it. Like people just instigate and say crazy stuff on social media for attention. I'm blanking on the word, but you guys know what I'm talking about. Thank you guys for hitting the 300,000K like thingamajiggy. The creative cursing. I thought I did all right. Agitator, yeah. Grifter, yes. Cloud chase, all of that is true. Rage farming, yes, that's a good one. Rage farming, chaos agent, all of those things combined. That is literally who he is. That is literally who he is in every way, shape, or form. Alrighty, guys, I'm going to have to hit that restart. Because ain't no way I'm going to be ending around this time. I wanted to go a little bit longer. I'm feeling spicy. And we have only hit not even half of the goal. We're very close, but I want to see if we can raise more for Sean. So I'm going to go ahead and do a restart, and we're going to see if we can get this ball moving. So those of you who will be returning, go to my profile really quick. If you go to my profile, go watch my latest video. I just uploaded it today. Go watch my latest video. I uploaded basically a part 2 of the conversation that I uploaded yesterday, but it's still a separate topic, kind of. But it was good. It was more educational. He ended on a bad note, but it was more educational. I appreciate it. It was a good show. With that being said, I'm gonna do the restart. YouTube, stick around. You'll be just fine. But yeah, go watch my latest video. Come right back. By the time you're done watching that, giving a like, share, comment, we will be back with the restart. But I'll see y'all in a moment. Oh, I forgot to do this here. Let me back out right there. Get that moving. Those of you over on the YouTube side, hit the like button on the stream. Make sure you subscribe and turn on notification bells. And you also can consider becoming a member. When you do so, you get a couple cool perks when you do. We're working on the phone line, and allowing people to talk to the ops. So that way YouTube can also benefit from mano a mano, same way TikTok does. Those of you who do not know what that is one of the perks you get as a member or super fan or subscriber of the Discord. It's called Mano a Mano, where you get to come up and go back and forth with any one of the opposition for 5 minutes uninterrupted. We can't do it for YouTube members because I have to get the multi-line for the Google Voice number. But on TikTok, if you're a TikTok guest or user, you can come up and do it that way. Alongside a permanent discount code, for all members. When it comes to my merch shop, you get 10 to 15% off of your orders, unlimited discount code. Couple of cool things when you support the stream. And of course, since we are fundraising, please make sure you're hitting up the links in the description of the live stream for fundraising for Sean and his mom, or you can send a super chat or super sticker, but then that I won't be able to get that directly to him. So that's what we're doing. A small soda is $3.29 at Jack in the Box. First off, why are you eating at Jack in the Box? I am so sorry. Why are you eating at Jack in the Box? But also, $3.29 for a small drink is diabolical. That's actually insane. I ain't gonna cap. It's actually insane. Welcome back into the stream. Double tap that screen. To get the likes up to 5K and beyond. Get this algorithm going and see what chats we can get started today. That is the goal. Make sure you're sharing out the live with your friends and family as well. Repost and add it to your story. We're going to see if we can get to some Trump supporters. Talking to some Trump supporters. As in the pay was pathetic, but the pay was going to be more copacetic. Copacetic? Ooh, I butchered that pronunciation. Welcome back in, y'all. We need to talk about this 80 billion. Bro. Those of you who did not know, in light of the Trump administration wasting $30 billion on the war in Iran, despite them, and we saw the insider reports of a large portion of taxpayer dollars going towards bougie seafood and, vending machines and game arcade centers. What's up, Ashby? Despite the record-breaking roughly $1 trillion that they had their budget increased to through the big, beautiful bill, and them asking for an additional $600 billion increase for the next fiscal year, they're asking for more money. Oh, on top of the fact that our military, our missiles, our weapons have been depleted by like 50%. The Trump administration touting around that we have to end this war because we're going to run out of oil in the strategic oil reserves. They're asking for more money. The Pentagon has told senators it needs roughly $80 billion, mostly to cover the cost of the U.S. war against Iran, adding to an already sizable military spending boost sought by President Donald J. Trump. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has been making the rounds on Capitol Hill ahead of a formal request. Trump will visit a Mack truck facility in a battleground district in a swing state, Pennsylvania, Tuesday. Yeah, that's today. Shifting attention to the U.S. economy in his first major public event beyond the Capitol since he signed an interim agreement to end the war. And we all know how that was going. The MOU was disastrous by just about most metrics, especially for comparing it to the JCPOA. Which is another thing. To the individuals who are praising the MOU, how can you shit on the JCPOA? I just find it interesting how many people don't know about that actual document. That's why people legitimately believe that under the JCPOA, we gave them billions of dollars. Trump supporters are still touting that around unapologetically. They believe under the JCPOA that there were no metrics to actually ensure their compliance with the 3.67% of enriched uranium. They actually don't know that the IAEA was a part of that. They don't know other countries was a part of that deal and would have forced compliance if they were found to be defiling it. None of that. They don't know any of that stuff. It's really weird. It's really weird. All of these reasons and more, it goes to show that the Trump administration and its supporters have very short memories. Very short memories. All right, Mr. Payne, you do the same thing every single day. I'm just going to send you one hell of a motivator. There you go. There you go. There you go. If you support the MOU, then you should have supported the JCPOA. And if you should have supported the JCPOA, you would condemn Donald Trump's war in Iran. If you condemn Donald Trump's war in Iran, it's because you have an IQ above room temperature. If you have an IQ above room temperature, I'll see you in November voting for the party that's actually going to save this country. Not in total, but from the actions of the radical Trump administration. Thank you, Bill, for the boxing gloves. I appreciate you. W's in the chat to you. W's in the chat to you. I just think it's funny when you actually read it to them. Erica's live the other day, we were talking about the MOU, the section that specifically talked about the lifting of sanctions. And then what this one guy was saying, that it was just a memorandum of understanding. It's not a signed deal. So why are we knocking it? Why are we knocking it? Donald Trump signed it. And upon Iran's compliance, they're going to get everything in that deal within 60 days and then everything they anticipated afterwards. While the sanctions have yet to be lifted, but they will be if in the 60 days or longer, because per that other section of the deal, if both of them come to agreement to extend the 60-day waiting period to continue negotiating, it extends. So this idea that it's going to be settled in 60 days is ridiculous. If we look at previous deals that Donald Trump has made, if we're to look at the TikTok deal, how long it took for like Oracle and whatnot to have 50% stake in it, this could take months, maybe even years, as long as they keep agreeing to it. And then with Iran, Israel's actions in Iran and Lebanon specifically, who knows? But there's that section that already gives them right now, this is not something pending in the 60 days, they are allowed to get waivers right now for certain assets, for certain financial benefits, for boats to go through the strait. They're able to apply for all those waivers now. That is in the MOU. Friendly reminder, we can't keep talking about them being the #1 sponsor of terrorism, but then we're giving them all these concessions and then complaining that Obama was able to pay them for a failed arms deal, which isn't Obama necessarily paying them. That's the United States paying a debt that we had to honor because the international court that determined it. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Are you a Trump supporter? Yes, I'm a raging Trump supporter. I love Donald Trump. I think he's the greatest president ever. That's exactly why all of my merchandise absolutely contradicts everything that I said. Read the fucking room, my guy. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Like, what? I don't know. What about my live screams Trump? I'm curious. Because I really don't want to call you just that stupid. I just want to know if there's actually something I'm missing here. Is it the red shirt is now red associated with the MAGA base? Is it the New Testament Democrat shirt in the background there? Does that tell you that I'm a Trump supporter? Does that tell you I'm a Trump supporter? We've got to learn to coexist. What does that mean? Do you think those of us on the left are the people who are having trouble with coexisting, or the individuals who are voting against demographics of people they deem to be lesser than? I don't know why you guys say that. I don't want to coexist with bigots. I don't want to coexist with harmful folks. And you see a growing number of Trump people that are now trying to speak from a more moderate position, that are now going, well, we just all need to come together, right? You guys remember the Purple Revolution? Y'all remember the Purple Revolution? After the failures of his administration in the first year, all of a sudden, everybody wanted to talk about, we just need to come together. 2024, it wasn't about coming together now, was it? 2024, it was not about coming together. It was about getting Biden out, fucking Kamala Harris, or fucking over Kamala Harris, excuse me, correction. I'll finish that statement in a second. Baska, did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did not vote for him, but I wish I did.
Are you legally able to vote?
Why do people always ask if I'm legal? Yes, I am. I am a U.S. citizen. I have a federal job. Of course, I'm legal to vote. My problem with Democrat is I voted for Democrat for the last 15 years. My problem with Democrat is the last few years they gone way too liberal.
What does it mean to be a liberal?
I mean, how can you say you are a Christian and still support Democrat? Look at all the policies.
Oh, do you really want to go down the Christian route with me?
Yes.
Let's go.
I'm not saying
Let's go.
Donald Trump is a reflection of a good Christian, but what the Democrats are voting for and supporting, you cannot be a Christian, a rightful Christian in your mind, and say that you are going to support the Democratic policy.
I mean, there's nothing Christian about either party when it comes to imperialism abroad, definitely, but they're absolutely domestically, when we look at their policies or even the aid for like USAID to other countries, Democrats have the moral high ground 6,000%, and they're infinitely more Christian than the average person in the Republican Party and the average person who supports the Trump administration and their lackeys.
They were okay, and since the past 10 years, they just started having these type of policy that it just came out of nowhere.
The last 10 years, their policies, if anything, have been more Christian, specifically in their advocacy for marginalized groups.
No, they just started making look. They started teaching a lot of nonsense in my kids' school.
Democrats don't teach kids in schools. Schools aren't Democratic or Republican unless you're talking about private institutions that would prefer a faith over another. Public schools aren't Democratic or Republican leaning.
But their policies, though, they're supporting all these policies in school.
What policies?
Okay, so why should they try to be telling my 6-year-old that if he want to be a girl, he can be a girl, or teaching all these books in school that teaching all these 100 different
There's no book in
sects.
a public school or a teacher that is telling boys if they want to be girls, they want to be girls. They're opening up inclusive spaces for individuals who identify as trans, in which case they would not be. And to individuals who are straight or considered cisgender, they're simply asking those kids not to be hateful bigots like their parents.
No, I don't care
There are
about the
inclusive
hatefulness.
classes being taught in school. An inclusive class that could be, hey, there's people that's different from you. They're not teaching anyone how to be trans. It's not a thing. And books that are available in a public library would be the choice of the children who are able to read it, and they're all age appropriate outside of some instances where books are donated and bad ones slip through the cracks due to low vetting of the employees.
Yeah, I think okay. I don't have a problem with people being what they want to be, as long as they're at the like legal age, which is a free. We all have free will to do what we want to do, but I just don't like the idea of some of the stuff that they're putting out there for young people.
They're not
And
putting out anything for young people, my guy.
yeah, it's just that look, I've voted for
Inclusion
Obama
is
twice.
Christian. You understand that, right? Inclusion is a Christian trait. Donald Trump sat with sinners and saints. He went to the people who the Pharisees and the Jews degraded and looked down upon, and he sat with them. He ate with them. He broke bread with them. He washed their feet. He welcomed them into the tent. Everything that the Republican Party stands for is exclusion, which is the opposite of what Jesus stood for. You mean Jesus? Did I not say Jesus? What did I say?
Yeah,
I
you
meant to
said
say
Jesus. No, you said Jesus. You did.
So again, first off, Since you're a non-voter and you didn't vote for the Trump. Oh, no, excuse me. You said
I
you
voted.
regret
I
not
voted.
voting for him. That's what you said.
Yeah, I voted for Kamala and
Got
I
you.
voted
You
for
regret voting
Obama.
for a demon heathen bastard who shits in the face of God, Jesus, and everything in those 66 books of the Bible. Donald Trump has openly said that he's not a Christian. Donald Trump has said that he doesn't have to ask for forgiveness and can't think of anything where he would do so. If you understand
But
redemption, you would know that asking for forgiveness is one of the fundamental principles of being reborn in the faith, picking up your cross and following him. Donald Trump doesn't feel the need to do that.
okay, but so why are some of the
He said he no, he did. Did you say you voted for Harris? You said you didn't vote, but you regretted not voting for Trump.
I voted for Harris, I voted for Biden, and I
What do you mean you
voted for
voted for
Obama
Harris? You
twice.
literally said you didn't vote, but you regret not voting for him at the
No,
beginning of this
no, I
line.
said I said I didn't vote for him, but I regret not voting for him. I
Oh,
did vote for
so you're
Harris.
saying you've... Oh my God. Did you or did you not vote for Kamala Harris?
I voted for Kamala. I
You
voted
voted
straight
for
across the board.
Kamala Harris.
Yes.
Okay. So that was a misconception on my part. When you said you did not vote,
No, I voted. Yeah.
you regret voting for her, I assume that you did not vote entirely, but you just said you voted for Kamala Harris, but you regret your vote for Kamala. What?
Because I mean, most of them are afraid to even say the name of Jesus. Most of them are even afraid to
Kamala
even
Harris
identify
is a
as a
Baptist.
Christian.
She literally went church to church during the campaign trail, or
But
personally
most
when
of
she
them.
was on the trail. They're not afraid to say Jesus. They just respect the values of people who do not identify as Christian.
So, but you shouldn't be afraid to identify as a Christian, though, because the
They're
Bible
not
says
afraid to
if
identify
you
as a
deny
Christian.
me,
They just don't weaponize it.
mm. But I think as a Christian though, I think they're going a little bit too far. Sometimes they got to stand up. I I think they're going a little bit too far when it comes to these all these people. Them like okay, just stay like neutral. But all these policy, we know that certain stuff that Christians are not
In the
supposed to be
face of
supporting.
fascism, in the face of the Republican Party doing everything in their power to restrict the rights of individuals they don't deem to be worthy, Democrats are doing the most Christian thing they can do, which is standing up for the downtrodden. Literally what Jesus did and what Jesus asked his followers to do. He didn't tell you to stay silent or neutral on issues that were negatively impacting people. He didn't tell you to let other folks bulldoze other people. You're supposed to rise up. You're supposed to stand up. That's what Democrats are doing. How the hell can you
Yeah.
call yourself a Christian and challenge any of that?
No. The only thing I like about Donald Trump and his policy, because he wasn't afraid to say there's only two
God
sex,
bless
and
you.
that's what God made. God made only male and female, and marriages are supposed to be a man and a female. Anything else is not Christian. It's not God policy.
The Bible says absolutely
So
nothing about men marrying men and women marrying women.
the Bible didn't say that.
Nope.
So you don't think a marriage is supposed to be between a male and a female?
Nope.
Well,
Marriage isn't defined by sex. Marriage is defined by two people loving each other, making a union under
Nope.
God if you're a
Mm-mm.
Christian, and just uniting in
Nope.
general if you're not.
No. I will never agree on that because
Yeah,
I know what I read
I
in my
know what you
Bible.
won't agree on. Clearly, you don't read your damn Bible.
No,
The
I read
Bible
my
does
Bible.
not condemn LGBTQ, nor to be relevant
Of
to me
course
if
it
they
did.
did.
It absolutely did.
No.
There's a lot of
You've been
scripture,
referencing
both in the
translation,
Old,
specifically in the Old Testament, that talked
both
about
in the
men lying
Old.
with boys because of pedophilia that was changed specifically under the King James Version. Then people bring up the New Testament. I don't give a shit about that.
Yeah, the New Testament say too, and it's very clear about it.
No.
Who is this foreigner?
Call from
Chase.
Chase, you're on the line. Did you vote for Trump?
Yeah.
Cool. Hold, please. Don't be a bigot or you're going to hell. All right, Chase, you're on the line. Did you vote for Trump?
Hello?
Chase, you're on the line. Did you vote for Trump?
I did.
Do you regret your vote?
I do not.
Why is that?
Well, one thing that differentiates Donald Trump from other, I guess, candidates, I would say, is that he does not support abortion, and he has
Donald Trump does not stand against abortion.
He doesn't?
No. His stance has literally been
Could you
leave it up to
elaborate
the
more on that?
states. And his specific criticism has been falsehood perpetuated by right-wing media about abortions happening after the baby was born.
So where do you stand on that, per se?
Abortion should be legal all 9 months because after the point of viability, the only reason why women would have to have an elective abortion, which I would argue is not elective at that point, is if her life is in danger. Most states in the United States, that's the only way you can get an abortion past the point of viability, and most women get it in the first trimester.
So you'd say that abortion should be supported through all 9 months?
Yes, abortion is healthcare.
Abortion is healthcare. So do you believe that it's a human in the womb or no?
There's a human, it's human DNA, yes.
So we should be able to take the life of that throughout all 9 months.
It's not a life as would be protected by the Constitution or even the Bible until it is born or after the point of viability in the United States.
Where in the Bible does it say that it's not a human?
In the Bible, it says life begins at first breath. It didn't say it's not a human. Obviously, it's human DNA.
Okay. So does a heartbeat and brainwaves, that doesn't...
Heartbeat only comes after a certain point. And then even brainwaves, none of that would constitute sentience as we recognize it under the law.
Okay, interesting. Okay, well, I would just say that I don't regret my vote because I guess he also supports
You don't regret
religious
your
freedom.
vote over a decision that you'd never have to make. And if you're so anti-abortion, all you'd have to do is sleep with women who are also not for abortion. But instead, you would vote for a man who legislates against women's bodily autonomy. Yet if the government came out and said, you got to get snipped at 18 years old onward, you probably have a problem with that. So why is it that when it comes to women, we're quick to tell them what they can and can't do, whether we think those decisions are responsible or not, but then men get all the freeway when it comes to their dicks? Behind every single pregnant woman, there's a man. Women can't get pregnant on their own.
Absolutely, but they choose to have sex with a man without birth control.
Yeah, you don't have to have birth control to have sex. Not to mention birth control isn't 100% accurate. And I believe condoms, I think they have a 90% effective rate. So if you look at the amount of people that have sex every single year, let's say it's adult population of the United States, 247 million, I reduce it down to, let's say 200 million, 10% of that number actively having sex, if they use condoms, would have instances where it would break, slip, and they would be pregnant every year.
No, absolutely, but if you're going to get into the action of sex, which is for, one, physical pleasure, but two, making babies, you would think that there would be a chance you'd have a baby, so why not be smart and
People
just
who
not do it
engage
at all
with
if you're
sex to
not ready
make
to
a
have a
baby
baby?
would then be consenting to the baby and are not typically having abortions. The people who are having sex for pleasure, and then the fetus getting pregnant would be the unfortunate consequence of some mistake that took place. They would have every right, or should have every right, to have an elective abortion before the point of viability. The number one reason cited for abortions are financial circumstances, and I think it's immoral in a rising cost of living to tell them that they have to suck it up, especially those who don't have any support system whatsoever.
Yeah, so you could still have the kid and put it into the foster care system or adoption system
That's still
instead
9
of
months that they
taking
have
its
to
life
carry
because
this
you want.
child.
I'm sorry, what?
That's still 9 months they would have to carry it. That's still time off taken off of work, income loss of people who are already struggling, and then the process of giving this child up after it's born.
Absolutely. So why have sex in the first place if you know that's a possibility of happening?
You know, there's a possibility that every single time you get on a plane, it can crash.
Absolutely.
Are you consenting to a plane crash every time you fly?
No, but you know that there's a chance that you could die and you're taking that risk. But if I die, that's on me because I chose to get on the plane.
If you die,
Just like
that's
if I have
on
sex-
you?
If I have sex, absolutely.
If your pilot is drunk, okay, got you. If your pilot is drunk, flying drunk, and crashes this plane because of his incompetence, you are not entitled to any compensation by the airline and any investigation, so on and so forth, because you consented to getting on a plane, understanding that there's a possibility that it could crash. Regardless of the other circumstances, regardless of what you wanted, you consented to that plane crash and everything that came with it by getting on there.
Absolutely. Just like if you go to
That is a
drive car,
really stupid
if you go
fucking
to-
thing
if
to
you go
say,
to-
and that's not how
How so?
consent works, my guy.
Consent.
Consenting
consent
to
to get on a
sex
plane, you
isn't
know that there's a
consenting
possibility
to a
you could die,
baby.
just like driving, just
Consenting
like going
or
out
just
anywhere.
choosing to get on a plane to get from point A to point B is not you consenting to die.
No, but you know it's a possibility.
You literally said it was. Hi,
But
kid.
you know it's a possibility, yes?
Hi, Hector. Hi, guest. What was your name?
Really quickly, friendly reminder that we are fundraising for Sean. Those of you who are new here, we are fundraising for an individual, a member, and one of my mods. His name is Sean. His mother had congestive heart failure. She needs to be taken back and forth to appointments. He needs his vehicle for work, and the axle went out. They got an estimate for the job done to be $750. So far, we have raised $315. 70% of all donations that's put towards the links in the bio will go towards helping him out. I would really love to get that goal at least to 500, and we're about halfway there. We greatly appreciate if you want to support me and support the platform. Please hit up the links in the bio. Those of you on the tube side, you may send super chats or super stickers, but that is a monthly payout. I cannot get that to him directly. Please utilize the links in the description of this live stream if you want to support that mission. I would greatly appreciate it. Go ahead, Kit.
Yeah. What was the guest name again?
I don't know.
Okay. Caller. How
Yes.
old are you?
18.
You're 18.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Or yes, ma'am. Sorry.
So when you sit here and talk about like people should just know that obviously having a child could happen or getting pregnant with a child could happen from having sex, are you acknowledging that there is multiple other reasons that people are intimate together, including being in long-term committed relationships?
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
So you're saying that those people that are adults in long-term committed relationships shouldn't be intimate with their long-term partner if they don't want a child?
No, you could be intimate. Absolutely.
If they don't want a child?
Can you elaborate on that?
Should you were literally saying earlier that people should know that they can get pregnant, right? They do know that even if they're taking precautions, there is a chance. And then you followed up by saying basically, so then don't have sex. So you're saying that people even in like committed relationships or doing what they want because they're adults shouldn't be intimate because they don't want to have kids?
No, I'm saying if you're going to be intimate and you know that there's a chance that you're going to have a baby, then you should take responsibility for your actions, I guess.
Okay, cool. Have you ever had a surgery?
No.
Okay, so you have no idea what it feels like to be cut through skin and tissue and organs, to have something the size of a watermelon removed from you?
No, but I believe that's childbirth.
Oh,
Yeah.
cool. So I've done that. I've done that twice.
Awesome.
Both of my children had to come into this world via emergency C-section. Do you think that
Oh,
I
yes.
ever get to go back to how I was prior to having my kids? Do you think my body ever goes back to the way it was, or that my mind goes back to the way it was after I actively made the choice to have my children?
No.
No, right. So what you're wanting people to give up their way that they are currently, their mentally, physically, all of that, to bring a life into this world they didn't want to bring, going through the pain and agony of pregnancy and labor because you think they should have a kid because they were intimate.
I'm not saying you can't be intimate or have a kid, but if you do have the kid, why is it fair to that child?
You didn't hear my question. It's not a child.
Yeah, would you?
It's not a child at that point.
What is it?
It's an embryo, fetus, or zygote, depending on the stage of pregnancy.
Okay, but it still breathes.
No, it doesn't. How is it breathing? Wait. Pause. How is it breathing in the womb? Wait a minute. How is it breathing in the womb? Please elaborate. Right. That's not breathing. What's one of the last things to develop in a baby?
Is it the lungs?
Right. So it's very confusing for me why you just said breathing.
It has
It's not
brainwaves.
breath.
It can feel things.
It has brainwaves after 22 to 24 weeks. Yeah.
My point is that if you're going to take action in making a baby and you get pregnant, you shouldn't take that away.
You can do whatever you want because it is your body and you have there's permanent damage and permanent pain for the rest of your life from giving birth. And it is really interesting to me. Hi, honey. It's really interesting to me that you want to tell other people what to do. I would like you to understand that what you're doing is not about helping or saving a life. It's about control.
I disagree.
Then tell me how it's not. Tell me how you just telling people you have to have a baby if you get pregnant isn't about control. Explain that to me.
Because you're not giving the baby or whatever you want to call it inside of there a fair chance at life because of actions you made.
What about my life as the person that is pregnant and the person who is growing it and the person who has to go through the surgery and the pain and the brain chemical changes that are going to be permanent the rest of my life?
It's the same thing with abortion. It's
No.
the same exact thing.
No, it's not.
You go through the
No,
same
it's not.
pain.
I
Yes,
am a
you do.
sentient, pause. I am a sentient human being who has had experiences in life. An embryo, a zygote, a fetus has not had experiences. And during 98.6% of all abortions, they are not sentient.
But it still grows up to be human. So I don't see what the
could be human if you it could grow up to be a full human. Yes.
Okay, and so I'm confused.
I'm confused too because you said it's sentient and has brainwaves and all of this at like 6 weeks.
So you think that you should be able to abort the baby so that the human doesn't have to go through the hormone change, the breaking pain, the body pain?
Yes.
The mother.
Yes, absolutely I do. Do you know why? Because to this day, I have sciatic nerve pain. My back locks up on me. I stop being able to move and play with my children. I have a black spot in my left eye in my vision from migraines that I had, atypical migraines when I was pregnant with my daughter that appeared as strokes. They had stroke symptoms is what these migraines were appearing as for me. All of these things have never gone away. I don't regret them because I chose to have my children, but anyone who did not make that choice, who has to deal with the lifelong consequences that I chose to live with, I can't imagine that pain.
It was your choice to have the baby, so I don't know why you're complaining
I made the choice.
about. It
I'm not
sounds like you
complaining, I'm
regret
telling
having
you what
your
I
kids.
deal with.
Is what it sounds like.
That, I mean, you can take that however you want.
Really
That's
quickly.
not
Do
how
you
I said
regret
it.
having your kids?
Really
No,
quickly.
I don't.
Big W's in the chat to Ford. Thank you so much, Ford, for the $25 Cash App for the fundraiser. Thank you so much, WCU Ford. That puts us up at 340. So we're almost halfway there. We are almost halfway there on that goal. Once again, if you want to support that, please hit up the links in the bio. I want to point out a comment that a lovely black woman made earlier. I'm blanking on her name. I'm blanking on her name. Freedom to film. Why did I just blank on the comment? Oh my God. I literally just had it on the top of my head. I'm going to find it. Oh yes, there we go. Abortion is responsibility. You guys love to talk about responsibility. There's nothing responsible about bringing a child into the world that not only do you not have the emotional capacity to raise and take care of to the extent that they need, but you don't even have the finances, the family support system, or anything else to take care of said child, especially under administration that is penalizing you for poverty. They're penalizing you for being poor. They're cutting you off the aid you're able to get to somewhat supplement your life, to supplement that baby. They're literally cutting it.
Yeah. So I want to make something really clear because apparently the chat got confused. Me expressing myself and the things that I have to deal with for the rest of my life is not me regretting my children. He's trying to spin it that way, and that's fine. He can take it however he wants. These are medical facts of pain and things I'm going to deal with because of my choices. The key word there being my choices. I chose to have my children. I chose to go through with the pregnancies. I chose everything that's happening now. Anyone that doesn't want to choose that should have that choice.
Also, none of this impacts you.
That was the biggest thing I'm trying to get to, Hector, is that he's 18 and he's just been listening to these right-wing talking heads too much, because having this be your personality at 18 is just shocking to me.
But if he's 18, he didn't vote.
I mean,
Yeah, he's 18.
I developed my own opinion. I didn't. I'm on the phone to try
See?
and like get an opposite perspective of mine to help better understand where I'm coming
You
from.
developed your own
instead of just-
opinion?
Huh?
You developed your own opinion?
Absolutely. After listening to both sides' opinions.
Cool. Can you tell me what a fallopian tube is?
I cannot actually. I know what it is, but not off the top of my
Okay. Yeah, okay. Go ahead, tell us more about how you formed your opinion.
What do you mean?
You were saying like who you're listening to. I just had that clarifying
Yes.
question if you knew what a fallopian
I've
tube
listened
was.
to left wing, right wing, everything. My parents, they've always raised me to just define myself, my own opinions, not listen to what either side has to say. Like, obviously take it into consideration, but, you know, figure out what I believe in myself. So that's
Cool.
what I'm here to
Are you
do.
religious?
Hmm?
Are you religious?
I am, yes.
Cool. So I'm going to assume that if it's not the right-wing talking heads, then you're pulling this from your religion, because nothing else makes logical sense, because all science is on the side of letting people have reproductive choice and freedoms. The only things that aren't on that side are religion and men wanting to control anyone that has a uterus. That's it.
I don't think my opinion stems from control whatsoever. I don't think it's control at all.
You don't
I
think
have
that it's controlling to take time from someone's life to force them to remain pregnant, force them to go through the pain of labor and delivery, and then force them to part with that child if they know they can't be a parent? Do you have any idea the physical, mental, spiritual, and emotional trauma you are inflicting on that person through all of those steps of that process?
I mean, it's the choice you made to get by
No, it's not.
getting
Again, Hector said this
It's
to you
not?
earlier and you weren't listening. No, you didn't listen earlier. I'm going to repeat this again. Consent to sex is not consent to pregnancy. We cannot control a biological process. Also, I need to point out to you, because you're 18, so you should probably learn this from somewhere. 100% of unwanted pregnancies are caused by men. So maybe if y'all kept your sperm away from our cervix, that wouldn't happen in the first place. So if you're so worried, I recommend a vasectomy until you're ready to have kids.
And I'm not saying that we shouldn't keep our sperm away. I think it should stay away if you don't want to have a child. But in the case of those who take the action of sex and ejaculate inside of the vagina, there's a good chance that you're going to have a kid.
See, okay, kid, you said that you were listening, but you just said another thing again. Something Hector told you earlier. The majority of abortions happen because of birth control failure. People are already taking these precautions.
Not quite what I said. The majority of abortions were because of financial situations. I do not know if the majority are due to that, nor would be relevant for what the reason is. Honestly, if it's happening in the first trimester, it's mostly financial. People understanding early on that they cannot take care of a child. Couple questions for you. Is consenting to live consenting to die?
I would disagree because I'm a follower of Christ, so I wouldn't say you don't consent to live, you're born. There's no consent, you're just born. You get what I'm saying?
Is consenting, is a child going to school, is that child consenting to be bullied?
Consenting to be bullied, like saying it's okay to be bullied?
Does a child who likes going to school, do they consent to being bullied at school?
No.
What's the difference between a child who loves to go to school, not consenting to being bullied, and a person who gets on a plane, not consenting to the plane crashing and killing them?
They don't really have control of the plane crashing or dying. Whereas there's things that can be done at the school.
No. You argued they had a choice not to get on that plane. They had a choice not to fly.
Absolutely.
That was your argument.
Yes.
So then, what's the difference between the child, well, I guess the child can't consent to going to school, but they can support going to school, not consenting to being bullied, and then the person getting on the plane not consenting for it to crash?
I mean, I feel like they're two different.
What's the difference?
Scenarios.
You're saying consenting to doing a thing that can lead to harm is you consenting to the harm. That's your entire argument. That's what you said when you said anyone who consents to getting on a plane is consenting for it to crash. That's what you said.
Okay, no, I must have worded it wrong. I would say
I asked you several times, and you doubled down on it.
Okay, so I'm going to rephrase that. I wouldn't say you're consenting to crash, but you know that could possibly happen.
Knowing it can possibly happen does not justify it happening or take away your options for justice in the event of said thing taking place.
I'm sorry, what?
Knowing that something is a possibility is not held against you in a way to where the repercussions of said act should stop you from seeking justice or making a decision to deter the unfortunate consequence of what takes place afterwards.
Okay, so what is your point?
That's my point is the exact same thing with sex. Someone who chooses to lie down with an individual is not consenting to have a baby. If they happen to get pregnant, then they happen to also they can have an abortion. They should be allowed to have an abortion because they never consented to said baby.
They never consented
and
to
the
said
law
baby, yet they
protects
chose to have the act
and the law protects the life The law protects the point of viability to where we tell that woman, unless you're dying, you can't kill that child. That was the point of viability. That was the whole point of it. The church and America literally came together to create it before they realized it was a hot button issue, and then started to run against it after the 80s, 90s specifically. The point of viability protects that life afterwards. Women just can't go willy-nilly and have an elective abortion. That's the whole point. Because we also care about protecting life. But we're not going to look at a clump of cells and give it the exact same rights that we would give you and I, and our Constitution certainly doesn't. Because the Constitution says born or naturalized. Republicans are literally trying to rewrite that.
Yeah.
So interesting.
The Constitution says born or naturalized. The Bible says first breath.
Thank you. I was just about to add that.
I mean, I guess you could say the Bible said first breath, but I don't think I interpret it because
that's literally what the verse says.
It says, before you were born, I knew you. I formed you in your mother's womb.
Right. Has nothing to do with
says that.
consciousness.
No, it doesn't, but it implies a personal relationship with said fetus and God.
God has a personal, if you believe in that, God has a personal relationship with the earth. What? What?
Yeah, so he wouldn't destroy Earth. Do you not believe in God?
He literally flooded it before and killed every life form on it.
He did not flood it.
Who flooded the earth?
What?
He allowed for the earth to be flooded.
Wait a minute.
Actually, you know what?
Are we doing Chuck Norris quotes now? That sounded like a Chuck Norris quote. He built the hospital he was born in. Like, what's happening right now?
What? Okay, I'm gonna give you that. I'm gonna give you that. I'm gonna give you that. So, God looked upon the earth, said it was increasingly wicked. Everybody was evil. Fucking their cousins, killing people left and right, doing all this evil shit. God looked at the weather and said, oh shit, there's going to be a big flood that's going to come through. It's going to flood the entire earth, something that has never happened before. I don't know why it's happening or how it's happening now. And he was like, all right, cool. Since the earth's going to flood, it also happens to go alongside the fact that the earth is increasingly wicked and I want to start over. And I'm just going to save these few good people. Okay, let's go with that. Why didn't all-powerful God stop the flood? If the flood destroyed the earth, his beautiful creation that humans fucked up, why wouldn't God stop the flood from doing that?
Because he doesn't have to. What?
Because he didn't have to?
Did he have to?
He didn't have to do anything, did he? Did he have to send his son to die to save the human race?
No, he didn't, but he did.
Okay, what the fuck are we talking about? What he had to or didn't have to do?
It's God.
No. You can't do that here. That doesn't work.
Okay, so I would just like to go back and rephrase. God did send the flood, but he did tell everybody also, hey, I'm sending a flood for your wickedness. And he told Noah to build an ark. And nobody believed Noah because he was in the desert, not a drop of rain.
Yeah.
Nobody got on the boat.
Some random guy from this land over here ran up in their neighborhood and said, yo, my God is going to kill all of you. And he said, repent of your ways, get on this big boat that I'm building and everything will be fine. And these human beings were supposed to look at him and go, this guy isn't nuts. He totally makes sense, right? The same way that Adam and Eve in the garden, upon being placed in this utopia and there being this one tree in the middle and God says, don't eat from that tree or this thing will happen. They were supposed to conceptualize what sin leading to death was that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he told him, you can have everything in this land, just don't eat from the tree of good and evil, knowledge of good and evil.
Yeah.
It's actually of wisdom, but okay.
So are you an atheist or a theist or?
I'm an agnostic.
Okay.
But I know my Bible better than you. Clearly. I grew up Christian. I grew up believing all the stuff that you did.
And what changed that?
It makes no fucking sense. Funny enough, I became agnostic debating Trump supporters. The more and more I talk to you guys on a daily basis, the more I realize that there's no way an all-loving God would allow you guys to say the stupid fucking shit that you guys say on a daily basis. There's no way that he would allow the Republican base to support and welcome in the likes of Donald Trump to save this country as he's actively shitting on the very book you guys profess. And then there's the obvious issues of, say, the war in heaven and God sending the devil down to the newly created earth that he built that was supposed to be a perfect utopia for humans. Why would you cast the devil out who just caused the war in heaven to the new place that you're supposed to start over in? Why would you implant a tree that would lead your humans to temptation and damn the entirety of humanity upon two people fucking up? Yeah, some things didn't line up. I'm of the firm belief that if God is all powerful, then he cannot be all good. And if he's all good, he cannot be all powerful. And that's all if he exists.
Interesting. I mean,
yeah.
I think the problem with these types of conversations is there's no changing people's minds. It's more so arguing instead of trying to understand and conversate.
You're the one who brought God into the mix. I'm not here to argue religion.
No,
I'm
I
not here
did,
to argue
but
people's
you're
fairy tales.
sitting here
I was
yelling
here
at
to
me,
argue the point of
yelling-
viability
you're
and how
sitting here
that very
yelling
much
and cursing,
aligned
not
with
allowing
your
me
religion.
to talking over me. I mean, it goes from just conversation to argument, which is okay.
Bro,
I mean,
you
I
said
get
God didn't create the flood. I lost all interest in having any real conversation
I
the second you said
totally
that stupid
worded
shit.
that wrong. He definitely sent the flood, but he also gave everybody the chance to not die.
Sure he did.
It was their choice.
Wait, Hector, I need to point something out because he said that, like, you don't want to give him a chance or that this is just an argument. Hey, Hector, did you always believe in leftist policies?
Nope.
Whoa.
was a
You
maggot.
used to be right wing yourself, huh? Yeah, you were. You were MAGA. Interesting. So it's like people can change their minds and can look at new information and become better humans as they get older and evolve and actually read.
You want to know something interesting, Kit? What started to turn me to the left was my belief in God.
See, and you know what? I can see that even as a pagan myself, I can, because Jesus is a whole hippie socialist. So I get it. I feel you.
Literally. I was like, universal healthcare? Yeah. Jesus fed people. That makes sense. Treating the foreigners with dignity and respect? Yeah. Jesus didn't frown upon people based off the land they came from or the faith that they have. And that's crazy. When it came to far-right Christian nationalism, yeah, that makes sense. The entire premise of the Bible is based off of free will. The entire reason why he allowed humans to do all the fuck shit that they did is because he valued free will that much, allegedly, right? It was all about choosing him. Because if he made you do everything, then it wouldn't be a choice, it wouldn't be genuine love. And he respected free will so much that he was willing to allow people to do all sorts of atrocities to uphold it. And then here comes the Trump administration saying, you shouldn't do that. You can't do that. Fuck you for doing that. Actively violating the one most precious regarded thing by the God you serve. And it never made an ounce of goddamn sense to me. I'd be down with Jesus if it wasn't for his crazy book club. That's hilarious.
See, and that's the thing, caller, that I just needed to point out to you is because you were just saying it's arguments and no one's going to change their mind. People absolutely do change their mind, and Hector's platform is literally an entire base about that fact because he has changed himself over the last several years. So don't come in here acting like people aren't willing to give others a chance. But when you say stupid shit, you're going to get cut off and fact checked, because that's just how that works here. This is not a panel about your feelings. This is about facts. And unfortunately, we're talking religion, so it gets a little gray area there, but you know.
No, yeah, that's where I'm saying, like, opinions are probably not going to change, especially over religion, because it's more of it's faith-based.
If
There's
only you
not
knew
really
what
a
you were
lot of
talking
facts
about. I still want you guys to give a Galaxy to Kit, and I still want you to donate to the fundraiser, but I'm over that conversation.
Are you dumb? Hello? Are you done
for Donald
begging?
Trump?
Yes. Are you done begging for gifts and all?
What?
Are you done being a scammer?
Who am I scamming?
Your audience.
How
You
am
have
I
no
scamming
content.
them?
You have no substance, actually.
I have a plethora of videos and
No, you
100
really
live
don't.
streams
That's
of
not
these
factual.
episodes of shows an
And
infinite
it's
amount of
great to
sections
flag the
of
hell out of
show.
you, too.
I'm sure.
Next, I'm going to cancel you.
Yeah, please do.
Payback is a bitch, isn't it?
I know.
Oh, by the way, I'm a former
Did you come in
Democrat.
here
I
to
know how
whine
that
and
works, too.
cry? Did you come in here to whine and cry or actually engage in a
right.
conversation?
You voted for a
I didn't
goddamn
know that
pedophile.
you knew who the
For a
TikTok
pedophile, sir.
owners are and that you have the power and ability to flag me based off
you
of
think
what
I know?
I accurately presented your
I know how to
pathetic
cancel
book to
people like
say.
you.
That's the cute part.
Hey, how about we
Please
meet in
keep
person if you
reporting
really
me.
want to
Please
do it
keep
that way?
reporting me. Check this out.
No.
This guy
I'm-
thinks I'm going to get flagged. This guy thinks I'm going to get flagged for talking shit on the Bible. He thinks I'm going to get flagged for talking shit on the Bible.
about
Let
the
me help you
Bible,
out.
idiot.
Let me help you out. Let me help you out. Let me give you more things to
This
flag me
demon,
on.
keep talking.
Let me give you
Keep
more
that
things to
hatred.
flag
I
me
like
on.
it. I like it. I like it. I like it.
Fuck your
Keep going.
God.
How
Fuck his
about you
son.
go put
Fuck
the damn
you.
dick in your mouth
And
keep
everyone
sucking on
else.
it?
Listen,
It's okay.
listen, sir. Whatever your kinks are,
sucker, I understand
whatever
why
your kinks are, take that up with you and somebody on Grindr, my guy. I'm not interested in it. I'm not
Fix your
interested in
teeth.
that, okay?
Fix your
Whatever
goddamn
you
teeth.
have going on,
You got-
please go ahead and take care of that. It's strange.
yum 'em.
It's really strange. It's really freaking
You got
strange,
butt
my
fucked
guy.
to be a damn fucking Libby. Hi, you
You
pedophile.
are strange.
Pedophile supporter. How you doing?
Anyway, I just needed to remind everyone that Hector's scamming links are in his bio. That's all.
6,000%. If you want to support the scam, please feel free to hit up the links in the bio. We're scamming for a good cause today. JR, did you vote for Donald Trump? Why does it always go to butt fucking with them?
Hector, I'm telling you, this is why that one app crashes every time the RNC is in town, okay? Like, they can't get queer people and our activities out of their minds.
Why does it always go to butt stuff with men with them? Every freaking time. Exactly, Monica. Happy Pride. Happy Pride! Just come out. Just say it. Just say it. My God. JR, did you vote for Trump? They think about my butt more than I do. Man, listen to me. And to the guys who have other things done there, that's your business. No one's judging. Not even calling you gay for it. That's your business. Okay? But I go to the bathroom whenever my tummy starts to rumbling and I eject. For some reason, that is the most I've ever thought about my backside, is when I gotta go. You guys really like to think about and talk about and tell me and DM me sometimes all the things you want to ram up mine. You guys seem to be oddly obsessed in what goes inside my butthole, which is nothing, by the way, and it's projection. It's really weird. It's really weird. I don't blame them. It's diabolical, Oscar. That's a diabolical comment. It's really weird. Okay? Happy Pride. Just come out and say it. Don't use it as an insult if that's all you think about. That sounds like a you problem.
Mel, you're being too much. Stop it.
Sounds like a you problem. What are we doing? The difference is you wipe, they're jealous. Yeah, they're probably like, yeah, I can't do anything with mine. It smells like shit. But he looks like he has a clean buttocks. Okay, this conversation is weird now. Trump supporters request up in the box. You are the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, you can call the number on screen, 737-295-5321. Make sure I didn't miss anything over here on the YouTube side. I sure did. W's in the chat to Wesley for the $5 super chat. If God knows everything, he knows abortions are happening. That makes God complicit in abortion. Therefore, God supports abortion. I don't want to make this live a shitting on Christ thing or a shitting on God thing. Because one thing about me, I respect religion. I respect religious folks. It's not for me. But I understand the premise, and I respect a large group of people that I know are religious and they use it for good. But then when new people like that come up, and in light of what you said here, Wesley, God is complicit in all evil. Like by the book's definitions, he's complicit in all evil. The way I was able to like rationalize it in my brain when I was a Christian is, again, go back to like the free will thing, right? The free will thing where it's like, yeah, he's letting it happen, but like basically if he violates free will, then he would be like an authoritarian God. So he lets people do things that are harmful. So that kind of makes him innocent. And that shit doesn't really make a lot of sense, but that's how I rationalize it. Basically, my thought process was the threat of God imposing on free will would then make him the same evil that we say the devil is or other things are, right? That's how I rationalize it. But yeah, you guys believe he's all powerful, all present, but omnipresent, blah, blah, blah. He's sitting there when your daughter's getting this. He's sitting there when this person's getting run over, beaten to death. He's doing all this stuff and he's going, this is all in my plan. Right? The 1-year-old little black boy who was shot by officers because their mom stole what did she steal? Some diapers? This would all have been either God's plan or something that he just allowed. Ooh, you Republicans want to talk about the potential of life. Let's talk about the potential of life. What about all the potential lives that God lets die on a daily basis? What about those babies? What about the ones starving to death? What about that? Allegedly. Thank you for that correction. I appreciate that. Allegedly. Thank you.
From what I know, she had a receipt. Like she literally had the receipt from the store. From what I've seen.
Oh, okay. Well, more so when we're speaking on hold on.
Call from
Evan.
Evan, you're on the line. Did you vote for Trump?
I did not.
Are you a non-voter?
I am.
Okay. Why'd you call it?
Because I wanted to pose the idea that I view the Democrats, the DNC, and Joe Biden were the reason why Trump was able to get elected.
I mean, I would argue they were definitely complicit in some of the things they did not do or speak out against, sure. But to use that to say that they are to blame for totalitarian, authoritarian figure doing all the harm he's doing now versus blaming the person and the administration that supports those actions is a little crazy. Really quickly, W's in the chat to Marisol for the $25 Venmo for the fundraiser. Best of luck with your car. No, it's not my car. No. So Sean is one of our great contributors and one of the moderators we have as well. He fell on some hard times with his vehicle that needs some work, and his mom, he's taking care of her. She had heart failure and stuff, so she has to go back and forth to appointments, treatments, and then he has to go to work to be able to support them. And his car broke down and he really needed help. So we're fundraising for him. It's not for me. We're fundraising for him. So that's what we're doing. And you just put us up to, shit. Did I add this yet? I think we're about half. I think we're at 365 now. We're at 365 of the 750 goal. So anyone who wants to support that, please feel free to hit up the links in the bio. But thank you so much. I appreciate your support. Okay, sorry. Go ahead, caller.
No, you're good. And on that note, call viewers, if you are able to give to that cause, that's greatly appreciated by me too. Not that matters for anybody. For me to express that. Anyway, yeah. So I think that the reason why we got Trump in the first place was not just because of the rightists voting for Trump. With Trump's campaigning and everything, but as the effectiveness of the Democrats and the Democratic Party to actually do anything for anyone for the voter base to vote for the Democratic Party to actually fight against Trump and the last electoral election.
I think the codifying of Roe v. Wade would have fought against Trump's abilities to restrict women's
Oh,
access in
absolutely.
several states.
Absolutely.
Kamala Harris
That's a big
campaigned
part
on
of
that.
me.
I think a federal price gouging ban allowing the Attorney General of the United States to go after corporations, institutions who have been ripping off American consumers would have been fighting back against administration's deregulations of those corporations. That is also a Kamala Harris policy. I think to counteract things like Donald Trump's Supreme Court picks that did the Dodd-Frank decision and executive orders that he passed that stops BlackRock and other corporations from waiting 30 days before they compete with Americans to buy a home by building 3 million more in her first term, actively adding them to the market, then bringing down the cost of homes that we currently have. I think all of that would have been fighting or curbing the effects of things that Donald Trump did even in his first term and plans that he had in the second. So if you want to say that Gaza was a big point of contention, I would 6,000% agree with you. If you want to say that they were too milquetoast on certain policies or language, I would also agree with you there. But the Democratic administration has been fighting against Trump and Republicans consistently for some time, and the ones who are middle ground, moderate, conservative leaning were actively voting out this midterm election.
So on the last point that you brought up in terms of like housing problems within what Democrats were fighting for, in terms of like what you said earlier, building houses for certain districts. The problem is that with the housing market that has been in since the catastrophe that was the 2008 housing crisis, even with that, with what Democrats have done within those certain districts with building houses, it wouldn't have done jack all to actually fix anything within those states or districts. Because if you can build those houses all you want with whatever funding that it may come from, but they're still going to sit empty and not like be able to be afforded from regular working class people, and they just sit empty. Like I can list all the lines of housing that has gone on,
coupled with
since
keeping inflation
2008.
at a reasonable level, a strong economy that would have led to the lowering of interest rates, actively adding more houses to the market so that there's more options to pull from, not to mention they would have been more green friendly, so the individuals who would have bought those homes would have also saved money from additional energy costs.
I mean, but at that point, it wouldn't have even mattered because at that point
would have made it more affordable. Follow up. $25,000 down payment assistance that Kamala Harris also proposed for first-time home buyers would have made it easier for some individuals who had the right qualifications to move into said homes. The opening up of federal land, in part, to build those homes on, all of that would have done exactly what it was intended to do.
But at that point, what I'm trying to address is that even at that point, like on paper, it without addressing the atrocious downplaying of home buyers or the home buying power that people would have had within the economy at that point since 2008 onwards, they wouldn't have been able to afford those
the 2008 housing crisis is separate from what the cost of homes are now. Those homes would have went up regardless, just like everything else.
It's not.
did.
It's not. It is absolutely it is a founding like problem. Whereas in terms of why people cannot
even if I were to agree
afford
with
to
you
buy,
there, in which case you would have to correlate it. Democrats doing something to offset the cost is a good thing. Donald Trump has done absolutely nothing. He's proposed absolutely nothing on the campaign trail and now to reduce the cost of homes. In fact, I heard about some recent piece of legislation I need to look up but
Sure.
that's the most that
Sure.
I know of.
You-
You're
yeah,
complaining
yeah,
that
you can say
Democrats
that, and I would
propose
absolutely
something
agree.
to help.
But in the same vein, that the Democratic Party has done nothing in their own vein since that crisis to actually even do anything to actually make it affordable for home power buyers to do that.
What do you mean they've done nothing to make homes more affordable?
Again, since the 2008 housing crisis, because of the housing market that has gone on from that crisis.
I'm sorry, who saved us from that crisis?
It's been a downward spiral, regardless of whether
who saved us from that crisis?
The Republican Party having done nothing to actually do on it.
Who got us out of that crisis?
Nobody did. It's still a crisis.
The Obama administration
that's kind of my
and
point.
Congress. The housing crisis isn't just affordability. It contributed to the lack of affordability. What are you talking about?
It absolutely is. Like there's a whole generation of people that can't afford a home because of what happened in 2008 with the housing crisis.
What happened in
Housing
2008?
prices have gone up and have continuously gone up.
What happened in
and it's been
2008?
calculated within the housing market that they will never, ever, ever go down at all.
What happened
they
in
will just
2008?
continuously raise. Sorry, you still there?
What happened in 2008?
What happened in 2008? It was that regulators were asleep at the wheel, and that they could not like have the robber barons, or rather they did not let robber barons come back and raise the prices and the mortgage rates and rental prices of these homes, just so that they could get their bottom dollar. That's what I'm illustrating.
And what took place after that in response to the crisis, after the bailout?
In terms of actual the housing market actually being sustainable, nothing. Nothing's sustainable anyway, unless if you're in certain states or districts within those states that even like a mid to poor type of working class person could afford to do that. By the way, without having to work
Predatory
3
loans,
jobs.
my guy. Predatory loans. There was a large portion of deregulation, in part by Clinton, carried on by Bush in the sector, which led to really shitty mortgages, really shitty loans being put out. There was no oversight in those sectors. And then they looked past it until it contributed to that recession. The Obama administration came in, put more regulations forward on the banks and otherwise, and was able to ease said trouble from the crisis.
Sure, and I mean that was all well
So
good.
the
and all,
regulatory
but
framework that
since
we
Trump got
currently have, or we
put in
had at
president,
least before the Trump
really
administration
haven't,
started deregulating the fuck out of it, was due to Democrats and some Republicans in Congress in response to what happened. Everything has gone up since 2008, and the cost of homes and the price right now is not directly due to that. That has been done and settled.
Right, and in the same vein, Democrats have done nothing to actually been able to stop that from happening.
We haven't
is
had
my point.
another recession by Democrats since. The cost of homes went up because of supply and demand, because of the likes of BlackRock and other
Which
institutions
Democrats
buying up the
oversaw
homes.
since 2008 when they had so much power within the Senate and the House.
They set up
to be
the
able to try to
framework
do anything
to regulate
against
said
that.
things. The Trump administration, first time around, undid said regulations. They made it easier to put us right back in the same predicament. What the fuck are you talking about? You actually don't fucking know what you're talking about.
What I'm talking about is within before Trump got into the White House, even within the power that Obama had before to
name one regulation that was passed after that housing crisis.
I'm sorry?
Name one regulation that was passed after the housing crisis.
In terms of what, the Democrats or the Republicans?
I just said name a fucking regulation, my guy. You understand we have a bipartisan Congress, right?
Yeah, I understand that.
So why the fuck are you talking about Democrats or Republicans? Anything that would have passed would have needed either or.
I'm talking and contextually with what your question is based on.
Chat. I'm tired of talking to these people as if they're not fucking stupid. I'm gonna keep it $1.50 with you. I am so tired of addressing stupid people as if they're not fucking stupid. This is the problem. This is the problem with the Republican base and the non-voting base.
What I asked?
Their position is based off of misinformation, disinformation, and straight up, there's no knowledge in anything. This person is calling into a line debating how the 2008 housing crisis that we got out of directly correlates to the prices of homes now, despite vastly different factors controlling what they are, and is trying to tell me about it, and he can't even make the correlation. He literally can't make the correlation.
That wasn't the cause of what's going on right now.
No!
Are you serious for saying that? Because if you're going to call me stupid for a simple question that I'm asking you over a legislation bill,
I'm not calling you stupid for questions. I'm calling you stupid for your accusations and your correlation causation fallacies.
Stupid for that. I don't want to.
I don't care what you call me. I know what the fuck I'm talking about. You clearly don't. And then you're the guy who doesn't vote for either side, regardless if you think they're milquetoast, lackluster, or what. You're not even voting for the ones who offer some protection. That's fucking stupid to me.
They don't.
Oh, you think the Democrats contributed to the cost of homes now? Then you'd be ignoring every single regulation that they put forward, or Kamala Harris's plans to offset the cost of homes now. So why the fuck do I care what you have to say if you're sitting here going, oh, one party makes it kind of bad and one party makes it even worse, and I'm just going to throw my hands up in the air, dig my fucking head in the sand, and let everything happen. I will play no role whatsoever in actually negating the impacts of everything that I think is harming me. I'm just going to keep fucking complaining. That's the problem with you guys. You just whine and whine and whine and whine, but you're useless. You're useless. You're useless. You are politically useless, my guy. You're a waste of fucking space in our political process, and you think you know so much when you know very little. I hung up. W's in the chat to Taylor for the $20 Venmo. Please add to Sean's fundraiser. Thank you so much. I gotta redo the math because I messed up somewhere. I'll give you the new total in a second. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Big W's to you, Taylor. Oh, I forgot. You damn dirty grifter. Shakes fists or whatever. W's in the chat to Taylor. Oh, I really try with non-voters. I really do. I just can't get over the gross place of misinformation that they start with. Behind every non-voter is some bullshit that they don't understand. Behind every fucking non-voter is some shit they don't understand. How many times have we had a non-voter call in and tout the same talking points? Democrats did nothing to fix this. Democrats did nothing to fix that. How do you think we got out the crisis? Unless, correction. Is he trying to say that the 2008 housing crisis never happened? Or better, that we never got out of it? That we're still dealing with it today, right? It's the same thing. When those prices skyrocketed, all the things we did with interest rates, the new regulations that we put forward by, why am I blanking on it? What is it called? CP or CFB and what is it? Tariff? Is it Tariff? Hold on. Make sure I'm getting my acronyms right. What am I blanking on here? Fucking blanking on it, bro. TARP! Thank you! Thank you, Phil. TARP! None of that happened. None of that happened. None of that happened. Nothing's fixed. Same shit.
What was wild to me was that was his take as a non-voter, when I've even heard some Republicans give Obama credit for the regulations put in place after the housing crisis. But that's really what his take was as a non-voter. That was wild.
Deb is in the chat to Phil for the $10 Venmo add to the fund. Thank you so much. I'm going to get the new total in a second. Oh, do we have someone in the request? Whoopsies. Hold, please. Dario, did you vote for Trump?
We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flag.
If you really want to be like Charlie Kirk, do a backflip off a balcony. Make sure your neck is leaning left.
For athletic reasons only.
Yeah, of course. I encourage every American to be as athletic as humanly possible. And one of the great ways you can do so is doing backflip off of certain heights and landing them. Be athletic. Be a good American. I mean, you guys idolize him so much. Go be like him. Just go be like him.
You know, it's hard to try to talk when you have me over here choking.
Ay, ay, ay. Trump supporters request up in the box to you the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. Parkour is crazy. If you're over on the tube side, you can call the number on screen, 737-295-5321.
Also, everyone continue to tap the screen, share out the live. Remember that Hector has gift goals and a gift gallery you can look into if you feel so inclined, and that this live is for a fundraiser for an important person within the community who fell on some hard times. You can find Hector's links in his bio for that cause. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm losing steam, and the algorithm fucking killed my restart. We haven't been able to go over 300 people since, so it's going to be harder to knock down the goal. We may have to call it in a bit. Oh, somebody want to entertain the people while I do some math?
What do you guys want to talk about? Give me a topic.
Friendly time. Y'all can come up. Y'all can come up if you want to.
Okay.
If we get a
come
Trump
hang out with
supporter,
me.
we get a Trump supporter. I doubt we will. They're too scared. They're too goddamn scared. Y'all control the request. I'm busy.
No. We can't do the pizza debate again, Ren, because then I get upset with Shauna and it's a whole thing, and I don't like being upset with Shauna.
Wow.
Yes, Shauna said no pizza debate.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like a Trump supporting existence is sad, which is why they're so angry, by the way. It's literally why they're still so angry. They got everything they wanted, and that's why they're so angry, because they realize it's nothing like what they thought it was. I think I would be mad too if I knew I voted for a cancer to take over my body. I'd probably be pretty pissy about that.
Are hot dog sandwiches? Yeah.
All right, I'm doing math.
Okay, you do math. No, you can also go away then.
Again, if you were Charlie Kirk, you'd be in the box. I don't know why you're not fulfilling your own goal. Let's see.
I need some more queer icons to paint and sketch this month. Kit, you got any ideas?
Oh, goodness. Off the top of my head.
Or characters?
Oh, just characters in general?
Queer characters, queer icons. So, like, my next live, I'm hoping, is either tonight or tomorrow. I'm sketching Bette Midler and Elton John.
That's pretty fun. Okay.
Yeah. And they were on Cher's show. So that's like a trifecta right there. So, like, queer icons, like, one of my sketches was Magneto, because X-Men, duh.
X-Men
So-
97 new season 2 drops July the 1st on Disney Plus. I can't wait.
Nerd. Sorry, I had to, but I'm excited too.
I can't wait, bro. That's my show.
Hey, Hector, can you let me know later what Wonder Woman you have on the wall? What issue? Cover?
13.
OG?
Pre New 52.
Okay.
Oh, that's something I need. That's what you can do, chat. I need everyone to tell me their favorite X-Men, please and thank you. Mine is a tie between Phoenix and Scarlet Witch.
Right now, I'm really feeling North Star, but that's because of Pride. And he's technically the Canadian X-Men, but so's Wolverine.
You got Storm, Gambit, Storm, yeah.
Gambit's always great.
Love Gambit. Hi, Shauna. Look, we're not talking about pizza.
Hi, you had me at
Talk about
X-Men.
nerd stuff.
Oh, I love Storm. Storm is my girl.
I really always liked Nightcrawler growing up.
Pretty cool. Yeah, Nightcrawler's pretty sweet. Val, please.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Oh.
We are $3 short from 400. We did
Someone
pass
donate
half of the goal, but barely. God damn it. I blame this stupid app. I don't know what it is. We literally had 600 people on here. We're going up on 200 on YouTube. I did the restart. It barely passed 300. And then now my YouTube's down to 57. So whatever, bro.
I think a ton of people on live too, though.
Yeah, a shit ton of people went live specifically after like 6, 7-ish. So there's that. Well, I did what I could. Friendly reminder, if you want to support me and support Sean and his mom last couple of minutes that we're here, please feel free to hit up the links in the bio or links to the bio here in the description of the live stream if you can, and only if you can. I understand that times are tough for everybody. Trust me. So if you can't support in that way, here's the ways that you can support. I thought I did let you up. You can double tap that screen. You can share out the live. Don't worry about the shares. We're about to end. Send your daily heartbeats. At least have a coin. Send your daily heartbeats. It's helpful that you do so every single week. Yeah. Those are ways you can support me. Your comments are also great engagement. Greatly appreciate all y'all.
Check Venmo.
What up, Ren?
Check Venmo.
Ren, I almost dropped you because you didn't say please.
Please.
Manners matter.
You sound like a Trump supporter. Let me up.
W's to Ren for the 10.
Because I was trying to talk.
We are not. Okay, whose fucking hot mic is that? Is that you, Ren?
It's Ren.
Okay.
Is it? How bad is it? I'm sorry. I think I had my
It's bad.
phone. Even right now?
Erica's live? Okay.
She's live, yeah.
Check out this stupid
She says
comment.
she's only going to be live for 2 hours, though. It's going to be a short live.
Imagine voting for a party that did nothing to stop fascism from getting elected, along what, I think you meant with, dumbass, exacerbates the suffering of the public while claiming to be the moral good. What a fucking joke. You want to hear something, you fucking joke? Every single time Kamala Harris got up on the stage or an interview or a podcast and told y'all about all the things that's happening right now, every time she presented an alternative to the destructive policies of the administration, you guys called it word salad. So shut the fuck up with this goddamn rhetoric about Democrats welcoming anything in. Shut the fuck up. That's such a goddamn cop-out. You're a bunch of morons. Every fucking time you guys say some shit like that, it tells me you don't know anything. Anything. It's one thing to criticize them for them not doing better. That's a separate conversation from saying they did nothing. Shut the fuck up. And then you look at the side that wanted to make things worse, that openly said so on the campaign trail. He told you he was going to persecute his political enemies. He told you he was going to determine groups of people who disagree with him the enemy within. He told you he was going to raise your taxes by running under the guise of lowering taxes, but then implementing one through tariffs. He fucking told you he was going to waste taxpayer dollars and making the place beautiful, even though it looked fine beforehand. He was a 34-count convicted felon, a civilly liable sexual assaulter. Man got ran out of New York and went to Palm Beach, Florida, and then they started fucking with him. What? Miss me with this bullshit, bro.
Absolutely.
Y'all don't read.
Open book test.
We figured this out yesterday, Hector. I think they think word salad is complete sentences that make sense. Because that's the only way that it tracks. Their guy doesn't speak in word salad.
The word salad argument is especially bad because actually I have the clip for you guys. I'm just going to play it. I'm going to play this clip because they just call word salads people stumbling over their words and maybe taking a long time to get to their point. I call word salads rambling on for 3 to 5 minutes and there being no point. You're just saying things to say it. We see it on this live on a daily basis. You see it in other people's lives on a daily basis. People who just say a bunch of words, sometimes even big ones, to sound smart, but the shit makes no fucking sense. Hold on. You guys tell me what you think about this. This is one of my favorite clips, bro.
I swear.
This is one of my favorite clips. Then come back and talk to me about fucking word salads.
And the final question, Resma, is to you.
Thank you. President Trump, you talked about how the increase in the price of food, gas, and rent is hurting families. But the real cost that's breaking families' backs and preventing women from participating in the workforce is childcare. Childcare is now more expensive than rent for working families and is costing the economy more than $122 billion a year, making it one of the most urgent economic issues that is facing our country. In fact, the cost of childcare is outpacing the cost of inflation, with the majority of American families of young children spending more than 20% of their income on childcare. One thing that Democrats and Republicans have in common is that both parties talk a lot about what they're going to do to address the childcare crisis, but neither party has delivered meaningful change. If you win in November, can you commit to prioritizing legislation to make childcare affordable? And if what specific piece of legislation will you advance?
What was the question? Do we all understand the question?
Yes. I'm
Will you
a little
commit?
mad because I was.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say I'm a little
long-winded.
mad because I was about to ask you if I could do a dramatic reading of his answer to this question, but you could just play the video. It's fine.
Fair enough. But we all understand the question, right? What are you going to do about the cost? Will you commit to lowering the prices or commit to doing something to address it? This is his answer now. Okay? It is approximately 1 minute and 54 seconds long. This is his answer.
Well, I would do that, and we're sitting down. You know, I was somebody, we had Senator Marco Rubio, and my daughter Ivanka was so impactful on that issue. It's a very important issue. But I think when you talk about the kind of numbers that I'm talking about, that, because look, childcare is childcare. There's something, you have to have it. In this country, you have to have it. But when you talk about those numbers compared to the kind of numbers that I'm talking about by taxing foreign nations at levels that they're not used to, but they'll get used to it very quickly. And it's not going to stop them from doing business with us, but they'll have a very substantial tax when they send product into our country. Those numbers are so much bigger than any numbers that we're talking about, including childcare, that it's going to take care. We're going to have, I look forward to having no deficits within a fairly short period of time, coupled with the reductions that I told you about on waste and fraud and all of the other things that are going on in our country, because I have to stay with childcare. I want to stay with childcare, but those numbers are small relative to the kind of economic numbers that I'm talking about, including growth, but growth also headed up by what the plan is that I just told you about. We're going to begin in trillions of dollars, and as much as child care is talked about as being expensive, it's relatively speaking not very expensive compared to the kind of numbers we'll be taking in. We're going to make this into an incredible country that can afford to take care of its people, and then we'll worry about the rest of the world. Let's help other people, but we're going to take care of our country first. This is about America first. It's about make America great again. We have to do it because right now we're a failing nation. So we'll take care of it. Thank you. Very good question. Thank you.
The scary thing is that MAGA probably thought he was cooking. They were
I
like,
actually
yeah.
took notes.
Okay.
You all hear him? So, childcare. Ivanka's doing something on it. And there are really big numbers that are bigger than childcare. And childcare is childcare. And there are even bigger numbers. And reduce waste and fraud. Stay with childcare, which has smaller numbers because there's going to be growth. And it's not very expensive. And we have to afford our country. That's what I got.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
That's all I heard when Trump was talking. That's all I heard. That's all that was playing in my head when he was talking.
I felt my IQ drop by the point while listening to that. Thank you.
I think I made it make more sense.
I'm curious though, how much tariff revenue has been collected in 2025? This was done by the CRFB. The U.S. federal government collected record-breaking tariff revenue in 2025 due to newly implemented trade policies and increased customs duties. Depending on the specific metric tracked, the revenue totals reach $195 billion to $297 billion for the year. Where did that money go? First off, it's not even half of $1 trillion. And where did that money go?
God bless you.
160, 180 billion going right back to the corporations because your tariffs are unconstitutional, not to the citizens. So that's the majority right there. 30 billion to the war in Iran. The rest was to offset the tax cuts from the big beautiful bill. We're really negative. We're really negative. 40 billion given to Argentina. I believe 20 billion was a direct payment. The rest was supposed to be in future investments. Yeah. Childcare is childcare, though. Kia, did you vote for Trump?
Okay, I respect your platform. If it's mandatory that I have to answer who I voted for, I'll just respectfully drop down. Is that mandatory?
I mean, the topic here is Trump supporters regret your vote. So I'd be trying to engage with Trump supporters or occasionally non-voters.
I didn't vote for Harris. I can tell you that much.
Okay.
So did you vote for Trump then?
I literally just said if it's mandatory, if I have to answer that, I will respectfully just drop down.
What is
Seriously,
your
just
issue
let
with
me know.
Kamala Harris?
Okay. So my question is do you genuinely believe Harris would have been better?
6,000%.
Okay, wait, what are your top 2 reasons why do you think she would be better? I'm just genuinely curious.
She wouldn't have started a war with Iran, and then she wouldn't have passed the big beautiful bill.
Well, the war is that's speculative, right? We don't know. The big beautiful bill, yes, it contained some of his talking points that he ran on, right? So some of the contents were predictable. Is there any part of the big beautiful bill or any parts of it that you think like, this was, although
No tax on tips, no tax on overtime.
Okay.
Although Kamala Harris's version of no tax on tip was better because it didn't allow a loophole for corporations or the rich to consider certain payments as a quote-unquote tip and avoid taxes on that payment. I would argue in no way, shape, or form is saying she wouldn't have started a war in Iran is speculative, because if we're to use the, Democratic history in general, but especially the Biden-Harris administration, how they addressed Iran, as an example, they led with diplomacy, or at the bare minimum, inaction.
So you're saying one can then conclude that it would be less likely that a war would have been started underneath her because of her inactivity?
I said at minimum, yeah. And by inactivity, I'm just simply saying the fact that they didn't get any deal made in regards to uranium enrichment. They did try, and negotiations were attempted.
Okay. All right, that was just you gave 2 talking points. Yeah, you gave the points. All right, that's all. I was just curious. Have you ever watched the documentary Uncle Tom by Larry Elder?
No.
It's a really great documentary. It's 2 parts. Highly recommend it. And that is it. I'm neither red or blue. I consider myself a libertarian. So I literally have no dog in this fight. I will say there are some things that Trump is doing that is completely left field from what he said he was going to do. So I know there's a lot of people who did vote for him, and there are some regrets because of just some of the left field things that he's doing. So yeah, but I definitely don't believe Harris would have been better at all by a long shot. She would have been way worse, but that's that.
Can you give me a reason?
It's just so many points. It's just way too much. I love your channel. I love what you're doing. And that's pretty much it.
You following up by saying there's so many points and then not being able to give one is what I experience on a daily basis when I talk to some of her biggest criticizers.
Well, there's a difference between incapability and unwillingness. So I'm just unwilling. I'm not incapable. So it's not that I can. I just don't want to.
Doubtful.
Oh man.
I'm sorry. Is it too much to ask for one? Is that not a fair? I didn't ask for you to go down the entire list. One simple question. Can you name one? You could have named the one, I could have given a response, and then you could have dropped down. Is it too much for me to ask for one after someone says Kamala Harris would have been way worse than Trump, and there's a plethora of reasons? Is it too much to ask for one?
Well, yeah, it is, because then you have to know what
she's
Kamala
back.
ran on.
Ren, your background noise is crazy.
Yeah, Ren.
It's probably all my fans.
Sorry, Ren.
I'm gonna have to drop you, Ren. Yeah, Jesus Lord. Did you come back to give me one?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really feel like getting a debate, but yeah, I'll give you at least one.
I'll make it easy for you. The second you say it, I'll drop you down. No debate.
Well, no, let me flow. Let me flow. Because yeah, you did just drop me down without
you weren't
any
to
notice.
Engage, so
without any notice. Gosh, Jesus guys. I was like, my head hurts. It's like, where do I start with her? Oh, well, for one, okay, we could. So you played a talking point, or you played a clip from Trump, and you did highlight that a simple question was proposed, and he took, I think you said 1 minute and 30 seconds. I don't know, to answer the question. I mean, Trump is not the best speaker. I think that's like common knowledge. Anyone who knows, he's just not a great orator, but like Kamala Harris is probably one of the most, like, she's just not articulate at all. And I think what was really interesting was during both of the campaigning process, I think she did like maybe 2 interviews, one that was heavily edited. Neither of them were long form at all. I think it was going to poke holes to show that she just can't hold a idea and then articulate herself off of that idea. She's also wishy-washy, so that's why I think she just didn't want to do a long form interview. On the flip side, Trump did several long form interviews. Most notable Joe Rogan. He also sat with Theo Vaughn. Correct me if I'm wrong. So he was just doing these long. Oh, and then you gotta love that she went on Call Me Daddy, which is literally ran by like a self-proclaimed there's stuff I can't even say that podcast talks about, and that the fact that was one of the podcasts that she went on, she decided to go on and do, I'm doing air quotes, a semi-long form, is really interesting. Also on top of that, the switching of identities, I do not want someone to run this country who it's literally documented. You can Google it. She has pronounced her name in like at least 3 different ways. It's like, which one is it? What is your
Harris name? Pronounced her own name
literally
in
Google
3
it.
different ways.
Google Kamala. Like, look, that's why I have no dog in this fight. I told you, I'm neither red, I'm neither blue, I'm a libertarian. Please Google Kamala Harris mispronounces her name.
It's Kamala.
It's Kamala.
That's the funny thing. There's videos of her saying how I said it. There's videos of saying how you guys say it. Another thing, one of her talk when she was running for president, do you notice almost like 95% of the time?
Can't find it. It's several corrections. She quite literally had her nieces show up at the DNC and correct the gross amounts of it.
Go to YouTube. There's already clips. There's clips on it. There's literally video clips on it.
YouTube is not a source.
Saying that.
There's clips. There's
live clips. I'm literally looking here. I'm looking from several sources, the conversation, TikTok. I even went to Facebook and pulling up sources. You keep saying that, and you saying it doesn't make it true.
It is, and I could drop down and pull it up. I just don't. This is the thing.
It's like, you probably
if you're running
won't,
it through,
but I cannot find what you're talking about.
Okay, all right. I implore everyone to literally
the mispronunciation. First off, I want to talk about the fact that the mispronunciation of her own name, if this was in any way, shape, or form true, wouldn't take away from her policies. I would also like to point out that Kamala Harris has openly stated, and it's been documented, that she isn't the best, most well-spoken person. I don't shit on Donald Trump because he's not well-spoken. I shit on Donald Trump because he's not well-spoken, and the things that he's saying is nonsensical, and it directly correlates to his policies. It's not just about making mistakes in speech. I could care less about that. When Chuck Schumer said something, well, I don't like Chuck Schumer, but this is an example I can think of. When Chuck Schumer made the comment about when he was talking about elections and he said erection, I didn't give a shit about that little mistake because it was just an honest mistake and doesn't have anything to do with his policy. His policy or shit, we're going to vote him out. But I care about policy, not mistakes and slip-ups of the tongue. Kamala Harris struggling to speak cohesively occasionally, which I would still argue is just her more so being long-winded, is different than Kamala Harris spending a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes rambling on with nonsense.
Hector, I agree with you on that. Like, look, she's not the best speaker. He's not the best speaker. The reason why I highlighted that was the lack of transparency during her campaigning. I thought it was very strange. She did very, very few interviews and only like one, and Call Me Daddy was not even a long form, right?
She did a number
Like,
of interviews, specifically near the end of September, well into October, and even tried to get an interview with Joe Rogan. And then she wrote in her book the contention with that and how they gave her a date, then they walked it back, so on and so forth, which Joe Rogan's team never denied or corrected.
Yeah, that's correct. Joe Rogan did say he wanted her to, he extended the offer, and she was like trying to put limitations on how the interview was to be run. And Joe Rogan was like, no, it's going to be long form, no cuts, no nothing.
There's no confirmation out the report.
That
What
is,
we
he
do
talked
know is
about
that
it.
there was
I'm
a
a huge Joe
scheduling
Rogan.
issue.
Look, I'm a huge Joe Rogan, and I know, look, hey, like I know for a fact that there's a video of Joe Rogan talking about why that interview never materialized. But that's so okay. I just want to
Joe
step back. I don't
Rogan
want to
never
get in the
talked
weeds,
about the
Hector.
scheduling
It is.
issue.
I know he talked about the scheduling. I don't remember that, so I'm not going to say yay or nay. But I do. He was talking about how the offer was extended. They said her team was going to take it, but they were trying to put kind of regulate how the interview was going to be had. And he was like, no, this is what I always do with all of my guests. This is how it's going to be ran. And then it never materialized.
Okay.
But that's not the point, Hector. Honestly, look, that's not the point I'm trying to make. The point I'm trying to make is it is hard for, and let's be real, Trump won. Most Americans voted for him. So there, like what I'm saying, I'm putting myself in the shoes back when the campaigning was happening, right? It's hard for people to want to follow a leader that was showing traits of lack of transparency. It was also this is the second point I was going to bring up. It was very strange that when she was running,
What do you mean lack of transparency? What was she not transparent about?
I just gave you the fact that she did Trump was on a legit interview run, like back to back to back to back to
Donald
back.
Trump had more time to do so as a regular citizen. Kamala Harris also had vice presidential duties and 107 days to compile a campaign because Joe Biden fucked her over.
And that's the second point. Thank you for Hector. You're leading into my second point, right? When she was running, more oftentimes than not, she always says, when I was AG, and everyone's like, wait, what about when I was VP? Like, why aren't you bringing up some stuff that you're doing as the vice president?
She did.
That she's been for
She talked about maternal mortality. She talked about lift every voice. That was specifically under Biden. She talked about, she actually didn't talk about the Partnership for Central America enough. That was one of my biggest criticisms of her in immigration. She talked about what they were able to do under the PACT Act. She talked about being on the negotiating floor when it came to, the cap on insulin and inhalers being $35 a month and $2,000 a year on 10 other life-saving substances. She talked about student loan forgiveness. She was the champion of that. She was the champion of expansion of healthcare. And then when she references her record as an AG, she was very proud of it and what she was able to do for the state. The entirety of Kamala Harris's record would have been applied to what her presidency would have looked like, such as the $25 billion she was able to win for colleges who were scamming students with predatory loans, or the prosecution she made for sex trafficking and otherwise, substance dealing. She talked about all of these things. I just don't think you heard it. And that's a separate conversation. I feel like every single time we have a conversation about what Kamala Harris could have done better, what she didn't do, it often comes from a place of, I just wasn't aware of this, or it wasn't broadcasted enough to me. Not so much that Kamala Harris didn't do it.
I'm not denying that she did any of the above. I'm not denying that. I'm just saying more oftentimes than not, she led with what she did at AG, and nobody cares. It's like, what did you do? Now, what are you doing now that you're VP?
What do you mean? Why would no one care about what she did as an attorney general? Especially when those acts would have directly led into her policies for the federal government, such as her federal price gouging ban, or her stances on immigration, or her role in prison reform.
honestly, because she's vice president. So tell me what you're doing now. Don't tell me what you did in the past. I can see if she was just running. I can see if she was
President would have also been in
AG.
the past. And again, she mentioned some of those things. Can you name a Kamala Harris policy?
Well, there are some things that I liked. Let me think about it. This is so long ago. I mean, we're so far removed, right? I can't tell you what I ate last night, right? And again, I'm not red, I'm not blue. All of these things are divisive, honestly. Literally. Like, I believe in free market. I believe the federal government is way too big. The Constitution was not written. Our forefathers did not write it for the federal government to have as much power as it has. I believe states need to have more power.
I'm not sitting here necessarily arguing right or left while I clearly lean left and I advocate for leftist policies. This conversation that we're having right now isn't really about Democrats or Kamala Harris. Honestly, this conversation is about misinformation and disinformation and a lack of information. That's what this conversation is about. It's just associated with a blue candidate.
May I make a quick correction?
I wouldn't say it's misinformation or lack of information, because I'm not denying. Look, Hector, I'm not denying. Okay, I'm not denying the validity of some of the things you're saying, right? Like, I'm not. I'm just. You had asked me why I think she would have been a worse president, and I gave you some of my thoughts.
Kit, you wanted to correct something?
I just want to say we're talking about not being right or not being left. I think, did you use that term, Kia, or did you use red and blue?
She said red and blue.
I think it said red and blue.
Okay, I was just checking because I wanted to be sure, because libertarian, as far as the structure for it is inside of at least the U.S., is very much right-leaning. That's all I wanted to double check.
I mean, she said she liked Joe Rogan. That was telling enough. It's easy to spot these things.
I walked away from my phone, but she was citing that she couldn't remember a policy. But I think it's hilarious that from what I heard in the kitchen, that she remembers the one podcast that she was on, but she can't remember anything else. But you remember what you had for dinner last. You don't remember what you had for dinner last night, but you remember that Kamala was on the podcast.
Because it was appalling. It was appalling. Like the same way that she had Megan Thee Stallion and Beyonce and Quavo. Like, this is like, is this really what like her team thought would get black and brown people to come out in the droves to vote for her? Like, that's ridiculous.
Is it uncommon for presidential candidates to have musicians perform for them at their rallies?
Megan Thee Stallion, who says I have a wet PU. Come on, like, come
Megan
on,
Thee
Hector.
Stallion not only
I'm
did not
against
perform that song, but she showed up on stage in a full pantsuit. Obviously, she had rules.
I'm not saying you can't have artists support you. I'm just saying, like, pick and choose wisely. The Call Me Daddy podcast is appalling. She talks about giving fellatio. Like, this is disgusting. And this is what our future president was.
I'm sorry, Kamala Harris talked about giving what?
No, Call Me Daddy, the heart. Have you ever watched that podcast, Hector? Seriously.
So now we want our presidential candidates to not make appearances on podcasts based off of some of the what you would determine gross or non-PG conversations that they have. Then the same could be said of Joe Rogan. The same could be said of Lex Friedman. The same could be said of Charlie Kirk. These are all right-wing podcasts that Donald Trump showed up on, and some of the things that they said on there. You're now asking people to reduce their reach based off of things that could have happened on these podcasts that were just maybe unsavory to some Americans. So would you say the same thing about, say, what I'm trying to think of? James Tallarico in Texas, the Democratic senator head, who did like internet collabs and Instagram reel collabs with various people, including OnlyFans models, to promote the message of democracy and fixing Texas. Would you say he's wrong for doing that?
It's not a matter of morality, right or wrong.
Okay.
Right?
Would you say it was unwise to do that?
It is questionable.
What makes it questionable?
For one to want to support a leader who entertains certain platforms. Yes, that is what I'm saying. I'm not saying not to go on. I'm not saying don't go on podcasts and speak to the masses via certain podcasts. I'm saying what I am saying was the choice of podcast that she decided to go on to. It's not that Call Me Daddy sometimes has like these schmexual centered conversations. That literally is the heart of that podcast. And it's disgusting.
Were they talking about fucking on the podcast when Kamala Harris was there?
They were not, but that was the heart. That is the backbone of that podcast. She talks about giving.
So let me get this straight.
It's disgusting.
A podcast that is known for something that you find to be gross decides to get involved in politics because of the threat of Donald Trump's administration or their attempt to maybe change or steer into political advocacy. They invite the vice president of the United States, the Democratic presidential candidate for 2024, onto their show to talk about politics. And Kamala Harris is wrong for showing up there because of the other episodes where they're talking about fellatio.
It's not right or wrong. I stay away from morality. Comments about conclusions about morality. I want to correct myself. I want to correct that.
Not about morality. The only people who would be grossed out by that are fucking prude people. And then I would argue those people, if you don't like those conversations, don't listen to those conversations. That's not what Kamala Harris was there for. And then I think this is actually kind of ridiculous, too, for criticizing her for not going on enough shows. And then when she inevitably did, she then went to a wide range of them, including those that are not specifically political. And now we're saying you made the wrong choice. Sean, I saw you had your hand up.
So I think it's hilarious because Call Me Daddy, the podcast, is one of the largest podcasts with a woman, like that spans across so many audiences for women. So many women listen to that. That was the whole point of her going on Call Me Daddy, because she knew she could reach the amount of women that she could reach in terms of getting them out there to the polls, information, to discussing her policies, et cetera, et cetera. That is what Miss Kia is leaving out right now. She's so hyper-focused on what the podcast is normally about. No one gives a shit about that. And I'm beginning to think that you're full of shit because you're so hyper-focused on Kamala, but Trump, what about everything he's done? What about the things that he said?
Well, first off, I've been respectful to everyone on here. So to then say I'm full of ass, look, I'm respectful. I come with peace. And that's the first thing I said to you, Hector. I said, hey, if one of your rules is I have to say who I vote for, respectfully, I drop. So if you want to have a mature conversation, Shauna, I'm more than happy to have that.
I'm very mature. I'm very mature, but it's really frustrating because you're contradicting yourself.
Well, then control your emotions.
I'm not emotional. I'm not emotional. I'm not emotional at all. If you want to see emotion, I can give you emotion, but this is not me being emotional. You are confusing me. You're confusing the chat. You're all over the place. And you're hyper-focused again on one thing that does not matter. It matters to you and only you. I'm just saying you come off as a prude. I don't think I'm being emotional for expressing my opinion. But you come off as a prude.
And that's a
why
good
do
point
we
that you
act
brought
like
up in
most
regards-
Americans did? This is what I don't understand, right? I always find this so interesting, right? People act like Trump just like a magic wand was waved and he got in office. So the question really, most Americans voted for him.
It's not most. It's 24.6% of the
Enough
voting
to get him in.
population.
He's your president. He's your president. No matter how much no matter what. Most
no one
people,
denied that, so I
he's
don't know
your
why
president.
you're repeating that.
But it's always
I did
this
find
weird...
this video that you were talking about. It's specifically a video that was posted on her social media account of various children pronouncing her name incorrectly. This was on May 24th, 2016. And at the end of the message, she said, "I'm Kamala Harris and I approve this message. I've literally been looking this entire time you've been talking, and I'm pretty good at what I do here. There isn't a video of Kamala Harris mispronouncing her name."
I've seen it several times, but I don't know if you have tea time. I don't even really want to I could start Googling and then maybe I'll DM you after this, Hector. I'll send it to your DM when I drop down. But that's all. Again, to answer your question, do I regret voting for him? He is doing some things that are personally hurting me.
did vote for
like
him.
in my profession.
She
In my
did vote for him.
profession.
I tried to hold it in, Shauna. I
there you
tried
go.
to
Well,
hold it in.
the cat's out the cat's
I
out the bag.
really did. It's
The
like,
cat's out the bag.
first off,
full of shit.
here's the crazy thing about this, Shauna.
I
Here's the
never said
crazy
I
thing.
did or didn't. I
We
never said I did
knew
or
who
didn't.
you voted for.
From
It's
the start.
obvious who you voted
From the
for.
start.
Why do you guys dance around your vote? Why? That's my question to you. What's your name here? Kia. Kia, is it Kia?
That's correct.
Kia, why are you so, or were you so uncomfortable with saying who you voted for?
Because Trump is the only president that his fault. I mean, Shauna, all right, can I respond, or I don't like
Oh, I
seriously.
apologize. Go ahead. I'm
The
sorry.
ad lib is like, come on. Trump is the only president that his followers, his supporters have their own name, and arguably it's used as a slur. Do people call Obama Obamers? Do people call Clintons the Clintoners? They call Trump supporters Trumpers, Trumpy, Maggers. It's weird. It's so weird. It's like this hatred to anyone. No, seriously, that's a serious question, Hector. Is there any other president who his supporters have their own specific name for them? That's a legit question.
They just call us stupid and dense and the R word that would get me flagged and baby killers and everything else. It's just not associated with the president's names. I'm so sorry that specifically offends you, that Trump's names can be utilized as a quote unquote slur because of just the sheer amount of hate people have for him. I want to point out that I literally host this live on a daily basis to speak to Trump supporters, and I do my best to match energy as well. But for some reason, there's a growing number of you who seem ashamed to say that you voted for Trump. And I think if he was doing such a great job, if you really thought he was worth a damn, that wouldn't be something you would shy away from. As a person who staunchly speaks out against the Democratic failures, not only in regard to Kamala Harris, but as a party in general, that doesn't change the fact that I'm a proud Democrat and I proudly voted for Kamala Harris. And I would tell anyone that, regardless of whatever scrutiny I'll get behind. I can back everything up, though. Your criticisms for Kamala Harris have been, in my opinion, awfully minuscule. Speeches that she didn't articulate in the best way. Showing up on one of the biggest podcasts. Thank you so much, Shauna, for bringing up that point, because it kind of went over my head. One of the biggest podcasts is where the large portion of women listen to. And Kamala Harris, being the candidate more so suited or appealing to women, decided to strategically go up on said podcast to appeal to that base. A show which you admittedly said isn't political. They talk about sexual stuff that I guess conservative women don't like. Okay, so be it. But that's still a large voting base, a demographic that you'd want to appeal to, and she did. The other ones did not come up so much. She was compiling her policies. This thing denied, this thing denied. We even know what's his name? What's the name of that big black streamer? Kai Cenat. Kai Cenat. Secret Service reached out to him for an interview with Kamala Harris. You know what Kai Cenat did? He said no. He talked about it on his podcast. One of the biggest streamers out here that millions of youth listen to and play games with said no to Kamala Harris. No one talks about the people who said no to her and the podcast she did try to get on to appeal to people. Everyone only focuses on Joe Rogan and other ones that she ignored, that she didn't find strategic. And I would criticize some of those podcasts that she avoided too, to be super duper clear. I think Democrats often are way too focused or in their protective bubbles, and they need to branch out 6,000%. However, with what she did go on, with her rallies, with her website, with what she talked about, everything you need to know about her, a podcast didn't have to tell you. It was there.
So you asked me to give you 2 points, Hector. I gave you 2. There's more, but those are the 2.
Sure.
She's just like,
did you come up with a policy yet?
He would have been an inept as a president. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But
Did you find a policy yet?
I'm not disagreeing. Look, guys, we're all in agreement.
I
We're
know.
all in
I'm
agreement
just
that
asking for
Trump
the
right
policy,
now
if you're able to
in
come up with
office
one
is
by
not
now.
doing the best job. Like, no one's disagreeing with that.
The best job. He's doing a horrible job. I just want to see if you can name a Kamala Harris policy.
She's just, but this is been that. Well, this is the thing. It's like no one. Again, she could have the most amazing policies. It's about character. No one wants to fall. No one wants someone to lead this country who has questionable character.
Let me go mute.
Yeah,
Let
I'm
me go
sorry.
mute,
Okay,
Brett. Let me go mute.
we're just gonna ignore that she for 10 years slept with a married man and got her
Wait,
position.
wait, Hector, can I
We're just gonna ignore that. Is that no, seriously? Because that's like common. Oh no, that's like
For
literally
10
common
years,
knowledge.
Kamala Harris
Please.
slept with a separated man from his wife.
He's still married with her.
This goes back to your
To
sense
this day,
of
they're still
This
married.
this is all tracking. This all tracks.
To this day, he's still married.
Yeah, he was still married. Wasn't living with this woman, wasn't engaging with her. They were separated. And God forbid she had a romantic relationship with him. A man who was separated from his wife.
Okay.
And then you really saying, I just want to go full circle with the fact that you said she could have had the most amazing policies, but people weren't going to vote for her character. I legitimately can't believe you said that. Can you take a wild guess, Kia, as to why I can't believe you said that?
Why?
Donald Trump is a morally bankrupt sack of shit. I do hope you can at least be honest with us about that. Can you at least be honest about that?
In what way?
Okay, please, Hector, please. Thank you. He cheated on his first wife with his second wife with his third wife with a corn star, while she was taking care of their infant son had just given birth. That's just starting with how he actively cheated on the women he was actively married to and living with and supposedly supposed to be committed to. That's just one thing, but you want to talk about the woman who was with a man who was actively separated from his wife, to this day is separated from his wife. They are not romantically involved. They are not together. They haven't been in a long time. They've just chosen to stay separated instead of divorced. But you want to focus on the one thing with the woman and twist it into an indiscretion. But the man who's cheated actively on every one of his wives, that's fine. We'll ignore that.
Not only that, Kit, he lies. But no, he has the most upstanding character. Oh, please, tell me more. Like, get the fuck out of here.
W's in the chat to Mark for the $5 Venmo. I think this is for the last guest. This caller is full of it. If you live in the U.S., you have a dog in the fight. Oh, no, this was for her. That is true. I mean, she voted, so we know that. W's in the chat to Jordan for the $10 Venmo. Kia voted for RFK Jr. She was in Sweet Peaches Live. Well, I mean, I vote for RFK.
Wait, what?
For Trump.
Oh my
It's the same
God.
thing. And she said Trump, so whatever. W's in the chat to Sean for the $5 super chat. It cracks me up when MAGAs talk about morals. Nugent and Kid Rock both saying about relations with young girls, so there's that. Yep, and they were welcomed at the RNC. What's her name? Amber Rose was at the RNC.
Thank
so
you.
There's,
That's what I was going to say earlier.
Sorry, Shauna. I sent you some Kid Rock lyrics, Hector's, but you probably didn't see it. It's fine. But I sent them to you when she was talking about Megan Thee Stallion because that was amazing to me. She could bring that up, but it's going to ignore the Kid Rock lyrics.
But it wasn't only Megan. I mean, it was like a lot of celebrities. Not to mention the campaign dollars spent on to bring these celebrities.
Kamala Harris does not pay celebrities to do endorsements.
Yeah,
those fundings through FCC records show that there were payments for the institutions or events that they showed up at. With Oprah, with whatchamacallit, that's what you pay for the staff. If you are the vice president, you're facilitating an event where the celebrity was to come and promote you, you have to pay for the event. These celebrities didn't just come of their own volition, or some did through like social media posts, but in regards to the actual events and scheduling, they had to be compensated. This is all recorded if you look at the FCC records. Not to mention, really want to get back to the Trump morality part. Donald Trump said, grab him by the pussy, I don't even wait, and when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything. Donald Trump bragged about walking into the changing rooms of underage girls, said he could do it because he owns the place. He was inspecting the place. Donald Trump said immigrants are the fault of all of our problems in this country. He said they're bringing drug dealers, they're bringing rapists, and some, I believe, are good people. They're poisoning the blood of this country.
Can I say why I wish Harris was in power? Can I say that? And this is my last point. Can I tell you why I wish she was president right now? Can I, Hector?
Let me
Yay,
take
nay.
a wild guess. Are
Go
you
ahead.
going to say something
ahead.
along the lines of, I wish Kamala Harris was in power so you guys would have less to speculate on as she fails?
No, that's not. No, that's not what I was gonna
I'm
say.
just guessing. Go ahead.
Okay. Kit or Shauna, do you guys want to take a guess why I wish she was in power?
No, just say it.
Okay. So this is obviously, it's on my page.
She did pivot from everything I just said, but we're going to let her talk.
No, I support, this is pro like Harris, right? And I actually wish, why I regret goes hand in hand, why I do wish a Dem was in power. Now, I personally make money based off of Section 8 voucher payments that what the government pays to landlords. The fact that Trump he did the HUD cuts and that he is thinking about even scaling down, like if you're on a voucher and it's over, I think he wants to cap it at 2 years. And he also wants, I think he has an exception for elderly and people who are disabled, that is financially, economically hurting me. And I know for a fact, if Harris was still in power, it would be free for all with our tax dollars just going straight to landlords' pockets who house sex. So I wish,
Jesus Christ.
Yep, it's the truth.
I am so angry right now because this is one of those people that is so much more worried about their own wallet.
This is where this is the catch. But see, this is the
anyone
catch 20.
else's lives.
This is the catch 22. This is the catch 22 about it, right? It's beautiful to have. Hey, we want more people on set.
That was insanity.
Reducing Kamala Harris. Mind you, she never named a policy. Reducing Kamala Harris to, she would have just let HUD run wild and I would have made more money based off the fraud that was happening, is fucking gross. I tolerated
was
a
disgusting.
lot in that conversation. That was
And
my
she pivoted from the morality. She pivoted immediately.
completely danced around the morality. I can't even believe she had the fucking balls to say that shit. And this is why you guys are fake. This is exactly why Shauna said you're full of shit. Quite frankly, I've been thinking that the whole conversation. I just wasn't going to say it.
I'm sorry, I had to. I apologize.
I don't give a fuck.
No, I love that you said it. Thank you, Shauna.
But she was full of shit from the get. And I'm like, she definitely voted for Trump. I know Jordan was saying RFK. I think you got here late, Jordan. She slipped up the way because we were just having a conversation.
Yeah, she literally did.
Slipped
I mean,
up.
she
voted for Trump.
She's probably going live to live lying. Wouldn't surprise me in the slightest.
It probably is.
So these are the people that honestly disgust me the most at this point, because if you're still going to sit here and be able to say all of this stuff, and the number one concern that you have and you have always obviously had is your wallet, you do not give a fuck about disabled people, you do not give a fuck about veterans, you do not give a fuck about any single person who is currently getting their SNAP cut, their Medicaid cut, their Medicare cut. There's a less than 1% fraud rate within the welfare systems. None of you care about that though, and you're fine with the 1.5 trillion in defense spending. I am a mother with disabled children. I'm not looking for sympathy here. I'm stating a fact. I lost 80% of my SNAP with the SNAP cuts. That is hurting my kids. You guys have hurt my kids because you don't care. You think there's all this fraud and that all of us terrible, terrible people who had disabled children or disabled family members obviously must be scamming the system. Like, fuck you very much. That's all. Sorry, Hector. Thank you.
Friendly reminder, I know Kit personally. So all the people that you guys say are just defrauding the system and they could get a job, they can do this, they can do that, they fucking can't. At least most of them. All I ask for is one policy, because that's what it all goes back to. What did I say earlier, guys? What did I say earlier about MAGA and non-voters? Their entire premise behind their sitting on the couch or voting for him in the polls is because they don't know things. She's more worried about perception and personas and everything else than policy. She talked about morality and then refused to acknowledge anything Shauna or I said about, and Kit, about what a piece of shit he is. So she lied. Let me be clear. She fucking lied.
Through her teeth.
Didn't she go
Reason
back and
why
forth
she didn't vote
whether
for.
she cared about?
Huh?
I think I'm having a slight delay. Didn't she go back and forth between whether she cared about character or not? Also.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was talking about character and morality, but more so character. And I'm like, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
Tay, thank you for the galaxy to Kid. I appreciate you. Thank you for the galaxy to Sean as
Oh,
well.
Tay, thank you.
That was
That was a lot. My stomach is churning.
What do you say to that? I know what I want to say, but I'm trying not to. I do have a I guess a particular thing about. You know what? I'm not going to do it because she's a black woman. And I have a thing about that. There's enough of that. I mean, y'all, women can say no. I don't feel right saying what I want to say on behalf of a black woman because it's accurate. It's just going to come off a certain way because I'm a man. Stupid doesn't discriminate.
Nope.
Lack of knowledge doesn't discriminate. Mind you, there was a whole lot of audacity.
Gall and gumption.
But the second she came up and was like, I don't like to discuss who I voted for publicly. Got you. You're a maggot.
It was clocked immediately.
They really think they're slick. They think they're slick with it too. They think that like we're gonna actually sit in there. Who she vote for? Who she vote for? Why am I still live? Hold on. Thanks to the people who are still donating. We are still fundraising for Sean. Calling, you're on the line. Did you vote for Trump?
I did.
And do you regret your vote?
Not at all.
Why
I
is
regret
that?
not voting for him in 2016.
Yeah. Why don't you regret voting for him in 2024?
Well, I like the work that he did in 2016, and you know he's still got about a little over half a term left on his second term, so it remains to be seen how it's going to go.
What do you mean it remains to be seen how it's going to go? We've had a year and a half of evidence showing it's not going so well.
Well, in the scope of history, that's not a lot of time.
In the scope of history, we're able to evaluate how Donald Trump's immediate policies affect the material conditions of the average American, especially if we're going off of the metrics that Joe Biden ended in. So
Time gives you perspective.
Inflation, directly due to Donald Trump's tariffs and his war on Iran, is higher than what Joe Biden left him with in January of 2025. That includes wholesale. Gas prices are higher than what Joe Biden left him with in January of 2025. Energy costs have risen substantially compared to what Joe Biden left him with in January of 2025. All of these and more are directly due to Donald Trump's policies and not just carrying on from the previous administration.
You prove it wouldn't have happened in let's just say in an alternate universe if Kamala Harris was elected. Can you guarantee that it wouldn't have happened under her or been even worse?
Kamala Harris would not have imposed blanket tariffs on the entire world based off of trade deficits because she understands what a trade deficit is. And Trump doesn't. Kamala Harris wouldn't have started a war with Iran. We can use her examples of how she governed alongside Joe Biden as vice president and president and how they handled Iran, and that she adamantly spoke out against that action, even on her presidential campaign. Kamala Harris would have actually imposed policies that would have got the ball rolling to reduce the costs in select areas, specifically in home buying, home purchases, through her policies and deregulation. So that is what I can ascertain all of this from.
I think you're an intelligent guy. I think you lack a lot of wisdom. And that's okay. I think you're entitled to lack wisdom. I think as you get older, you'll find, and this happens, I think, across our population, that the older you get,
What did I
the more
say that
Republican
lacked
you get.
wisdom?
Say it again.
What did I say that lacked wisdom?
Well, that you can have perspective on the impact of Donald Trump's presidency not even halfway through his second term.
My guy,
It's just irresponsible.
I
It's
can rate
irresponsible.
the
It's not-
impact of Donald
that's not
Trump's
how history
presidency
works.
not just based off of, here's what you're conveniently leaving out the conversation, Mr. Wisdom. I'm not rating Donald Trump's presidency based off of factors that he can't control, such as the bird flu he inherited from Biden administration that had the cost of eggs as high as it was. I'm not saying the egg prices were high because of Donald Trump, or because he would have been the president during the time that the eggs prices were high. That would be fucking stupid. I am saying, due to Donald Trump's direct actions, via executive order, via big beautiful bill, via foreign policies, that has contributed to the higher costs and other negatives that I'm complaining about.
Right. And so in the same way that you're holding him accountable for things that he can control, you're also giving credit to Kamala Harris for things she can't control, and we would never know she actually would do. And so that's why you lack wisdom.
I'm giving credit to
You don't have a
Kamala
crystal
Harris,
ball.
comparing policy to policy, campaign promise to campaign promise. All the things that
I
he's
understand
doing,
what
not
you're doing.
all the things that he's doing now, excuse me, a large
why-
portion of
that's
what
why I
he's
think
doing
you're-
now is what he ran off of on the campaign trail. The things that were ascertained way back then and even criticized by Harris to be a negative to the United States.
I mean, I tell you, I think you're
You're
intelligent. I
literally
just think you
saying
lack
we
wisdom.
can't say what Kamala Harris could have, would have done, or even proposed, which is literally what I'm rating everything off of, solely based off the fact that it didn't happen. I'm comparing promise to promise, policy to policy. And based off of those metrics alone, even before we get into the implementation, a lot of them were bad. War with Iran, bad. $30 billion closing the Strait of Hormuz, 20% of the world's supply of oil clothes, jacked up the prices. Markets responded. We're going 4 months into it, an MOU that is giving them any more than what the JCPOA would have. All things Kamala Harris
markets matter?
stood out against, or not stood out against, spoke out against, and did not support.
So you say
that's
markets
me
matter,
comparing what she wanted versus what Donald Trump wanted.
Right. So you're using markets moving negatively in that specific scenario as something negative against Trump. Well, if markets are moving positively, wouldn't that be something positive for Trump?
If Donald Trump directly influenced said market, then yeah. For example, Donald Trump says we have a ceasefire, gas prices go down. That is Donald Trump positively impacting the market, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So what about the stock market?
Even though there
the
was
stock market?
no ceasefire deal, him saying it alone brought down the gas prices. Am I supposed to compliment Donald Trump for lying and the lie having no substance because it temporarily brought down the cost of gas?
No. What you should do is give him credit for the stock market. If that's your metric and how the markets are responding, you have to stick by it.
Donald Trump negatively impacting the market is one thing. Donald Trump positively impacting the market via lies is a whole nother thing. Or Donald Trump even doing certain things to make the market good is still manipulation of the market that will serve some Americans who engage in stock. Absolutely. There is a portion of Americans who benefited from some of Donald Trump's actions, whether through crypto or anything else. But in the long term and everything else, not good.
I think the American populace would beg to differ, and that's why he was elected, and I think you guys haven't learned your lesson.
I think the American populace does not negotiate trade and stock to the degree that Trump and individuals with a certain amount of income does. They just wanted their prices to stay the same and go down. They just wanted us not to be on a human rights watch list. They just wanted immigration reform, all of which we've got none of.
Well, how come the immigration is down so far?
Encounters?
Everything.
Encounters. Yes, Donald Trump, anyone immigrating to the United States is down, including legally, because he's done everything in his power to restrict it. The complete opposite of what he said he likes, which is legal immigration. That is because Donald Trump is serving a white supremacist agenda.
Yeah, you think so. That's because I think you project the hate that you feel.
All the
onto other
bans
people.
to other countries are predominantly black and brown. Donald Trump and his refugee asylum acceptance last year, 6,000 something white South Africans under the false notion of a genocide happening in the region. Only 3 or 5 of them were people who were brown or black. Donald Trump aligned himself with Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, who believes in the great replacement theory.
I don't. Without getting into the great.
Donald Trump,
theory,
referring to immigrants, said that immigrants were naturally built to work in the farms. They can handle it better. He's demonized groups of people. He's talked about criminality and said that it's in their genes. That is all white supremacy related. I know you don't believe that he said that.
Well, play it. Prove me wrong.
Sure.
I mean, I want to be wrong. It's fun. I'm just so sick of being right all the time.
This is why I don't just respect my elders out of them being elders.
How old do you think I am?
I'm assuming 40s or
45.
What?
33, but thanks.
Okay. Sounds like you're sucking down those Marlboros.
Because I have a deeper voice. I'm sorry if that bothers you.
Cowboy killers.
Sorry, what did he say?
They're cowboy killers.
Sound like listening to me.
Yeah.
I have a lot of transcripts. This one's from
Chad,
Fox.
we don't know. He sounds like he's 80.
Let's go back here.
You think? I mean, and here's the thing: we look for all these smoke signals of racism that don't exist. You know, we know what a real racist sounds like, and they say words that aren't.
Are you
in
a
his
white man?
vocabulary. I'm
sorry,
a little
what
bit of a
was
mix, but I identify as white.
What did you say about vocabulary? What was that?
Say what now?
What did you say about vocabulary? What were you about to say?
Oh, you know the words. We all know the words that are evil, that are racist, but they don't come out of his mouth.
Yeah, remigration.
And you point
America
to this like
first,
subvert racism.
inner cities.
If he was racist, he
all
wouldn't
of
give
those words.
hundreds
You're
of
correct.
millions of dollars to the
You're correct.
NAACP. He wouldn't work on prison reform. Too many things that point
In
to
an
him being
interview
more
on the
moderate
Hugh
than
Hewitt
you guys
show
give
that
him
aired
credit
Monday morning, this would be the Monday on October 7th, before October 7th, 2024, former President Donald Trump criticized Vice President Kamala Harris for her policies on the southern border and suggested that migrants have bad genes. Many of them murdered far more than one person, and they're now happily living in the United States. You know, now a
Go ahead and read what
murderer,
he
I
said.
believe this. It's in their genes, and we got a lot of bad genes in our country right now. They left, they had 425,000 people come into our country that shouldn't be here, that are criminals. That was based off of a false report that was corrected. Not to mention this argument made right here, that there are far more murdered than one person. There's a large portion of murderers. This one said 13,000. That was also debunked as well, because the majority of the migrant population in the United States were not convicted of any violent crimes, including abroad.
Well, he considers, and I consider, crossing into our country illegally a crime. And he's referring to the people that are crossing over illegally. He's not referring to the people
we're
of those
literally
countries.
just talking about murder and bad genes. It didn't have anything to do with them crossing over, especially considering that the reason they're
Well, who's he
crossing
talking
over is
about?
not for crime. It's to have a better life. You know what? Here's what
We're
I
talking
think.
about people
Because
that
you
broke
sound
the
familiar.
law.
Have we spoken before?
Several times.
Several
every
times?
time you hang up on me, every time, and you can't handle it. You hang up.
You
want to
know why I keep hanging up on you?
Because you
Because
crash
you
out,
say
you
the
don't know how to
same
respond.
thing every single time. You don't prove shit every single time. You came up and you made an
doesn't
argument
change.
about wisdom and
The truth doesn't
intelligence
change.
based off the fact that I'm comparing two presidential candidates and their policy platforms, one even more so because it's actually been implemented almost word for word as to what he ran off of. And you said I lacked wisdom because I have no idea what Kamala Harris wouldn't done. So according to you, we can never ascertain what Kamala Harris would have done based off of her past, correct?
Not accurately, no. You can guess.
Not accurately.
Yeah, 'cause
So using
Not
Kamala
accurately.
Harris's past and her record as a vice president, attorney general, district attorney, prosecutor, senator, we could use
blowing her
none
way to
of
get
that
where she
whatsoever. This is exactly what I'm talking about.
Insufferable little troll.
Literally exactly what I'm talking about. They have nothing else. They have nothing else but theories and Republican talking points and misinformation and bullshit.
Never any sources.
I want to finish my goddamn point though. We can't use, according to him, right, any of that to accurately ascertain what she would have done in the future. We've used Donald Trump's 40, 50-year history on the scene to ascertain all the fucking shit he's done. All the shit he continues to do, all the shit he advocates for. You can't use pattern recognition. You can't use their own words, their own faith, their own anything. None of that matters. And to try to do otherwise is lacking wisdom. Mind you, he just used one of the common talking points and insults against her to say that she would have been bad or anything else, or anything that would have got done would have been through fellatio. You can't do that by your own fucking logic. By your own fucking logic. I'm sorry. I'm a little irritated at the wisdom comment because the dumbest fucking people call in on a daily basis and they criticize my intelligence. Mind you, I am no way, shape, or form a scholar. I'm a goddamn homeschool dropout. But you know what I fucking do? I read. I have common sense. I have deductive reasoning. A plus B equals C. 2 plus 2 equals 4. This makes sense because this happens here. When they say this, believe this. You guys.
This homeschool dropout, I know.
Thank you. You guys look in the mirror on a daily basis and you tell yourself that you did the best thing voting for Trump. You tell yourself that trust the plan is not so bad. Democrats are lying. I just want to remind everyone of the reflecting pool. And we're going to end here. I want to remind everyone of the reflecting pool. The one that they were driving through, by the way. Undrained. Donald Trump said he wanted to make DC beautiful again. He said it was only going to cost this much. Lie. It was only going to cost this much. Went up some more. Only going to cost this much. Went up again. He painted it. Didn't change the filtration system, blah, blah, blah. Other people can explain the science infinitely better than I can, but they did it in a way that was stupid and encouraged and created algae in the pool. Donald Trump, in an attempt to deflect from the embarrassment that was not only him violating the law with his no-bid contract to one of his mutuals, right? And the fact that he didn't consult with any scientists who would have properly told him what would have happened if his plan actually came to fruition. He just did it. Then actually messed up a beautiful reflecting blue pool and turned into a pile of shit.
That's killing the ducks.
A pile of shit that's killing the ducks. And in his attempt, and the peroxide, that's correct. In his attempt to fix it, they threw all the peroxide in there. Made it worse. And then in his attempt to completely dodge the fact that he royally fucked up, that he put Americans 14.3, no, excuse me, it's now 16 because they're asking for another 1.7 billion to fix it. 16 point something million dollars in the hole from taxpayers in regards to what he's doing there. He then says that it was Democrats who sabotaged it. There is camera feed. There is
24/7 camera feed. Breathe. 24/7 camera feed. And also, you would have to have a knife the size of your car to jump in the reflecting pool to create a gash that he's claiming is there, which is probably from the Secret Service vehicles, honestly.
He said
before they
a
refilled the pool.
250-foot long gash. I want to actually entertain the idea of a Antifa group doing this. Let's entertain this. this Antifa group would have been well staffed, experienced, been able to turn off the cameras, which you would have records of, been able to do this dead of night with no National Guard by, which if you know anything about DC as of late, they're literally everywhere. And then there would have been no cameras, no security, no nothing. They would have been able to do this over the course of the night, which no doubt would have taken them some time, and get away scot-free. There would have been no getaway car, no license plate, no nothing, nothing.
And
That's
he's
what they're
doubling
telling
down.
you.
Did you see his interview today? I think it was.
I did
Where
not.
someone was asking, one of the reporters were asking, okay, what evidence do you have? Can you show us a video? And Trump was like, just trust me. I know. Like it happened.
Well,
And
obviously,
his followers are eating it right up. I don't understand. They're idiots.
obviously that Soros money just let it happen. That's how they got away with it, right? That was it.
But you want to talk to me
Oh,
about
yeah.
wisdom. Fuck all the way off.
Soros is funding the Antifa green glob that's being imported into the reflecting pool.
I'm not gonna lie, guys. Initially, I was one of those people who just like, why are we talking so much about this pool? It is stupid. Like, of all the destructive things the administration is doing, why are we focusing so much on the pool? And I still stand on that to some degree. But I'm starting to understand more and more why it's so significant. It's one of the most blatant examples of it's right in your fucking face. There's no scapegoats. There's no excuses. There's no nothing. There's literally no way to wiggle yourself out the fact that Donald Trump royally fucked up and he's trying to cover his ass. And you guys still don't get it. And I think a really good point I want to make here and why I don't consider it little is that, have you guys ever heard the saying, like, if you're willing to lie about something this little, then imagine what big things you're going to lie about. Imagine what else you'd cover up. I think that's the significance of it. You ever been in a friend with someone or in a relationship with someone who lied about something so fucking stupid and insignificant that shit just concerned the hell out of you with what else they could be telling stories on?
Mm-hmm.
That shit is what bothers me. No one bothers to think to themselves, if you can't just honestly say, hey, we're going to try and make this pool better, take some accountability, clean it up, without mentioning fucking Biden as if he was out there himself throwing shit into the pool. What does that say about everything else? This goes back to one man, Roy Cohn. Deny, deny, deny. Never accept defeat. Always say you're winning. I strongly suggest, if you guys haven't looked into Roy Cohn, I always butcher how to pronounce his last name, look him up. There's documentaries, there's series. He has a pretty good example of him in the Trump movie with Sebastian Stan, The Apprentice, back in 2024. Go watch that movie. Honestly, everything you need, not everything, but it's a good example of everything we see today. Roy Cohn. And they'll never get it. They'll never get it. And that's fine. I'll be here every day to show how stupid you guys are. And hopefully people in the comments, which is mostly what I'm trying to reach, will understand the difference.
Speaking of stupidity, look at the comment that was just made. Do you know Barack Obama spent $34 million on a reflection pool to get the same results?
Let's see. Let's see.
Algae to grow uncontrollably? Those results?
Let's see.
Yeah. There was money spent, but it wasn't to regrow algae.
Let's
he
see.
did it the right way.
Let's see.
Wait, Shauna, his name is I Block Liberals, but he's in the comments. Why don't you block him then? Like, fuck off.
Why are you here? Why is he so obsessed with us?
In April, President Donald Trump announced a project to revamp the Lincoln Memorial Reflecting Pool, hiring a contractor to we know all this. Hold on. He criticized his predecessor's efforts to fix the site at a cabinet meeting on Wednesday, claiming they spent hundreds of millions of dollars. Former President Barack Obama presided over a multi-million-dollar renovation of the pool, but the final bill was nowhere near Trump's estimate, and the Biden administration did not conduct any major work. As for Trump, federal spending records show that costs are significantly higher than he says. Here's a closer look at the facts. Trump said, This is a direct quote. The Biden administration and the Obama administration spent hundreds of millions of dollars trying to get it to work, and they failed. And we'll be spending, you'll give me the number, but I think it's a very low number. It's like in the middle, the number that we originally talked about. The facts, this is false. The Obama administration spent at least $34 million on a massive 2-year reconstruction project that ended in 2012. No major repairs to the pool were done during the Biden administration. Trump has put the cost of the work on the pool at $1.5 million to $2 million, but records show at least $14.8 million worth of contracts have been awarded for the project so far. Repairs done under Obama address issues such as stagnant water, as well as the reality that the pool had begun to leak and sink into the land dredged from the Potomac River to build it. It was re-engineered with a circulation and filtration system using river water from the nearby tidal basin, I think that's how you pronounce that, instead of city drinking water. It was also made shallower to save water, and its bottom was tinted gray to make the water darker and more reflective of the Washington Monument. Plus, paved paths were added. An Associated Press report from the day the pool reopened in August 2012 states the reconstruction cost $34 million. According to federal spending records, the government awarded at least $1.3 million more in contracts related to the project, but these efforts were not completely successful as the pool continued to leak and experience significant algae growth. Chuck Shams, who was the director of the National Park Service for the majority of the Biden administration, told the AP that a full rehabilitation of the pool did not move forward after an estimate came in at more than $100 million. He said that the pool was cleaned annually during Biden's term to manage algae buildup. So Obama did more than what Trump did.
Yeah, he didn't paint it. He didn't get a shoddy contractor.
And the
It's
pool.
not the same results.
No, it's not the same results. I think they forget we literally have the pictures before. We have the pictures of it before.
You don't paint the bottom of a pool a dark color, especially in the summertime when heat hits it. It's not the same. Who cares if Obama spent more trying his best to fix it? He never denied it.
Hey, I block liberals. He did infinitely more than just paint. He didn't spend $14.3 million on fucking paint. And they actually revamped the system that still had leaks. And they cleaned said pool and tried to address some of the leaks as they came. If you want to know what Obama did for the pool and what Biden did for the pool, go look at a fucking picture of it before Donald Trump got in there. Like, I'm not going back and forth with you guys on the numbers. Look at it. Go look at it. Yes, I'm aware of you added walking paths. We just read it. We just read all the shit that he did. It was more than just directly the pool. And if you want to say he didn't do enough, so be it. But the Trump administration lied. That's the point. And they're lying again. And the Obama administration didn't say, well, the reason why the... I can't do Obama impression. I was about to try. The reason why algae came back in the pool and some of the things returned is because Republicans sabotaged the pool. Did they do that? No. The Trump administration is so embarrassing, so incompetent, so fucking pathetic that that's the best they have to offer. I would still take that $34 million because Obama owned up to that shit. Biden never shied away from it. Versus the man who has to lie his way out of every failure that he has. W's in the chat to Godzilla for the $20 super chat. Not only did he mess up the pool, Hector, he gave the money to a criminal friend he knows that was supposed to do the renovations, and they subbed the work to another company for cheap. Money laundering in our face. So just a little context to that. He had campaign violations when he funded his daughter's congressional run. There were some violations there. 2020 followed up with another fraud case. I'll never forget the fact that his company's named Greenwater. It's diabolical to me. But yeah. Yeah. And then the 1.7 billion bid that we're going to do to redo the water system. Guess who that went to? Another one. Another corrupt business. W's in the chat to you, Godzilla. Thank you so much for your donation. All right. I'm actually going to end. I'm tired and I need to eat. with that being said,
Oh my gosh. Bye.
Trump supporters are a bunch of fucking morons. I have nothing else for y'all. You're a bunch of fucking morons.
And you're
Y'all
all
think
full
you
of
have your
shit.
gotchas.
Bye.
Also, literally, to the 1 and 2 people that were just chirping all that shit, notice none of them acknowledge Trump's failures. What did they do? What about Obama? What about Biden? No different from the fucking clown lady who was up here earlier when we brought up that her moral character basis of why she couldn't vote for Kamala falls short when you look at Donald Trump. And then what did she do? You want to know why I wanted Kamala to win? They literally can't address the truth. They can't address it. That is what I call Trump derangement syndrome. It's y'all. Thank you so much to everyone who donated, not only just to support me, but specifically to help with the fundraiser for Sean. You'll get the receipt in the Discord after I count it and send it to him. I really wish we hit the goal. He was trying to raise $750, but we did hit over half. We're at 407. So I greatly appreciate every last one of you donated so far. Understand times are tough and you did the best that you can. Big W's to every last one of you. To the individuals in the comments who could not donate, thank you for your taps, your likes, your shares, your comments. All that is super helpful and appreciative as well. YouTube, who are we going to raid? Who are we going to raid? Who's live? Decisions. Erica's live. Y'all go over there. Erica's still live. Y'all go over there. I set it to automatically redirect y'all to the live, so you don't have to go anywhere. The second I end it, it's going to take you straight to hers. So, thank you everyone over there on this side for the likes, the shares, the comments, the memberships, the super chats, the super stickers. It means a bunch. We are 4 likes away from hitting 200 on this stream. That's the most we've done in a while. If you guys would like to just have that number, it would just make me feel good. I just need 4 more people to like the stream on YouTube. Can y'all do that? It's 4 more people to like the stream. Appreciate y'all. All right, go support Erica. I will catch y'all tomorrow. Tomorrow's Tuesday, Wednesday. Maybe live with Erica for the. I gotta go check with her. Fun and Fact show after 1:30 p.m. CST. If not, you'll definitely see me debating around that time. So thank you for episode 100 and celebrating episode 100 for me. We've done this 100 fucking times for some goddamn reason. And we're going to do it 100 more. I'm thinking about changing it from Defend the Indefensible, Trump supporters regret your vote, to Defend the Indefensible, are we great yet? Should I do that? I think I was planning to do it after midterms. Then changing it to are we great yet?
I was going to say, do you want to make it more midterm centric for now?
We're still going to be doing these, but yeah, I'm going to start we're going to do some more everything's political, why aren't yous? And I'm still trying to figure out how I'm going to go about the other one. Specifically talking about midterm candidates. I think I'm literally just debating putting up midterms, just midterms and talking about it. So we'll see. Typically in every live, we get to midterms at some point, but the problem is whenever I create specific platforms outside of debating, outside of going back and forth with morons, just encouraging people to ask genuine questions and get informed, algorithms punish you. These apps are fueled by rage. And even though I may always start calmly, typically doesn't end that way. And it's really unfortunate because there's so many things that I would like to do, but I also have to guard for this, and this is my job. So I have to guard for everything. It's kind of fucking annoying, but we do our best. Went and liked the stream. Thank you. Oh yeah, you guys can literally go to YouTube and like it. I would appreciate that. Same username, Hector Talks with 2 R's. The YouTubers won't do it. My TikTokers will. Oh, snappity doo. Thank you so much, Lisa, for the $40 super chat. Have a good night. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm going to try. I don't know what it is about it. It was the black woman, because she was saying stuff in the comments for a hot minute, and I was like, what are you about? And then coming up here and doing that bullshit just really. All right, this is a black conversation now. This is a black conversation. Sometimes I look at my niggas and niggettes and what they do politically, and it makes me sad. Sometimes I look at what my fellow black people do and say politically, and it gets to me. Because it's one thing to be ignorant. It's another thing to be willfully ignorant. New York elections are in? Okay, I'll have to check that out. It's one thing just not to know things, it's another to stand on stupid. And it's very rare that we even get an 8%er in general. But every time we do, it just reminds me more and more of why we're fucking cooked as a nation. Came back, Shauna. What's up?
Did you just say snappity do?
I did. I did. DSA backed candidates won their primaries 6,000%. Also, friendly reminder, I'm manifesting it. DC, y'all are getting your first Democratic Socialist mayor. It's a black woman. Shout out to DC. Zoran Mamdani opened the door, bro. He opened the door, and we're gonna start to see Democrats shift. I truly believe that, because they're gonna be like, oh, that person won. I struggled here. Oh shit, time to change.
I'm excited. I hope she fixes the parking signs.
Alrighty.
Love you, Shauna. You're just great.
Thank you for handling crazy people. Somebody's got to. As frustrating as this is, I truly believe we have to create an environment to engage with opposing views. Obviously, I'm never going to be going back and forth with fucking Nazis and all that other stuff. But when people see that dialogue, they engage, they learn what's what, because we're comparing things. I never want this live to be an echo chamber. I do want to get back to like the friendly lives. We're going to get back into that. But I don't know. I don't enjoy going into a live where there's just a bunch of leftist people talking. I don't know if that's toxic of me, but I'm just like, this is cool. Depending on the conversation, it could be very important. Don't get me wrong, but it's just like a bunch of leftists joshing around. Like, we all agree. What impact are we making? Now, if you have the numbers and you never know who's watching, I think that can be a beautiful thing. But I do this specifically because there's a growing number of Trump supporters that are willing to speak, that are willing to actually somewhat engage with you. And that dialogue is important, as frustrating as it is. And then there's the people who will never call in. They'll never request stuff, but they're absorbing the information. That's what I was. When I was MAGA, it was listening to shit like this, getting those different opinions that made me form mine now. And you best believe I would have never fucking requested up in any of these. Are you crazy? Are you crazy? Even with myself, I would have never requested up on my own live. Nope. So they have a role. I hear a lot more people criticizing like debate talk and stuff like that. I'm like, shut the fuck up. Shut up, bro. You're entertained. That's why you keep showing up here. All right, I really need to go. YouTube, bye. I will see y'all.